Today we are going to build a service that you often see on Instagram. It allows users to create simple landing pages with multiple links. Okay, so now let me show you how it works. Okay, so here as you can see we have a simple landing page with about, pricing, contact, and on the right we have sign in and create account. In the middle we have a hero section where we can create an account with specific username. So for example I can put here David and it will create me an account with this specific username and link. But because I already created an account, I can go here to sign in to my existing account. So I click sign in with Google and I will just pick my Gmail account. So this is how user panel looks like. As you can see, there are many things here. The first thing is I can just click here to open my public profile, public page, and this is how it looks like. So as you can see, the first thing is a hero image here on the background. Then we have avatar, display name, location, bio, some buttons, and then custom links. All of this is editable in this user panel. So for example, I can change the background color to a dark blue, or I can change an image. Let's maybe change an image to this MacBook photo. So I will click open. We have nice looking pop-ups here uploading. Now it's uploaded and I just need to hit save and it will be saved to my profile. So this is how it looks like for all of my visitors, and I can just go back here and change more stuff if I want. I can just maybe remove this Sweden from this location, and I can change stuff in my bio if I want to. I can also change my avatar if I want. Let's say I want to have a newer picture here and it's uploading another photo. Now it's uploaded, so I can just hit save. I can go to my public profile and just refresh and I can see my new photo here. Then we have those buttons, and those buttons are editable here. And as you can see, for all of those buttons we just need to put information that can be either like a phone for mobile or a link or email address. So for example, I can add Discord and I can add my Discord link here. I can remove those buttons with those trash icon buttons, so I can just remove this Discord because I'm not going to use it. And I can also sort them. So for example, I can put the email button first and let's hit save. Let's go to my public page here. Let's refresh, and as you can see, the email button goes first. Then we have those links, and as you can see, for each link we have a title, subtitle, and an icon. It can be a default icon or we can upload a custom icon. So same thing here, we can just scroll down to links, and for each link we have 3 links here. We can edit title, subtitle, the URL for this link. We can change icon, same thing, it just uploads a file, and we can of course remove a link with this button, and we can of course sort everything. So let me for example put this one first, the one with my picture here. Let's hit save, and if I go to my public profile and hit refresh, it goes first now. But that's not all, because we have also analytics here. So if I click here on analytics, I can see all of my visits for my profile on my public page. So today I had 11 views. That's really nice. Then we have even clicks for our links. I have 3 links, and I can see that this link in the middle has the most clicks because it has 3 clicks in total and 1 click today. All of this is of course mobile responsive, so it looks good both on mobile and on desktop. For this project we are going to use latest Next.js 14, Tailwind CSS for styling, and Mongo for our database. This tutorial may look like it's very long because it's 12 hours, but that's because I wanted to explain as much as possible to make it easy to follow even for beginners. The whole project is built from scratch, so there is no starter code or anything. I will put the timestamps and the source code in the description, and as always, all I ask for is that you will smash that like button for me to give me some extra motivation for the future projects. And if you have questions or anything, let me know in the comments. And now, without further ado, let's dive into the code. Alright, so as always, as you can see, we are starting with an empty directory. Here's my empty directory. It's called the link list. This will be the name of the project for me. And here I have my editor, and here I have an empty Chrome browser. I have opened my terminal here in the same directory, and I will start by installing a brand new Next app. So as always, I will do this with yarn. It's a little bit faster than npm. So let's do yarn create next app, and let's add a dot here so it will be installed in the current directory. Let's do enter. And now let's see, TypeScript, no, not this time. ESLint, yes. A tailwind, yes. Source directory, yes, please. App router, yes. And app router, yes, because we will do a lot of server components. So that is nice. Now import alias, no, I don't need to configure this. So now it's installing and everything looks fine. And now let's see, now it's installed. So we can do something like this, yarn dev, and we get a link here that we can open. So let's open this one, and we have our next app visible here. So that is nice. Now I will close, hide the terminal. Now let's go to source, and inside app we have our page.js. So I will start by removing all of this main HTML element, and let's put the div for now, and let's put test here, and let's see if I refresh. Yes, we have test. Let's now see if we can, let's go to global CSS. Let's remove all of this. So we have only white page here. Yes, that looks nice. Now let's go back to our page. So for our home page, for our index page, I would like to have a simple header and then hero section, and that will be basically it. So let's start with this. I'm going to put, maybe let's use here main element here, and let's put a header, and then I will have a hero section. So let's put a section like this, and inside our header I will have a link to a logo with a link. So let's put a link that will go to just homepage, and let's say that the link, this logo will be just link list, something like this. We will also have navigation, so I will have several links here to about or something like this, and then let's put about here, and you can also have more pages later if you want. So let's put maybe pricing, and here pricing, and let's put contact as well, and let's put contact here, and that will be good for now. And then we have inside header we have a logo, then we have navigation. Another thing I would like to have is like on the right side I would like to have information about logged in user, so like a div with another navigation. So let's put a link, yeah, let's put this as a link to /login, and it will say sign in, and we'll have another one for creating an account. So let's do create account, and let's do /register. Okay, and that will be it. So now we have this div with those two links, and then we have all of this that should be on the left side. Let's put all of this, the logo and this navigation, to a separate div. So now we have two divs, the first one to be on the left side and then this one to be on the right side. So now for the header, I want to do something like this. I want to have a grayish color. Let's do gray 300. That's maybe too dark. Let's see 200. Or maybe let's do white header. So let's do background white, but the page will be grayish. So let's go to globals. Let's do body, and let's do apply, and let's do background gray and gray, and let's do 100. So now we have gray page and white header. Now let's go back to our header, and here let's also add a small border on the bottom, border B for border bottom, and now we have something like this. So now This is the first div. This is the second div. Let's put those next to each other. So let's put flex here, and let's put justify between. So now, as you can see, this is on the left, this is on the right. Now, the first div that has this link and navigation, let's also put those two parts next to each other. So let's add a class name here, flex, and let's put gap of, maybe no gap for now. Let's see. Yeah, but we will need some gap. Let's do gap of 4. Let's see. Yeah, I think that looks nice. And now, for the header, I would like to have some spacing on the sides. So let's do padding, maybe on all sides. So let's do padding of 4. So now we have something like this. And I think this looks nice. Now let's add some spacing between those navigation links. So here, let's do a class name. Let's put flex and gap of 2. Let's see how it looks like. Yeah, maybe a little bit more spacing. Let's do gap of 4. Yeah, now I would like to have those in different colors. So I will do text gray, and maybe let's do 700. That's still too dark. Let's do 500. And I will, instead of gray, I will use slate 500. Yeah, so they are grayish. All right. Maybe those could be smaller as well. So let's do text SM. Yeah, I think it looks nice. Those are not centered, as you can see. This is more to the bottom. So to fix it, I'm going to add here, let's do items center. And now they are in the middle with this link list thing. Right, now on the, I think this looks fine enough. Maybe we could add an icon here later on. Now for this right side, let's see. Here we have a div. Maybe let's change this to a navigation. Doesn't really matter if it's a div or nav. Let's put a flex and let's add gap of 4. Yeah, let's add text small. And let's add text slate 500. So now we have something like this. Maybe those could be a little bit closer to each other. Let's do gap of 2. No, that's too close. 3. Well, let's put it 4. Right, 4 looks nice. And yeah, I think this will work. All right, so we have something like this, and our header looks almost okay. Maybe I would like to have a little bit more spacing here. So here I will do a gap of 6, and yeah, I think this looks fine. So we have our header here, and it would be nice to put it as a separate component. So I'm going to cut it from here, and I will put this inside the source. I will put a new directory called components, and here I will put new file, and let's put this as a header.js, and let's dot us again, and let's do export default function. Let's do header, and let's see, return. Now we need to return all of this, and as you can see, now we don't have any header, but we can import it. So here, let's do header like this, and as you can see, it added this import line for me. Import header from components header. If it doesn't do it automatically for you, you need to add it manually. Those imports are not used anymore, so let's remove those, and we have our header here. Right, so now here we have a section, and I want to have some kind of hero section here. So a big title here, and a smaller title, and a small form here. So let's do H1, and let's say it will be your one link for everything. Yeah, something like this. And then we will have an H2, share your links, music, social profiles, contact info, and more on one page, something like this. And now we need to have a little bit of styling for those headers. So the first one, let's put text extra large, and let's make this one bold as well. So let's do font bold. Let's see. Yeah, it should be even bigger. Let's do 4XL. Yeah. And here I would like to break line. So let's do break line here. Let's see. Yeah, something like this. Now I want to have the same spacing on the sides. So for this section, let's add padding of 4 from all sides. And this looks fine. Now for this subtitle, I would like this to be more grayish. So let's do, I'm going to put this here, let's add the class names, and let's do text slate 500, and let's make it bigger. Let's do text XL, and I want this one to have some margin from the top. Let's do 8. Yeah, maybe 8 is too much. Let's do 6. And I want this one to also break somewhere here. So to do this, I'm going to put both of those into a div that will have a max width of, I don't know, let's do small. And let's see, I'm going to put this H1 and H2 here inside. So now as you can see, it's like this. I think it's fine. Maybe we can make this one a little bit brighter. Let's see, 300. No, I cannot see anything. 400. 400 is fine. Let's see how this will look like with gray instead of slate. I think gray is a little bit better here. So let's do gray, but let's put back 500. Right, so this looks fine. And maybe I will make this even bigger. So let's do a 6XL. And it looks fine, but I want to have more spacing here. Your one link for everything. Yes. Now here underneath I will have a small form. So here I will put under this div I will put a form, and it will be something like this. This form will have an input of type text, and it will also say something like this. It will have a button of type submit. It will say join for free. Yeah, and for this button, I want this button to be bluish. So let's add the class name. Let's do background blue. Let's do not 900. Let's do 500. Let's do text white. And now let's see. Let's add a little bit of padding. Padding 4. I think this looks nice. More padding on the sides. So let's do padding top and the bottom 4. On the sides it will be 6. And this looks nice. Now I will do something like this. For this form, we'll add the class names like flex. And now the input is the same size here. That's nice. Now, before the input, I would like to have a span or just a text saying what your page will look like, what your link will look like. And let's say it will be link list.to/. So we will have something like this, as you can see. Let's make it more to the middle here. So let's add items center. So we have something like this, and now the input doesn't take the whole height, but we can fix it. So for this input, let's add some class names. Padding on the top and the bottom of 4, and now it's the same height here, as you can see. And now for this text here, I want the background also to be white. So let's add a class name background white, and but it should take all the space. So let's do padding on the top and the bottom of 4. Yeah, so we have something like this. Here we can edit. Let's add placeholder for the input. So let's add a placeholder username. It will say username. So now we have something like this, linked list.to/username, and here we can put a username. I would like to have a little bit of padding here on this span. So let's maybe put this here. Let's do padding left of, let's do 4. So now we have something like this. Looks nice. Maybe be a little bit of padding on the right, or I don't know if it's needed. Maybe this looks fine. Now for the whole thing, I would like to add a little bit of shadow. So let's do shadow, and let's see. No, it goes all the way, even here. And let's change this to flex. Well, let's see. Inline, not flex inline. Let's do inline flex. I think it was inline flex. Yeah, so it doesn't go all the way to the right with this shadow. So this looks fine. Maybe we can have a little bit of shadow. So let's do shadow large. So now we have more shadow, and that looks really nice. Now I want to have more spacing here, right? So maybe from this div with the text, I'm going to add margin bottom of, let's do 4, and let's see. So that's not enough. Let's do, I don't know, 6 or maybe 8. Yeah, 6 looks like this. And I would say it's almost good. Let's try with 8 to do even more. And I think this looks fine. Maybe I will do the shadow a little bit darker. So let's do here shadow, and let's do black. And yeah, that's too dark. Let's do black divided by 50%. Okay, that's still too much. Let's do 20. Yeah, so we have now something like this. I think this will look fine. Maybe we can do darker gray. So let's do gray of, I don't know, 700. So yeah, now we have something like this. And yeah, I think this will work. You can test with other colors and other here transparency if you want. I think this looks fine. Right, now I would like to center this or push it more to the bottom. So let's see, here inside the section, I'm going to add a padding top of something big. Let's do 16. That's not super big. Let's try with 32. Okay, that's a little bit better. So now we have something like this. And I think it looks fine. For bigger screens like this one, it should be more centered, but we can fix it later. Or maybe let's see now. For the section, let's do max width of large. So now and let's also add MX auto, so it will be centered. Okay, so now it's this big. Okay, it needs to be much bigger. Let's do 2XL. And now it's here, and well, it stays here. Let's see with 4XL. Then it's here, and if I make it bigger, then it stays here. Yeah, let's maybe keep it 4XL as maximum, but let's do the same with our header, so it will be also centered. Let's go to header, and let's see. Here we have this background white, and we want to have it on the whole width from the left to the right. But let's put a div, and inside this div, let's put everything inside. For this main div, we want to make it max width of, I think it was 4XL. And let's add this border justify and padding maybe not padding, but the rest, let's put this here, flex and justify. So now if I make it this wide, okay, as you can see, it's not centered because I forgot to add MX Auto, so margin on the sides should be automatically the same, and now it's better. So now if I make it this, let's see if it's in line with this your almost-ish. So something is a little bit off. Let's see what it is, and I think it's this padding. Let's change this to padding on the top and the bottom to be 4, and here let's add padding on the sides to be 4. Okay, now let's try, let's see. Yeah, now everything is in line, so that's good. And yeah, and I think maybe for small screens we can add more padding on the sides. So let's do here 8. So we have more padding here, and let's do same for this section here. Let's see, section padding 4. Let's change this to padding 6. Padding from the top 32. Okay, so now everything is still in line, and yeah, I think it looks fine. So later we will also add some examples here of pages of other users, or maybe here mobile version of a preview, how it looks like. And for now, let's focus that we can actually put stuff here, and we can hit this button and something will happen. One thing that is off is that when I make this thing smaller, you can see that create account is doesn't have any padding on the right side. So let's fix this first. Let's go to header, and let's see. On this div we have let's see, max width, flex, and let's see, MX Auto. Here inside we should have we shouldn't have this padding X here, because it's only for this left side. So now we don't have even here. And now let's do this thing here. Padding, let's do 6 on the sides, and now we have here, and here we have padding on the sides of 6. Let's see how it looks like, if it's still in line with the rest. I think it is. So yeah, that looks nicer because now we have some spacing here. Right, but now the next part will be fixing this form, and of course fixing also this authentication. We need to be able to authenticate, login, register, and we need to fix this form as well. All right, so to fix this thing, what we want this thing to do is that you will grab a username for our website, and it will redirect you to the login page. And for this sign in, for example, it will also redirect you to a login page. So let's start by creating a login page first. So I will first go to this thing inside header, and we will change this to be a link to a login page. So here we have our header, and it goes to /login, but if I click here, it will get I will get a 404 because we don't have a page for this. Let's go inside app, and let's create a directory called login, and let's hit enter, and inside let's put a page.js. All right, and let's do here export default function. Let's call this one login page, and the name here doesn't really matter. You can put just login or just doesn't matter because it's a default export. All right, so let's see. Here inside we will need to have a return, and let's put a div with a test inside. So as you can see, now we have only test, but I would like to have our header, and so to fix it, I will get the rid of this header from the page, and I will put this inside our layout. So inside our layout, as you can see, we have just HTML tag and body, and here we have our children. I'm going to change this, and inside our body I will put a main element, and then I will put header here, and then after header I will put children. So now we have two headers for the homepage, because we don't need this header anymore inside our homepage because we have it inside layout. So now we have a layout here, and now if I click sign in, we have a test including our header here because it's inside layout. But let's see, we don't have this padding on the sides, right? So maybe let's add it to layout as well. So let's put a div with some class names for our children here, and those class names will be let's go to the home page, and those class names will be those: padding of 6 and max width of 4XL and MX auto. Let's grab it, let's put it inside layout. And let's see, let's also grab this padding of 6, and let's put this here. But this padding top of 32, it will be only for the homepage, because only here for this hero section we want this big padding. If we go to the login page, well, a padding top of 32 is not needed here. So let's go to our login page, and here inside I will have a h1 that will say, maybe not login, let's say sign in, and we need to make it bigger. Let's do class names, and let's put something like this. Let's make it text, and let's do 4XL, and let's make it bold. Let's make it bold, font bold, and let's make it centered. So let's do text center, text center. Let's put this here and this here. So now we have something like this, sign in. And well, but maybe we can do something a little bit prettier here. Maybe we can have a box to sign in. So for this div, I'll put another one here inside, and I'll put this h1 in here. For this div, I will put a white background. So let's do background white. As you can see, we have this, and now let's add border, so something like this. Yeah, now let's add some padding, so let's do padding 4. Yeah, that's better. And now let's also add well, let's add max width of extra small, so this size of the box, and let's make it centered. So let's do MX auto. So now we have sign in that looks like this. Right, this looks fine. What I would like to do here is to have a button here underneath that will be sign in with Google. So here underneath, let's put a button. It will say sign in with Google, something like this. And yeah, that will work. Let's try to style it a little bit. So let's add the class names, and the background will be blue for this button of I don't know, 500. Let's see. Yeah, let's do text white, text center, and let's do width of full, so it will take all the space. Yes, that's nice. And let's add some padding on the top and the bottom of 4. Yes, and from this h1, let's put some margin bottom of at least 6, so we'll have some spacing. And now we have something like this, sign in with Google. I think that looks nice, but I would like to have a some kind of maybe Google icon here, and I think it will look much nicer. So to get a Google icon, maybe we will use awesome icons, font awesome icons. Let's see, let's add it to, let's go to the start page, icons, and let's search for Google. And yeah, this one looks fine. So this is what we are going to use for React, and we are going to use just this individual import. Using icons with React, let's open this. Let's see here. We need to install this and this. So let's do this. Let's open terminal. Let's open a new tab here. Let's do yarn add this. And let's also do yarn add this. Yarn add this. And now let's see how we can add those. So we just do font awesome icon FA Google. So let's put this text inside a span, and here let's put FA icon. Whoops, it doesn't look font awesome icon. Let's do font awesome icon, and our icon will be FA Google. So let's do FA Google. Looks like we cannot import it like this. Let's see why. Let's import it manually. So let's do import FA Google from, and let's see how we need to using icons with React. Let's open this thing again, and we need to import it from here. Not from here. Let's see if this icon is free first. So we want only free icons. Yes, this one is free, and we need to import it for React individual import FA Google. Let's try again. FA Google. Looks like we need to add this import manually. Let's do font awesome free solid SVG icons. And now let's see if I will save this. Can't resolve. Okay, yarn add font awesome free solid SVG icons. Let's try again. FA Google. Let's save. FA Google. Can't resolve. 642. The version is the same. Let's see. No animation. React. Let's try maybe again individual import using icons with React, and not globally. We want to do like this, not globally. We want to do individual icons. So we have this. We cannot import like this, but let's try with FA envelope. And let's see if FA envelope will work. Let's do FA envelope, and let's see. Can't resolve font awesome SVG core. Okay, maybe we need to add it as well. So let's do yarn add, and let's do this. And now it kind of works. Let's try with FA Google. FA Google. Let's see what does it say. Unused. Okay, let's use it. And I don't see the icon. Cannot resolve. Okay, maybe it's somewhere else. It's maybe not here. So let's see, what else do we need? We have this free solid SVG icons, but we may need some more. Here, as you can see, we need free brands SVG icons. So let's yarn add those as well. And now maybe it will work better to automatically import those. So let's do FA Google, and as you can see, I can import this one from free brands SVG icons. So that's good, and we have our imports here, so that's good, and we have our Google icon. Let's see what happens now if I will add some class names here. Let's add the width of 6. Yeah, that's really nice. So now it's smaller. Let's do for the button, let's add flex. And let's add some gap of 2. Yeah, and let's do justify, and let's do center. Yeah, so it's in the middle, and I think this looks really nice. Maybe this white box is not needed, so let me try to remove this background white and border. Now we have something like this. Maybe we can even add some extra text here, like sign into your account using one of the methods below, something like this. Let's make this centered as well. So let's do text center, and we want to have margin bottom of 6, let's say, and here let's decrease to 2, so we have something like this. And I think this looks fine. Maybe we can make it more grayish, so let's do text gray 500. And yeah, I think it looks fine. Later you can add more stuff here, sign in with, I don't know, something else like TikTok or Instagram or Facebook. And maybe we can also make it not blue, but more like white-ish. So let's try to make it background white, and let's add shadow. Yeah, I think this looks nice as well. Sign in with Google. Right, so we have our login page, and let's do that create account. For now, we'll go to the same page. So let's go to our header, components header, and it will go to login as well. Right, and now we need to fix our authentication. So let's go back to our login page, and here we have this button. Let's put that we'll have an on click, and for now let's put an arrow function, and well, let's see, now it's broken. On click needs to be a function, but we have an arrow function, so let's refresh. Even handlers cannot be passed to client component. Okay, we cannot have on click in client components. Well, to fix it, I'm going to put this button somewhere else. So let's go maybe to components, and I will do directory here called, let's do buttons. And I will create a button that will say login with Google and .js. And let's do export default function, login with Google, like this, and let's do return, yes, and let's put this button, cut this from here, and let's put this here, and yes. Now let's import it here, so let's do login with Google, yes, like this. We don't need those two font awesome imports here anymore. And now we can go inside this login with Google. Let's go to the top and let's put use client. So it's a client component. Now this icon is much smaller. Let's see why. Let's maybe change this to width of 8. No, still nothing. Let's see why. We have some padding here. And we have flex. Let's add items center. Yeah, and that's a little bit better. Let's change this. Let's remove this. Yeah, I think it looks fine, but maybe it would be better to have a bigger icon here. So let's see. What if we make it height of 12? Okay, then it's big. Let's do 8. Okay, then it's this big. I think it looks fine. Maybe we can do like 6 and more gap. Let's do a gap of 3. Yeah, I think this looks fine. All right, so now this button doesn't do anything, but we will fix it in a moment. I'm going to add the next auth here. And yeah, let's open next auth. Let's go to get started, existing project. Let's do yarn add next auth. And let's see, for the Next.js 13 and upwards, we need to use this thing here. So we need to create a file inside, let's see, let's open this again. Next.js 13, we need to add it inside app using this guide. Okay, here guide. We need to put this file. So inside app, we need to have API directory. Let's do new directory called API. And inside API, we need to have auth directory. So let's do new directory auth. And inside auth directory, we need to have this directory. So let's do a new directory called, I think it was next auth, like this. Let's see, next auth, yes. And this is because it will grab all of the URLs that will go to /API/auth. And inside here, we need to have route.js. They have TS because they have example for TypeScript. I'm going to use route.js. Right, and we need to have this kind of handler. So let's put this here. And here we will have our options. And it's much better to have options as a separate constant, because we will need to import it somewhere else later. So let's use here, let's define this constant called auth options equals object. As you can see here, it's an object. So let's put it here, and here let's do just auth options. Right, and now for the options, let's see what kind of options. They don't specify the options here, or maybe they do, some of them. But I'm going to close this part of the documentation. And here on getting started, you can see that we have providers, and providers are all of like methods that you can use to log in. And I'm going with Google. So here we have, for example, Google provider, and I'm going with this one. So let's do Google provider. We need to put it inside providers. So inside our options, let's put providers, and it's an, I think it's an array. Yes, providers. Let's put Google provider. We need to import it. Google provider. Well, I cannot import it. Let's see why. Let's try to put it like this. Let's put this import somewhere here on the top. And now, as you can see, we need to have inside our env configuration Google Client ID and Google Client Secret. For this, we need to go to our Google console, console cloud google.com, and I will create a new project for this. Let's do a new project, and let's call it link list. Yeah, let's create, and now it's creating this project for me. Creating project link list. Let's select this project, and yeah, now let's search for OAuth, Open Authentication. Yeah, let's hit credentials, and let's see. So we need to create Google Client ID and Google Client Secret inside our let's see, inside our env configuration. So let's close source for now, and inside our main directory, I'll put .env, and let's put Google Client ID to be this, and Google Client Secret will be empty string for now. And well, here inside we are going to need to create or paste both of those. So to do this, I will go to first configure consent screen for our login. External, create app name. Let's do link list, and email, my email here, and here another email. So I will just put my email. You can use your email. It doesn't really matter. Let's go save and continue. And this is now done. Let's see, sensitive scopes, restricted scopes. That's fine. Let's do save and continue. Test users, no, save and continue. And back to dashboard. So let's go back to credentials. And now we can create credentials of client ID. And let's see, application type, web application. And now authorized redirect URLs. For this, we need to put, let's see, here is the information. For development, it's localhost 3000. As we have localhost 3000, sometimes you can have another port used like 3001, 4000. But basically, look, you get the idea. And you need to put all of this, so the whole URL. So I'm going to copy this. And remember, if you deploy your app to another domain, you need to add another link. So for now, I'm going to put only one. But if you have more in the future, like your own domain or Versal subdomain, you put it separately to a new redirect URL. Let's hit create. And here we have client ID and client secret. So let's put this here, client ID and client secret here. And now let's see. Now it should work, but another thing I would like to add is we have our provider, but one more thing I would like to add is adapter. And because I want to store user information of all of the users who log in and sessions inside a database. And for this, I'm going to use Mongo, and because it's super simple to spin up a Mongo Atlas database. So let's go to Mongo Atlas, and let's see, I'm going to sign in here with my Google account. And here again, I'm going to create a new project. Let's hit new project, and here it will be link list. Let's hit next and create project. And now let's create a database for our project, a free database. That is nice. Let's hit create. And now we need to have username and password. I will put link list here, and I'm going to just copy this password. Let's create user. That's fine. For the access here, IP addresses. As you can see, my IP address has been automatically added. So that is good. I can just click finish and close, go to overview, and I have copied the password and I'm going to paste it here for now. But the thing here is I will click connect here, and let's go to, let's do, for example, MongoDB for VS Code or Shell or Compass. Doesn't really matter. It will give you the same string-ish. So I'm going to copy this. And let's put this as a, let's do Mongo URL. And let's put this. Maybe we can call it URI. I think it's more correct way. As you can see, here we have user and here we have password that we need to put. So I'm going to cut this and I'm going to paste it here. I'm going to change this password later so you guys cannot use it. You need to create your own. Here after slash, after this slash, you put your database name. I think test is default, but I'm going to put it anyway. So you can have several database inside one database or project instance. So I'm going to do test here. Right, so this is done and we have our Mongo URI. Now let's go back to this documentation for our adapter. Here, as you can see, we will need to have this MongoDB client. So let's see. First, we will need to install this with yarn. So let's do yarn add MongoDB. And Now they want us to put this somewhere, this code. So it will just prepare a database connection for Next.js. So inside source, I'm going to put a new directory called libs, and I will do new file, and let's put this mongo client.js, and I'm going to paste all this here, and this is in TypeScript, so I need to remove this, and I think that's it. But they have it as mongodb URI, and we have it as just mongo URI, so we need to change here and here in 2 places. This is also TypeScript, so let's remove this, and I think now it looks fine. So now let's go here, we have it here, and now inside our authentication options we put adapter to be mongodb adapter, and we need to also install this, as you can see. So let's do yarn add, and let's add this thing, and now let's put adapter, mongodb adapter, inside our app API of Next.js route. So here inside of options we will put adapter to be let's see, mongodb adapter. Let's do mongodb adapter, and it has been imported for me, and here inside we put this client promise, and as you can see it's imported from this mongo client inside libs that we created. So that is nice, and now I think we are done here. So let's see what happens if we try to log in. I will hit sign in and nothing happens. This is because we had this empty arrow function. So let's go to, let's see, it's inside components header. No, not inside header, inside buttons, login with Google. Here we have this empty arrow function. Let's add sign in, imported from, as you can see, Next.js React. Here we put just Google, and that will be it, I think. So let's save it. Now let's refresh here and let's try to log in. And as you can see, we can log in with Google accounts now. I am logged in now, but I don't see any information. So here, let's try to do, let's grab all of the information from use session, so we can see if we are logged in. Let's do use session, and let's do console log of this data here. And this didn't work because, as you can see, use session needs to be wrapped inside session provider. Well, I don't want to wrap it here, so I think maybe we can get rid of this use session from here, and we can go to our header and grab session here. So let's see, we can do either use session, or because this is server component, we don't have any use effect on the top, I can do get server session, and here we need to put our options, and those are now imported. Let's do const session equals, and we need to add a wait here, and because it's a wait, I need to add export async here, no, not here, export default async here function. Right, now let's see, and we have this session here. Let's see what will happen if we will add console log here for this session. We should probably see it here inside our terminal, and yes, we do. If I refresh, you can see we have user and we are logged in, so this works. Our authentication works. We can also let's go to database and let's see, browse collections, and we have our test database. You can name it however you want, and inside we have 3 collections. We have accounts, sessions, and users. We have accounts and users because in case you have many providers like Google, Twitter, GitHub, and so on, then you will have many accounts, but only one user or something like this. Right, but we have a session here. So yeah, I'm logged in and it looks nice. One thing that we may want to do is that if you are logged in, so if we have a session, I don't want to show sign in and create account. Instead, I want to show a link to the username or account or something like this. So we have a user here that we can use and then the name. Right, let's hide this and let's don't console log this. Here we have this second navigation to sign in and create account. But here inside, I would do something else. I would do, if we have a session, or maybe let's do, if we don't have session, so let's do exclamation mark, let's do end, parenthesis, and inside let's put React fragment because we'll put those two links inside. So those two links will be visible only if we are not logged in. So let's now do the opposite. Let's do, if we have session, let's maybe change this to a boolean because it's an object. So let's do bang bang and then it's true or false. And now let's do end parenthesis. We can put React fragment, but we don't have to because we will have only one element here and it will go to, let's say, /account. And well, here I will say account like this. So we have account, or we can do something like this. We can do hello, colon, and we can put the username. So let's do a session, user, and name. You can do without question marks and it will work as well, as you can see here. But I will add question marks in case some of this is empty. I guess that because this is true, it will never be empty, this part, but you never know, and I don't want to have some weird warnings or errors, so I prefer to suppress those warnings. Okay, but we have this link and it goes to account. It doesn't really work, but we'll fix it in a second or in a minute. Before we will do this, I want to put actually another link to a logout. So here we will actually need to have React fragment. So let's put this link here. And I want to have a button here that will log out. But because this button will have an on click, it will be a client component. So we can either do here, use client, but then if we do this, we cannot use get server session like this, because get server session is only for server components. So we need to put, because this header is a server component, we need to put logout button as a separate component. Let's go to buttons and let's do here, let's create a file. Let's call this one logout button.js. Let's do export default function logout button with capital B, logout button, and let's do return, and let's do button here. Whoops, not like this. I want to have regular button like this. I will have on click, and on click I'm going to do arrow function sign out. Let's see, sign out like this. Yes, and it will say logout, and we need to put on the top use client. Yes, and now let's try to use this button inside our header. So let's put here logout button. Yeah, and we have our logout button here. We need to style it a little bit. So let's go to logout button. Let's put this on click here. Here I'm going to put some class names. Let's put the border to see how it looks like. Well, it looks like this, and this doesn't look good. So first I'm going to go back to header, And for this nav, as you can see, we have flex, but we don't have items center. So let's add it. Now it's centered. Now for the logout, let's remove the border. And instead, I want to have an icon. So this logout text I'm going to put inside the span, and let's add an icon. I think it was font awesome icon. And for the icon, we will put, let's search for logout. No, I cannot find it. So let's go to those icons here. And let's search for logout. And we have this, it's called right from bracket. And let's go React individual import FA right from bracket. Okay, FA right from bracket from this. Yes, let's import. Yeah, we have logout. We need to have some spacing, so let's do flex and gap of 2. Yeah, and let's add the items center. Yeah, and maybe we can add a little bit of border. Yeah, this looks fine. We have border. Let's add a padding of 2, so we have more spacing. Maybe padding on the sides of, let's do 4. And let's add some shadow here for this button. Yeah, and I think it looks much nicer. Now this logo doesn't look good. Let's go to our header and let's see. Here we have flex, but we don't have item center. Let's see. Yeah, now it's much better. We have our logout and our logo looks nice. Maybe we can add a icon here. Let's search for link. Maybe we can do something like this. So here we have our logo. Let's put this here. For this text, I'm going to put this text inside the span. Here I will add the font awesome icon, and the icon will be, let's see, it will be just FA link. So let's import FA link. Yes, from here. Yes. And now for this link, I'm going to add the class name of flex, items center, gap of 2. And now let's see how this will look like. Yeah, so we have something like this. I want to add for this font awesome icon, I will add a class name to be background of blue 500. So it will be, the icon will be blue. Well, it's not what I wanted. Let's see, not the background, but let's do text. No, let's try with fill blue 500. Let's see, no, let's try with a text blue 500. Yeah, now it works. So we have something like this. Maybe the logo, the text could be also text blue 500. Yeah, or maybe it could be darker. I don't know. I think this looks fine. Maybe we can add for this. Let's see. Let's change this 500 to 700. So it will be a little darker. Yeah, I think this looks fine. You can change it to what you think looks better. Doesn't matter. Maybe I will also make it bolder. So let's do span class name and let's do bold, font bold. Yeah, I think this looks fine. Okay, so now we can log in and let's see if I can log out. Yes, I can log out and I can log in back. And this works fine. And the next part will be so we can fix this. So we can grab a username and fixing an account. So if you have a username, it will be shown there. Right, so before we will go to this thing, I noticed that my authentication stopped to work. So I tried to log in and I don't see any logout button. So, or I don't see any logout button, or I don't see my name. And I noticed that we have some error here inside the console. And I think this is because we need to add a secret to our next auth. So inside app API auth next auth, let's go here to route, and inside our auth options, let's put a secret. So and here I guess we should have our MongoDB adapter, but I don't know why it disappeared. Let's just add it back, MongoDB adapter with client promise. And I wanted to add a secret here, and our secret will come from our environment file. So let's do just secret without key, just secret like this. And now let's add a secret to our .env. So here I'm going to add secret, and our secret will be just some random string, doesn't really matter. And now let's restart here our environment, and let's see if it helped. So now I'm going to refresh here and the page, and let's see, I will log in with Google. Let's log in, and now I am logged in. I'm still on the login page, but here on the header you can see that I am logged in. So let's go to the home page, and well, this seems to work. We have our logout button. But now we need to fix this part, right? So let's do this. Let's go to this part of the page. So let's see, inside our app, let's go to page. And as you can see here inside page, we have this form. And we have this form, and here we have this input and the button. So what I want to do with it is very simple. When you put something here like test 1, 2, 3, 4, and you click this join for free, I want to save this to local storage or URL, and then I want to redirect to the login page, to the Google login page, and then when you come back, we will have this information about test 1, 2, 3, 4 that you chose this name, right? So how can we do this? Well, first thing is, as you can see, we are already logged in. So maybe we shouldn't see this form. I don't know. Let's first log out. And yeah, then we definitely should see this form. Let's assume we are not logged in then, and we have this form. And this is our first visit, and we want to have a username of, I want to have a David with W here. And when I click join for free, it should redirect me to the login page, and it should remember this username. So how can we do this? Because we will have on click on this button, on click, we will need to have a client component. And this home page, as you can see, is a server component because we don't have any use client on the top. So to fix it, first I will remove this header import that we don't use anymore. And now let's maybe move this whole form thing outside of this page component, right? So here we have this form, and let's cut it from here. Let's save it. So now it's not here, and let's put it as a separate component. So we have components here, and we have buttons. Maybe let's create a new directory called forms. Why not? And inside forms, let's do new file, and let's do hero form.js. And here inside, let's do export default function, and let's do hero form, and let's do return, and inside return, we just paste this. And this, now let's use this one on our page. So here I'm going to do hero form, and it automatically imported this for me, so this is nice. Now let's go back inside, and the first thing is that we want to make it a client component. So I'm going to add here use client, and that looks fine, yes. And now I can add on click and so on for the buttons. So this button is type submit, so maybe I will not add on click on this button, and instead I'm going to add on submit on the form. So let's do on submit, and maybe let's put this as a separate function here. Function handle submit, yeah, handle submit, and it will be run here. So handle submit. And now first we want to grab the event that is passed here, and we want to prevent default because we don't want to send the form the default way. Instead, what do we want to do? We want to grab the value of this input, and there are many different ways of doing this. On other tutorials, on other projects, I'm always doing a state for this. So we can do like user name and set user name equals use state. And from React, default will be empty string. And here we could just do something like this, value equals username. And when we do on change, we will grab event and we set username to be event target value. And this way we can do console log of username. And if I do inspect here, so we can open console. Let's see if I put my name here, join for free. We have username David, so that is correct. So this way we can grab username from the input, but there's also another way. Let me remove this and let me show you. I'm going to remove this state, and this username, as you can see, is empty now. So we cannot use this console log, but as you can see, we have this event target, event object. So we can do something like this, event console log event. And if I put something here, we get event. And the thing is that we have target, which is the form. So we can do something like this, const form, not from, form equals event target. And we can even grab the input equals form, and we can find it this way. We can do query selector input, and we can do input value like this. And now if I go to console, let's clear everything. Let's put my name here. And as you can see, we can get the name this way too. So just input value. There are many ways of doing this in React. Most of the times you will use state. But well, this time let's do this this way. So we have input and we'll grab the value from there. So let's do const username equals input value. All right. And now when we submit, when we click here, join for free, we want to redirect to the login page. So let's do sign in, and the provider will be Google, because this is the only provider we have for now. And there are also some options. Let me jump here inside and let's see what are the options here. So here we have the options, sign in options. Let's see, we have callback URL and redirect. Let's try with the redirect. So let's go back to our hero form and let's pass here redirect. And where do we want to redirect? We want to redirect to something that will include this username. So let's do something like this. It will redirect to a page called account with a query string that will be username equals and then our username. We probably need to add a wait here because it's an async function, and we will need to add async here. Right, so this should work now. And well, let's do another thing, that if the username is empty, we don't do anything. So if username length is 0, or we can do bigger than 0, then we will do this sign in. So let's do bigger than 0, then let's put this sign in here inside. So now if I click, nothing happens. But if I put my name here, join for free, it redirects me to this login page. And if I log in, I am redirected to, well, the home page. So this didn't work like I wanted. Let's try again, log out. Let's put join for free. Let's log in. No, didn't work. So because this solution with redirect doesn't seem to work, I'm going to do this other way. Let's get rid of this redirect. And well, here we know we have a username and we want to log in, but before we will log in, we want to save it somewhere. So for this, I'm going to do window, local storage, and set item. And we are going to set item on local storage called, we can call it like username or wanted username, or maybe desired username, something like this. Let's do this with like this, and we will set it to username. And this looks fine. So now let's save it. And now let's see, if I put my name here, join for free, I will log in. And as you can see, I'm logged in. And now let's go to our application and to local storage. And as you can see, here we have a desired username and David. So that's fine. So if we see this form and or if we are on the home page, we can do like this. If we see this form and we have a desired username and we are logged in, then we should be redirected, right? Right. So so let's do this. I'm going to add a use effect hook here from React. Let's add arrow function, nothing here, no dependencies, because this should run when our hero form renders. And here we want to check something like this. If we have local storage, so let's see if we have local storage inside window, then we want to check if we have, and we have a window, local storage get item, and we want to get desired username. So we check if it's if we have something inside. Maybe we can put it like in several lines so it will be easier to read, something like this. Okay. And so we have local storage and local storage get item. This is true. So we have a string or something. And then we will do const username equals, and let's just get it from desired username from the local storage. It should be username. And then what do we want to do with that username? Then we want to redirect. So let's do redirect. Let's import it from, let's see, let's import it from, Next navigation, and let's see if this will work. So we want to redirect to /account with username being this username. And before we will do this redirect, I also want to remove it from the local storage. So let's do window, remove, I think it was remove, no, window first, local storage, and then remove item, desired username. Yeah, so now, as you can see, we got redirected to the account, and then username equals David. So that is nice. Now, if we go to the home page, it will not redirect us again because it removed this desired username from the local storage. But if let me log out, if I try again, David, join for free, it will log in me and it sets this local storage. And then when I come back, it renders this use effect runs. And as you can see, we are grabbing the username from the local storage, and we are removing this, and then we are redirecting to this username. So account username equals David. All right, but we don't have any page for this account. So let's fix it. Let's see. Let's put new directory inside our app, and let's put account. And inside, let's put a new file, and let's call this one page. Not call, it should be page. So page.js, and let's do export default function, and let's call this one account page, and let's do return a div maybe here inside. that should be good for now. Yeah. So this works. Let's put maybe account here. And well, the first thing is that we want to check if we have a desired username or even if we are maybe logged in, right? So this is page and this is a server component for now. So there is several ways of doing this. First, maybe we want to have information about the user because this is account page and we know if someone is logged in or not. So first, let's do something like this. Const session equals await, and let's grab our server side session get server session, and here just auth options, yes, and we need to add the export default async function, yeah, and this should work now. So we have account and we can maybe print our account user name, right? Because we are logged in. So we have account and my name here. All right, so what else do we want to have here? Well, we need to grab this desired username. Maybe we shouldn't call it just username, and instead we should call it desired username. So let's go back to here and let's change this username to desired username, and let's also change it here so we don't need to log in and log out and log in again. All right, so let's go back to our account page. And well, now we want to grab this desired username. So how can we do this? Well, we can try to grab the URL first. So let's see if we have any type of request here. So let's do console log request, and let's see inside our console here. We have, as you can see, params and search params inside this request. So we can grab search params, and inside search params we have desired username. So instead of just grabbing all of the requests, let's grab our search params, and let's do something like this. Our desired user name equals search params, and let's do desired username. Yeah. So now let's try to print it. I'm going to do break line here, and let's do desired username equals colon, and let's print our desired username. And let's see if this will work. As you can see, it does. So we have session about the logged in user, and we have desired username from the URL here. We can add a question mark in case search params is empty or something. Yeah, but this should work now. So we know if someone is logged in or not, and we know the desired URL. There are some edge cases, like for example, if we don't have any session. So if we are not logged in and you go just to /account page, what should happen? Well, I don't know. Let's see first. So as you can see, now I'm not logged in anymore. So the account is empty, but desired username is David. So I'm not logged in. I think I shouldn't see this page at all. So let's do something like this. Here, let's do if there's no session, and then let's do just redirect and redirect to the home page. And now let's see, we have been redirected to the home page because we are not logged in. So let's try again, grab this desired username, and let's log in, and we are redirected to the account with the desired username of David. All right, so now this works. We check for session first, and this looks fine. So now for the most popular case that you want to register a new account, we should have some kind of form here with the username, right? And that should be it. So let's create maybe a simple input for this. Instead of printing this account and desired username, we want to print an input so you can pick your username, right? But then when we have a username, we need to store it somewhere, right? So first let me open my database, and for now we have only users, accounts, and sessions inside our database, and it all comes from the Next.js. So maybe it would be nice to have something like profiles. So so you can log in and you will have an account, a user, and a session, but for each grabbed username you will have a profile, or maybe let's call it a page. Yeah, I think page will be work best. So we want to have a page that will have the username or just URL of /David, right? So I'm going to first define an input that we can put, that it will be pre-filled with this David here in the middle, and with a button here underneath, claim this username. So let's do this. Well, maybe here underneath I'm going to put a form, and I'm going to first, I will remove this action. I'm going to put an input here with let's say placeholder. Let's add a placeholder. It's always nice to have a placeholder, a username, and a button here underneath, claim username. Yeah, now let's see how it looks like. It looks really bad. Well, first we want to put this desired username into this form, and we want to style it a little bit. So first let's style it, and the first I'm going actually to remove this account and desired username, and so we have only this form, and let's maybe add a h1 here, so we will have a page that looks like a login page. So here let's add a title that will say grab your username. Yeah, so we have something like this, and we want this to be big. Let's see, maybe our login page, and maybe I will just copy this and I will put this here, and I will rename this to grab your username. So we have something like this, and now let's see, on the login page we have only a button to log in with Google. So but we have also this paragraph that we can maybe reuse here as well. So let's add a little bit more of text saying choose your username, and that will be it for now. Now we have an input and we have a button. So let's start with an input. I'm going to add some class names here. So first the class name will be, we want to display by block. Let's add a padding of 2. Padding on the padding will be 2. And what else? Let's see how it looks like. It looks like this. Well, the first problem I have is that it's not centered. So let's add MX Auto. So maybe it will be centered. Yes, it is. Now, let's see. I want to do the styling similar to this input here, or at least I want to add a little bit of border. And I think this time I will do a border thing. So just let's add border. And yeah, I think it looks fine. Now let's do something with the button. We want to make it more like, let's do class name. And we also want to have type of submit. And for the class names, well, what do we want to have here? For the class names, I want the button to be bluish. So let's do background, let's see, blue 500, text white. We want to have some padding, so let's do padding on the top, and the bottom will be 2, and on the sides let's do at least 4. So yeah, so we have something like this, and let's do display of block, and let's do MX auto, so it will be centered. So now we have something like this. Doesn't look that good. I want to have some spacing, and the length of the button should be the same like the length of the input. So how can we do this? First, let's add some spacing here. Or maybe first we can add the div that will hold both the input and the button. So let's put input and the button into this div, and now we can do something like this. We can do that the input will take the full width, and we can do the same with the button. So now it takes well, all the width here. We can decrease it by doing max width on this div, or there's so we can do max width of XS, and now it will be decreased, and we can do MX auto, and now it's centered. We can add margin on the input, so we can do like margin bottom of 4, or maybe something smaller, let's do only 2. And this works, and this works, and I think it looks fine. I'm going to claim your username, yeah, and maybe even the text here should be centered. So on the input, let's add text center, and I think, yeah, it looks nicer. So this works fine, but what I want to do is this desired username, David, should go inside into this input. So do we have something like default value? Yes, we do. We don't need for now the value or state for this input, because then we will need to have state, and we would need to change this server component, the client component, and we don't want to do this. Let's first do desired username, and we have our David here. So if I refresh, yeah, we have David, we have claim your username, and this looks fine. Now, so now we have a working grabbing from the homepage username from the form, and we're redirecting after the login to this thing with the filled in input. The next thing will be actually so we fix, so we can check if this username is not taken by someone else, and that when you click on this thing, on this button, it will register a page for us. And also, what else we need to do is that if we are logged in with a user, we need to check if that user doesn't have already a page with this username or with this URL. Maybe here would be nice also to have an arrow to the right. So I'm going to add it from hero icons. Let's search for right, and well, I don't know which one will work better, but I like this arrow right. So I'm going to go, but this one looks fine too. I'm going to take the one with the circle, or maybe not without circle, and let's go to components. Let's put directory icons, and inside icons I'm going to put a file called write, or maybe let's do icon. No, let's do write icon.js, because we do homepage and so on. So let's do write and then icon. Let's do here export default function write icon, and here let's do return, and let's paste what we have copied. I always grab this default class names and I remove them, and I put class name as a constant with capital N, and I put this as a property that we can reuse. So we can do something like this, and the defaults will be those. And now let's go to back to the account page, and on this button here, let's cut this, let's put this into span, and here next to this I'm going to put our write icon, and let's see, Yeah, the thing is now that we can do something like this class name, and we can change the defaults to, I don't know, width of 12. So it will be much bigger if we want to. But I think that the default is good, yes. But now we want to put it next to each other. So let's do something like this. I'm going to add flex here. So now it's next to each other. And let's see. Now I want to add a little bit of gap of 2, let's say. So we have some spacing from the text to the between the text and the icon. Now let's also add items center, so it will be centered vertically. And now let's add that it should be in the middle, so justify center. Yeah, and now it looks better. Yeah, I think it looks fine. Yeah, like I said, the next part will be so we can check if this username is already taken or not. And here underneath, we should, when you type like David, or if you change to David 2 or something like this, it should show here underneath if it's taken or not, a red box or something. And with this button, we should register a new page. Let's say it will be a page collection here, and we'll have a page with usernames and links and so on. So this will be like the next part. All right, before we will proceed, I want to show you how our database will look like. So let's go to diagram and entity relationship. Let's remove everything. And we start with a users collection, because this is what we get from Next.js. And we get stuff like ID, and we have name that is string-ish, and we have an email, and we have an image, because we get it from our Google Authentication provider. Right, so we have our users. What else we need to store? We need to store information about our pages. Pages is, let's say, I'm a user, I'm a logged in user with my Gmail, and I want to create a page that is /David. So for example, when someone visits this page with URI /David, they will see my page that I have created. So first thing pages will have is URI. That will be a string. So for example, my page will be /David. And then we also need to know who is the owner. So let's say it will be a string, and this will be an email of a user who created this page. What else? We will have like links. Let's say it will be an array. We will have some kind of buttons. It will also be array, and maybe color or theme. Let's do maybe theme. It will be a string, and that's basically it. We can have more properties later on if we need some more customization, but this is how the structure will look like. So we have users and we have pages. Another important collection that we will need inside our database will be events. And what do we need events for? We need events for analytics. Let's say that someone visits my page and I want to know about this visit. So when someone visits a page, I want an event to be created inside events collection. Same thing with, for example, when someone clicks a link inside my page, I want to know, okay, someone clicked on my page, and I want to know what link has been clicked and when, and so on. So for the events, the first and the most important part will be type of event. So it will be a string, but it will be either a click or view. So for example, when someone just visits a page, it will be type view, but if someone clicks a link, the type will be click. Right, then I need to know what was the page. Was it my page that I created, or was it someone else's page? So I need to pass here page. It will be a string. It will be the URI. I will connect it in a second. And then in case this is a link that has been clicked, so if type is click on my page, I want to know what is the URL of this of this link that has been clicked. All right, so now let's connect those three collections together. So first we have users and the pages. So in theory, one user can have many pages, but to make our app a little simpler, we will do that one user will have only one page. So let's do users, and we are going to connect it with email. So the owner here will be the email address of a user. And we have one-to-one relationship here. So let's do users email. We'll have one pages owner. So one user will have one page. So this owner property inside pages will be an email. And if we go to the emails, to the users, we can find our user with this email address. Right. So now we know how this will be connected. We will have pages, and in the owner property, we will have an email, and using this email here, we can find information about our user. So the name, the image, and so on. Now let's try to connect our pages with events. So let's see. We created events to know what happened on a specific page. And our connection here, or our relationship, will be between this page and this page URI here. So one page can have many events. So let's do page URI. One page can have many events, and we will connect with page property here. Here should be pages, right? And now we have our diagram, and we can see that the primary key for our pages will be the URI. So for example, this will be /David or I don't know, the name of your page. And this key will be a string, and it will be the same thing that we are going to use here. So for every event that we create, every click, every visit, we will save information like, let's say someone visited the page. So the type will be visit, the page will be, for example, /David, and the URL will be, well, the same, /David. When someone clicks something on my page, let's say a link to my favorite library on yarn.com, and the type of event will be click, because someone clicked a link on my page. The page will be /David, and the URL will be yarn.com/something something. So this is how our database will look like. It's really simple, but there's a lot of functionality that we can build with this. So now, because we don't have any pages yet, collections with pages, we cannot check if this is taken or not. So let's now first focus on grabbing this username and creating a page for us with this username. So in other tools, I'm doing like an API version that we are sending this with Axios or Fetch, but this time, because it's Next.js 14 and we should do more server components, I'm going to put here a server action. So what it means is that we can do something like this. For this form, we can add an action, but this action will be an async function. So I can define an async function like this: async function, and handle form submit. And here we will have form data that we can console log. Form data, we can maybe put those in curly brackets here, and here let's put our handle form submit like this. And now let's see, functions cannot be passed directly to client components unless you explicitly expose this by marking this with use server. Right, so this is a server component because we are using this get server session and so on, and this is an async component, as you can see, but they are telling us we need to add here use server anyway to mark it as server component. Now let's see, if I refresh, sorry, it shouldn't be here, maybe we can have it here, but what they meant was that we need to put it inside the function. So now let's see if I refresh. No, still nothing. Handle form submit. Maybe we need to put it outside. So let's try to put it here. And here we have some issues. Let's try to refresh this. No, still the same. Error. Functions cannot be passed directly to client components unless explicitly exposed by marking it with use server. This is not the client component, this is a server component, and we marked this function with use server, but let's try it different way. Maybe the issue is that we shouldn't have it in the same file. So to fix it, I'm going to do a new directory here inside source with actions inside, and actions as a new directory. And let's call this file, let's call this action grab username.js. And let's grab this and let's put this here. And we want to export it as a default. And the function name doesn't really matter here, but let's put the same as on the file name. So grab username. And now let's try to import it. So here we don't have this anymore. So let's do grab username and like this. And it's imported here, as you can see. Now let's see. Still nothing. Let's try to restart the environment, see if it helps. Right, so the issue here is actually that for this server function, let's go to this grab username. We need to put this use server here on the top of the file. And now, as you can see, it works. So it should console log this form data. Let's see if this will actually work. If I do claim your username, we have form data. And it's an object, so let's try to grab something from it. So let's do console log, or maybe not console log. Let's go first to our account page to see the form, to see the input. As you can see on this input, we don't have any name on this input. So I'm going to add it, name username. And now let's see if this will change anything. If I click here, we have well, more information here. So let's go to grab username and let's maybe try to do form data and let's get username and let's see if this will work. If I do claim your username, as you can see, we have this David here. So that is nice. And now we can just grab this username like this, const username equals this form data get username, and now we can save it to our database, right? So I was thinking maybe we can call it just pages. So for this I'm going to add the models. So let's do models because we are going to use Mongoose models, and let's do new file and let's do page.js, and let's do here first schema, const page schema equals new schema. Schema, we don't have it because we forgot to install Mongoose. Yarn add Mongoose, and now let's do new schema. Let's import it from Mongoose, yes. And now for the schema, we want to have also here timestamps. So the timestamps to true. I think it should be default by now, but well, maybe some people want to save some bytes on the spacing on the databases. But for our schema, what do we want here? Well, we want to have a username, and it will be, let's define it. It will be type of string. It will be required. And we can add something like this, minimum, I think. It will be minimum of 1. And let's do also that it will be unique. So let's do unique to true. Right, and that should be it. Now, what else for the page? Well, for now we don't need anything. We just need to have a page with a username. or maybe we can call it just a name. We can call it a name or username, doesn't really matter, or maybe we can call it URI. Maybe we can call it URI and it will be more proper. Right, so now let's create the model. So let's do const and let's do page and equals. Let's first check for models if we have here our page. Otherwise, let's just do a new model function with a name of page and our page schema. And we want to export it, of course, our page model. So let's go to grab username action. And here, let's do something like this. We want to grab this page and we want to create with this username. But we call it here inside page, we call it a URI. So let's put username as URI. Let's add a weight here and the result of it, let's call it maybe page document. And well, here we can just do return page document, or we could just do return here. Instead of doing const page doc, we could just do return and this. All right. So now what? Now we are returning this. Let's see if we can, well, use it, this returned thing. So let's go to our account page. And here we are having this search params. And let's also grab all of the rest in case we will have something inside. And let's see. Now we are running this. Okay, let's go here. I will do, for now, I will open just console here, console, and let's refresh. And now let's see. Here we should have a console log of the no params here because we are console logging this rest. But let's see if something will happen if we'll do something like this. So I clicked the claim your username and nothing really happened. And actually it did. We got an error because we got an error from our database because we were not connected. So let's go back to our grab username action. And here, before we will create a new page, let's do mongoose. Let's import mongoose and let's do connect. And we want to grab our connection URL from .env and it's called just mongo URI. So let's use it here, process, and let's do .env and .mongo URI. And now it should work. Let's see, I will open console even here. Let's do like this maybe, and let's claim your username and let's see what will happen. And as you can see, we get some warnings, and let's see what those warnings are about. Only plain objects can be passed to client components from server components. So it looks like this account page is still kind of client component, so we don't need this. And because we are using this server action and here we are returning this document, they say it's not a plain document, plain object. So to fix it, I'm going to do like this, page document equals this. And this page document is not a plain object, and that's what it's complaining about. So let's do return and let's do page document. Let's see if we can do a function on it called JSON. Right, now let's see if I can add a digit here. And now let's see, this function doesn't exist. So let's try to JSON. I think it was this way. And let's try again, claim username. Still we have the same error. I think there's another function, and I think it was like something to plain object maybe. Let's see, I think it was to object. And now let's try again. I'm going to refresh here and let's put some numbers, claim username, and we still got the same problem. There's also another function that we can try called the lean, and it will be a lean object then. Let's try with ASDF and some numbers, claim, and now it's better because we get a different error, but this doesn't work. And well, one thing that always works is to just do JSON stringify page document, and before we will do return it, we will do JSON parse. So let's try this way, and this way always works. So what we do, we first stringify and then we parse it back. So it will skip all the parts that are not plain objects-ish. So let's do some numbers here, claim your username, and let's see, no errors so far. And I think I clicked to claim the username. Let's try again. If I add something here, yeah, we have post and it's 200, and well, it looks fine. We only get the params here from the, let's see, from the rest, so nothing, so we don't have any response from the server function, but that's not a problem. What we can do is let's go here, let's go to users. Let's refresh all of the collections because we get pages here. As you can see, I created several here, so we can even here on this page we can just use our page model, so we can grab it. But we don't want to grab the latest one. We want to have the value from our server action, right? There's a way of doing this, and it's called use form state. And to do this, I will first put this form as a separate component. Because if we want to use form state, it needs to be inside this component. So first I'm going to grab this, and I'm going to put this as a separate component inside my components and forms. And here I'm going to do new file and user name form.js, export default function user name form, and let's do return here, and let's paste this. Now we don't have this desired username, but that's not a problem. We can import it or we can pass it, sorry. So let's go back to the page here, and let's put here username form, and let's pass this desired username to be desired username. And now we can grab it from the props here, desired username. So that's cool. Grab username action has been imported here. So that's fine. We don't need this right icon, and we don't need this grab username. Now let's see if inside our username form we can use our form state. So let's do const, and let's do state here, and form action. Or actually we'll not need the form action, we can just paste it. We can just pass it. For the state, we are going to do use form state, and we want to import it from React. So let's do import, and let's do use form state from, and I think it's React DOM. Yeah, use form state, and let's see, there's an error here, cannot resolve, it cannot find. And this is because it's I think it's an experimental feature for now. So I'm going to grab it with the experimental use form state as use form state. Okay, and now as you can see, this looks fine. And now let's see, I'm going to do console log and state. And now let's see if we will see anything. So let's go here, and use form state is not a function. Okay, let's try with just use form state. Will it work this way? Yeah, it kind of did. So there's no need to do this with experimental something, but instead we get this error. So you're importing a component that needs a use form state. So we are importing this. It only works in a client component, but none of its parent are marked with use client. So let's try by putting this as use client, and let's see if this will work. So let's see, I'm going to open here inspect console, and let's do some random string numbers, claim username, and I think nothing happened. Let's try again, claim username, and we get a duplication error, and that's not a problem. Let's try again. Let's do something like this, claim username. Okay, let's try again. Funny that I put the same numbers. Let's clear here, claim your username, and it kind of worked. Let's see what we get here. We get state undefined, but it's undefined because we don't put this server action here. So let's put it here, and let's clear here. Let's open network, clear. Let's try again here. Let's put some random numbers. And this works fine, but we didn't get anything from the state. Let's try this way. I think when you put it this way, you need to have another thing, and you need to distract this form action that you should use here instead. So let's put form action here. And now let's see, network, let's clear everything. Let's do like this, some numbers, claim. And well, it didn't work. So let's see what's the problem. Cannot read properties of undefined, reading get. Okay, let's try again. If I put just some random username, clear everything, it looks like the form data we are sending is just empty. But if we use here grab username, then it's fine. So let's try again. Let's refresh, clear here everything, and then it works. And in the console, the state is actually undefined. Let's use another hook here. Const, and let's put info equals use form status. Yes, and that should be it. But the problem is that this, and I think even this, needs to be inside form somewhere here. So we cannot use it this way, and we need to have it somewhere else. So when we are grabbing a username, if it works, then we want to maybe redirect to this account and then slash the page. So there are two scenarios here. First is that username is taken. Maybe we can fix this one first. So if it's taken, let's say I'm going to put here test. For now it's not taken, and this will work. But if I refresh and I put test again, then it's throws an error, right? And to fix it, we want to add a try catch on here. Try to create it and then return it. But if it doesn't work, let's catch an error and let's just return nothing. All right. What this will do is that if I put test here and I click, it sends, but nothing happens. So nothing happens because this one is already taken and it throws an error, but it stops here. We catch the error and nothing happens. So let's fix this issue first, shall we? Let's go to username form. And what should happen if we have used a username that is already taken? We should have an error somewhere, maybe here, saying the username is taken, or maybe here between the button and the input. So here we have the input, here we have the button, and here in between I'll put a div with some class names like background red, border red 500 or maybe 600. Let's do 500. Let's add some padding of 2 taken username. And now it shows all the time. Let's add some even margin bottom of 2. And let's see here, I will do just 100 or maybe 200. Yeah. And I want to put this in a separate component. So I will put a new directory here called, maybe let's call it form results. Form results, or maybe form components, I don't know, form results. Form results, and here inside I'm going to do username form result.js, and maybe we should have it with capital U. Yeah, so let's do username, and here let's do export default function username form result. Yeah, return, and here let's return just a div, or maybe we can just paste everything from here. So let me grab this, not here, this thing, this div, and let's use username form result, and let's paste it here. And now it displays here. Let's also add the text center. It always displays, but it should display only if there was an error. So here inside, because it's inside our form, because here we have the form and this is inside the form, then here inside we can use our form state. So const state from use form state, and let's import it manually here. Import use form state from React. I don't know why it doesn't import this for me automatically, but well, use form state, and let's see if this will show anything. Console log state, and now let's see. Username form result, we are returning a div. Should be, sorry, not React, it should be React DOM. And now let's go to console. As you can see, it's undefined, but if I do test, claim username, still undefined. Let's see, still undefined. Let's see, maybe we need to put this, we need to import this function here. So let's do grab username, our function. And now if I put test, claim username, still nothing here. Right, so it looks like we cannot actually get the result this way, but I think there's a workaround for this. So I'm going to remove this use form state from here, from the username form result. Let me go back to the username. And here we have our grab username function. And what we can do here is, inside this grab username function, we can do something like this. Instead of returning anything here, let's do like this. If we can create, then let's do redirect to /account and then the account name. So let's say this username plus username. And if we cannot do this, let's do redirect to /account, and then with an extra flag, username taken equals 1. And now let's see, now we don't need this page document, we just need to wait here, but this should do the trick. And now let's see, let's go to username form. Here we have this username result. Actually, we can just put this thing, let's copy this, and we can put this back to here. And let's maybe comment this for now, like this. And now let's see, if I put test here, it should be taken. So let's see, it redirected me to this username taken equals 1. So that is nice. And if I refresh, and let's do test, let's do claim your username, and it redirects me here. If I do something like else, let's do test and some random numbers, and I click claim your username. Let's see what happens. Let's try again, claim your username. Well, looks like it worked, but I haven't been redirected. Let's see. Grab username, I should be redirected to the account with the username. Let's do return here and return here, just in case. Claim username, I haven't been redirected. Let's try again, /account, and let's pick a username. Let's pick a username that is empty, that is available. Claim your username, and I'm redirected to the username taken equals 1. So there's an error when I try to create this page. So let me just do console log here for this error, so we can see what's the issue. So let's some numbers, claim username, and let's see what's the issue. Form data get is not a function, right? Let's go to username form, grab username. This looks fine for me. Grab username function. This should work. Let's try again. Test. Here we get next redirect. Error next redirect. So it looks like we cannot really redirect to a different page. Let's see once again. If I take a taken, this one is already registered somewhere here. Test, because I tried it many times. Claim your username. It redirects us to the username taken. All right, let's get rid of this and let's try with something unique. Something like this, and let's see this inside our grab username. So if we can create it, then it should redirect us to the account / and then the username. Maybe let's put it like this. Created equals this, and now let's try. If I claim username taken 1, okay, that seems to be wrong. Let's see. Looks like we still get an error. Let's see, let's do something like this. Let's don't catch this error. No, try catch. And let's get rid of this and let's just try to create and redirect and let's see what will happen. If I add some numbers here, claim username, and now it worked, as you can see. All right, so something is wrong here with the try catch. So instead of doing this try catch, I will first try see if this URL is taken. So to do this, I will do const existing page document equals await page find 1. I want to find 1 when the URI is same as this username. And if it exists, an existing page document, if it exists, I want to redirect like this. If it doesn't exist else, I want to create and then I want to redirect to the created. Now let's see how this will work. So if I do something, let's go to just account page and let's do just test. It should go to username taken. Okay, now if I go here and I go to test and some really random numbers, it works. It goes to created. Right, let's try to put it like this, so it will go to account and then the username. So if I add something here, it redirects me here, so that is now correct. Right, let's go back to our username form, and as you remember, we have this div that we should show only if it has this username taken 1. So what we can do here is that we can do here an if, and an easy solution will be to do location ref includes and if it includes username taken and space parenthesis, and let's put this thing inside. But let's uncomment here everything, and so now it says username taken. But if I remove it, so if I do something like this and if I put test, it says username taken. Let's see, username taken. Well, looks like this didn't work, but well, let's see. I'm going to do console log, and here I will do location ref And now it worked, but it refreshed. Let's see. I'm going to remove this and let's do test. Claim username. Well, it redirected, but this have not been refreshed. So well, we can create the new pages, but this error thing doesn't seem to work. And the problem is that we cannot rely on the location ref. So this is the next thing that we need to fix here, because we have new pages here. It works for creation, but even if we redirect to account and username taken or something like this, we cannot update the state just with this error in the URL. Okay, so there is actually a way to get the value from the result of this, but we cannot do redirects then. But that's not a problem, because we can do something like this. If it's existing, we can do return false. And if it's not existing, we want to grab this document equals this. And maybe let's rename it to, or maybe let's just return it here. We don't need to name it. All right, so no redirects here. And now let's go to our username form. And in here, we are using this grab username server action. But to grab the return value of this, we need to do something else. I'm going to define a function here called handle submit. And as you know, with this action, we are using, maybe I shouldn't name it handle submit because it's not submit, or I don't know. Here we get form data. We don't get event object, we get form data because it's action, not on submit. So let's do handle submit. And well, here inside, I'm going to add a wait and grab a username with this form data. And here I can do something like this. I can do const result equals this. And then let's do console log and then result. And I'm going to add async here. And now let's see, if I put test, it says false. And if I put test and some really random numbers, it will return an object. And that looks really nice. So we have URI, and that's the whole page document-ish. So that is nice. And with this, we can, because now we have here use client, we can have a state. So let's do const and let's have a state called maybe created, if it's created, or maybe taken, if it's taken. Taken and set taken. And now let's do equals use state, and default will be false. But here we can check if the result is false, then we know it wasn't created and it's taken. So let's do set taken to true. And now we can do something like this. Here we have this location, old thing. Here we can, instead of this doing, we can do if it's taken. Okay. And now if I do just, this is from some kind of extension. If I do just test, taken username, if I do test and those numbers, then it worked, but I forgot to clear this set taken. Otherwise, if it's not false, let's just do set taken to false. Yeah. So if I add some random numbers, it will clear this because it's not taken. We can make it even simpler. We can simplify this. We can do set taken, and taken should be only true if the result is false. Okay. So now we can do something like this. If I add something more, it's fine. But if I change this to just test, taken username, we can maybe change the text here to something like this username is taken. Yeah. And now what we can also do is that if the result is true, then we can, if result is true, we can do a redirect to another page. Redirect to another page like /account/ and then the username. So we can go to form data, get, and username. And we need to import this redirect. Yes, now it's fine. So if I want to create a user with something unique, test David like this should work. And as you can see, it worked, and it redirected me here. So that is nice. So now we can see errors here. If I put test, it's already taken. It should, well, it should first log me in. Okay, and now I can do claim your username. It says it taken, and well, it works fine. One small thing is that on the home page, I would like to check if I'm already logged in. I shouldn't be redirected to the login page. Instead, I should be redirected directly to the page where I can grab the username. So let's go to hero form component, and it's a client component. So in here, we first need to know if we are logged in or not. But because it's a client, we will need to use session. Use session, and let's put here, we don't need to put anything. Let's just try to do console log, and let's see if we can grab a session this way. No, we cannot, because we would need to first put session provider. So let's see, where is hero form used? It's used on our home page. Let's put a session provider here. Yeah, why not? Session provider here, and now it should work. React content is unavailable in server components. So this is a server component, and we cannot use server session provider here. So let's do something like this. We can grab user here with a server function. Const session equals use server, get server session, and here of options. We don't need this session provider. We are going just to pass this here with user to be session user. Okay, and now inside hero form, we will know if we have a user or not. And in here, we have this handle submit, and here we do this sign in. But we can do something like this. If we have a user, then we don't need to do sign in. If we have a user, we want to do just redirect. Let's see if it's imported correctly. Yes, redirect, and let's redirect us to /account, and then desired, I cannot spell it, desired username equals, and then username. Okay, and if you're not logged in, then you need to first log in with Google. Another thing is that if you are logged in, we don't need to save it to local storage. So let's save it only if we need to log in. So now let's see, I will refresh, and use session. We don't need use session here. Let's remove it, and let's remove this use session from here. I'm logged in, and I want username, let's say David2, join for free, and I'm redirected to the login page. I shouldn't be. Let's go to the home page again, and let's see. Here I'm going to print the user first. Let's see here, console log, and I want to print the user. And let's see here, inspect console. Looks like our user is undefined. That's not correct. Let's go back to this page, home page. And here, yeah, I forgot about await. And let's do here async function. And now we have a user. It's console logging here the user. So now let's see if I want to, let's refresh just in case. If I want to have a David free as username, join for free. We get an error. Let's see why, what happened. And the error is next redirect. Okay, something wrong with this redirect. Redirect to here, desired username. From next navigation, we cannot redirect. Let's see. So there is some exception from here and we cannot redirect. Okay, let's redirect some different way. So what we can do, well, this should work. I don't know why it doesn't work. Redirect from navigation. I try with navigate, no, but we can try with router instead. Weird that this thing redirect works here, account, and this one doesn't. I will first restart here and let's see what is going on here. So let's clear everything. If I do David 5 join for free, I cannot because this next redirect doesn't work. Let's see if I add return here. No, still error. Okay, if I cannot redirect from here, then I'm going to do a state for redirection, or I can use maybe router. So let's do router. Router equals use router from next navigation. And instead of this redirect, I'm going to do just router push. And let's push this as a new route. Let's try with David 5 join, and now it works. I don't know why it didn't work with just redirect. Maybe it has to do something with that this is a separate function that we run on submit of the form, and this is a use effect. I don't know, maybe I'll check it later. Yeah, but now this thing works. So when we are logged in, we don't need to log in again with another time. All right, so now we can create our pages here, and we get it inside our database. So if I browse collections and I will go to pages, there's a page here that has a URI of a test. Somewhere here we can search like this, URI to be test, and it should be here. Yes, we have it. And now we can create and we can check if it's taken. But if we already have one, like for example, I have already registered test, it's mine, it was registered with my account. Well, then I should be redirected to that page, right? To account and then test, because I already have a page. So so what I want to do is that when we load this page is called account page. I want to check if I already have a page, and then if I do, I want to be redirected to that page, account, and then slash, and then the name of the page. Or maybe we can even just show the page here. So how can we do this? Well, first we need to know if we already have a page. And I have created many of those, as you can see in the database. The problem is we have only URI inside the model. So we store only URI and we don't know who created the page. And this is the problem. I'm logged in with my Gmail account, but I'm not saving this information that, for example, this page has been created with my Gmail account. So this is something I need to add here. So I will add an owner, and owner will be type string, and it will be also required. And well, the thing here, I will restart my environment. And the thing here is that when we create a page, I'm going to add owner here, and the owner will be email. So for example, here I will store my email, Gmail email. So I'm going to delete all of the pages here because I want to create new pages with owners. And now let's do something like this. Let's go to this account page, and here we have this, let's see, desired username form. Here we have this grab username, and this is a server action. So let's see. here we are trying to create a page. You can see we only put URI here. And the thing is, I want to add owner, and here I want to put the email. So how can I get the email here? To get the email, I need to, well, first here we only check if it exists. So let's keep it this way. Here we check only if it exists, and we want to check only by URI. Here where we create, here we want to add owner. So let's add owner, and here I need to have email. So let's do const email, but before we'll get email, let's get session. So let's do await, and let's do and get server session with our options. And now from the session we can get the email. So let's do something like the session user email. I forgot about the dot here, and this looks fine. I'm going to put this into a separate line so it'll be easier to read. Yeah, this looks fine. And now if I will register, for example, a username David, claim your username, and I think it worked. We don't get any feedback. Let's see, it's pending. Okay, and it redirected me to this /David. So everything worked fine. Now let's see if I refresh the database here. Let's go to pages, and as you can see, I have this URI David, and the owner is my email here. So that is good. Another thing I would like to fix is some kind of loading. So let me remove this. I'm going to remove all of the pages, and I will go back to just /account. And well, if I put this and I will click claim your username, it takes like a second to run the server function. And what I want to do here is inside this username form, we have this button here that says claim your username. And what I want to do here is to do some kind of that it's loading state. So in this button, if it runs, so for example, this function runs handle submit, I want to have a state for this that it's loading. So let's do something like this: const is loading, and set is loading equals use state, and default will be false here. And now here we have this handle submit. On the beginning we will do set is loading to true, and after this is done, we will do set is loading to false. And now with this is loading, we can go to here, and here we have class names for loading. So maybe we can do something like this. We can do disabled, and we can do disabled only if it's loading. All right. Now we have those class names, but I would like to do something like this. If it's disabled, let's do not here, maybe here we have text white, or maybe let's do even with the background. If it's disabled, so disabled colon, let's do background blue, and let's do maybe 200 or 300. Then we have text white. Let's do that if it's disabled. Let's do text gray, maybe 200. Or let's see, text gray 200. Yeah, why not? And now let's see what will happen if I will put my name here and claim your username. Well, not much. Looks like this is loading didn't work. Let me add this is loading here. Is loading, and if it's loading, it will say loading. Otherwise, it will say not loading. Okay. So let me remove those pages again, or maybe I can just create another page. I will go back here and not loading test, and I clicked, and I didn't see this loading thing. Let's see why. Here we have is loading, set is loading, it's false. Then we have handle submit with the form data. We do set is loading to true, And then after this grab username is done, we set it back to false. Let's see if we remove it, what will happen. So I'm going back here and let's do test 1, 2, 3 claim. Well, it looks like because we are doing this form action and then redirect, then it doesn't work. But let's see what will happen if I comment out this redirect thing. So I'm going to back to account and let's do test some numbers, and then I have loading. So that looks good. Let's try again. Test some numbers. I'm going to clear everything here, and then if I click, it sends, but after it's sent and we get a response, then it becomes disabled. So if I click here, I can do throttling to slow 3G, and then I click, I don't see that it's loading. So that's not really that good of a experience here. What I would prefer is immediately when I click, it will be loading. And I think this can be fixed in another way. So let me see here. Let me remove this set is loading, and even here set is loading. We don't need this loading state. And now, instead of having this button like this, I'm going to define a button component, and I will call this one submit button. And I will just prepare a generic submit button here. Export default function, submit button. All right. And now let's do here return. And let's grab all of this from here, because here we have a nice looking submit button. I'm going to copy this. Let's put this here. We don't have this if it's loading. Here we have claim your username. Let's change this to children. That we will get from here, children. And here, let's remove this unused import. We don't need this. And this is loading. Let's change it to false for now. It's not disabled. And now let's try to use the submit button. So instead of doing this, let's remove this is loading, and here let's do submit button. Yes, and here inside we will put this claim your username and right icon. Now we can remove the old button, and let's see if this will render for us. If I refresh, no, do we have an error? No, it looks fine. Yeah. So now what I want to do is inside this submit button, let's use a hook called I think it was use form state. Let's do use form state. We need to import it. So let's do import use form state, not status, use form state from, I think it's React DOM. And in here, sorry, it's not use form state, it's use form status. And here the same status. And what it will throw here, it will return an object, and from this object we can grab a thing called pending, and let's display it here. So here we show children, but let's also show if it's pending, then it will show P, otherwise it will show no P. So now let's see if I refresh. It shows here no P, as you can see. If I would put test and some numbers and I click on this one, it still shows no P. Let's see why. I will add numbers, click, nothing happens. So let me see. So now this button doesn't submit our form, but it is inside the form. Let's see, we have type submit. Okay, maybe it's because we have this slow 3G. Let's do no throttling. And then I think it works now. Let's do refresh here. Test some random numbers. And then if I click, it's P. I will add the throttling back. Let's do fast 3G. Let's add some numbers. If I click, you can see that this will change from no P to P. Yeah, P. So, and it created this username page, sorry. So we can rely on this pending flag here. So let's use it here, pending. And now let's see. Now I will refresh here and we have this fast3G. Let's change this to no throttling. Let's change it back to fast3G. And then if I want to register a page with, I don't know, test and some letters, and if I click here, it will be disabled for a few seconds as it is now. So it worked. Now let's put back this redirect thing. So well, let's see, here we got this redirect. Let's put this back and let's refresh. Now I want to register page with my name here, David. Claim your username, click, username is taken. I'm going to clean the database pages. So let's clear this. Let's remove all of the pages. And I want to see again that I want to create my page, claim your username, and it works. It redirects me to this David page. And what do I want to do now? Well, now I want to specify this account page, right? So inside, let's see, I'm going to close components. I'm going to open up. We have account. We have account page, but this is for just /account. Now I want to have a page for /account/ and then my name. But having like account / and then a username isn't the most popular way of doing this. Instead, I would like to have just /account link, and then I want to see this form only if I don't have an account. If I have an account, for example, now if I refresh my database here and I go to pages, you can see that I have my email has a page with URI David, so I have an active account. I shouldn't see this, right? Instead, on this account page, I should see information about my account. So let's go to account page, and here you can see we are grabbing desired username if it exists. If you are not logged in, then it redirects you to the home page. But what I would like to add here is I want to check if this user has a page. So if it has a page with the same email here. So let's try to find it. Let's do const page equals, and then let's do await, and let's grab page model. Let's try to find. Let's do find one, and we want to find one where our owner, so owner is session user email. Right, and let's put this under this. If it's not a session, then let's do redirect. Let's put it here. So first we are going to redirect here to the home page if we are not logged in, but if we are and we have a user, we are trying to find the page for this user. Okay, and here we have this return that displays the user form to create a page, right? Or to create the account. But here, let's also add, if we have a page, let's just do return saying something like div your page is, and let's do / and it will be page.uri. And now let's see, if I go to here, it says your page is David. All right, so we can do this without this redirection. Let's go to this username form. Here we have this redirect, but we actually don't need this. Maybe let's change it to a redirect to just a / here, /account, and this should do the trick. Maybe we can add here and created equals, and then let's put the username here. So let's do, let's see how it looked like. Okay, form data get username. Let's put like this, account / created equals form data and get username. All right, so now let's see if it still works. So I'm going to remove this my page here, And now if I refresh, it shows the form. Let's put my name here, claim your username, and then it shows your page is /David. Okay, so now it works. Now, let's see. On this account page, if I have an account, if I have a page, I want to see like navigation on the left side, so I can see like first I want to have settings, and I also want to have analytics, something like this. So I want to add like then on the left navigation bar, and or maybe on the top, and this is the next thing I'm going to do. So I want to have, if I have a page, I want to have settings here on the left, maybe with my image, and then analytics. I could put it here, like settings analytics here for the logged in user, but well, I think it would be too much. So so now I'm going to fix a navigation for the logged in user on the account page. So to have a different layout, because this is what we want to do for all of the pages, we want to have a layout like this, that you have top navigation, but for page/account, I want to have a different layout. And to do this, we are going to use Next.js 13 feature called the route groups. And to do this, I'm going to create a first group, and I will put a new directory inside my app with parentheses in the name. And the first will be called default, and it will be default group. And I'm going to put the login inside. So let's put this inside, and this layout and this homepage will be also inside the default. So let's put those inside, and now let's see. If you can, as you can see, the account is not inside the default, and it doesn't have this default layout that I put inside this default catalog or directory. If I go to the homepage, it should get this default layout. Let's see. No, it did not, because there are some import errors. Let's go to page, and there is something wrong with, let's see, layout. Yeah, global CSS needs to be imported from the directory like this, and now it works. As you can see, for the homepage is this page inside the default group, and same with the login, it's also inside the default. So if I log out and then I sign in, you can see that we have this default layout. But if I log in, let me go to my user, log in with my Gmail, and now I'm logged in, but I'm still on the login page. But if I go to the /account, you can see that I don't have any layout, because account is here and we don't have any layout file here. So I'm going to create another group, and this one will be called, let's call this directory account, or maybe let's call it app. And inside app, I'm going to put this account. Yeah, let's put it there. And I'm going to put a default layout file here, layout.js. And let's put the same stuff that we get inside default. Let's copy some parts from here and let's put it here. So now we have, now it looks almost the same. We have header. Maybe let's don't call it root layout. Let's call it app layout. Right, and here we have header, children, and so on. And this shouldn't be here, but let's see what is the problem in a second. We have app layout. We have some metadata here. We import the globals, so that's fine. Let's close this default. Here we have app. Okay, this looks fine. Let's see inside account. inside account, we also have a layout, and this is the problem. We don't want to have a layout here inside, and I don't know why we got a layout file here, but let's just remove it. I'm going to remove it from here, and now it looks fine. Let's change this layout for the app. And here I'm going to remove the header. And now let's see. Yeah. And instead of this, I'm going to put a side, and it's just an HTML element. And I'm going to do something like this. On this main, I'm going to do, let's put flex. And for the aside, I'm going to put background red 500, or maybe let's do just 100, max width of medium, and aside stuff here. So now, as you can see, we have this aside stuff, and let's, on this flex, let's do height of full, and let's see, does it go all the way? No, but we can do height of we can do min height of a screen. So now it should go all the way. Yes, that's good. So now let's also add some padding of at least 4 for the assigned stuff. And let's change this to maybe from red to blue. Yeah. So as you can see now, for this homepage and for the login page, so if I go to /login, we have layout of this header navigation. And let me show you how it works inside our directories. We have two groups for routes. The first is default. Maybe I shouldn't call it default. I can call it something else. I can call it, maybe we can call it website. We can call it website, or we can call it, doesn't really matter. And the website is that we get a header inside our layout. So if I open website group, you can see that index page. So the home page is here, and here we have our layout that is applied for both the home page and for the login, because the login is also inside this website group. But inside app, you can see that we have a page here inside account directory, and we have another layout here that is for this app group. And because inside app we have account, then this layout will be applied to this account page that we have here. So if I go to the account, you can see that because of the account lying inside the app, it doesn't use the layout that's inside the website. But it uses this layout that is inside the app, because our account page is inside app. I hope it makes sense, but now we can see we can have different layouts depending on the page. So for the account, I want to have a different type of styling and different type of layout. Let me go to this layout. So we can put nice looking links here. So instead of the header, I want to have some links here. So let me do, for example, like this. I want this to be larger, so let's do large. And I want this to take as much space as possible, so let's do for now grow. So now it's super large. Let's change this to extra small. So now it's this big. Well, I don't know if it should be this big. Let's change this to width of, I don't know, let's try 64. 64 is too much. Let's do 24. Let's try maybe 12. Okay, I think it's because of this grow. Let's change it to 12. Yeah, so let's put back 64. Yeah, maybe like 48. Yeah, I think 48 looks nice. And now we have aside stuff here. What I want to do here is to have an image, and I want to have some links here. So this is a server component. We don't need this header import, but let's add use server. I don't know if it makes any difference, but here I can change this to an async function, and I can grab server session here. So let's do session equals, and await get server session, and let's grab here, let's put auth options. Fine. And now this is layout for our account and analytics and so on. So let's do, if you don't have a session, let's just redirect to homepage, and I'm going to add a return here. So no session, it will redirect you to the homepage. And now what I want to do here is we have a session, and I think inside session we can have an image. So let's do session console log, and well, let's see, failed to compile. Use server directive must be at the top of the file. Isn't it? It is on the top of the file. Use server. There's no more lines here. Use server. Let's remove it for now. I guess it's not needed anyway, because server components are default components for Next.js 13 and for 13.4, I think, upwards. Right, here we have a session, and we do this console log. So here we should see the console logs, not in the browser, because this is server component. And you can see that inside session I have user, then I have name, email, and image. And I want to display that image. So here we have aside stuff. Let's display a div with an image. So let's do image. I will use this image component from Next.js. And let's see if it's imported. No, it's not imported. I don't know why. Let's see. Let's search. No, here is imported. All right. So let's do source. And for the source, I'm going to do session user, and I think it was image. Let's see. Yes, it was image. Text, let's put avatar, alternative text. And now if I save, I should get an error. Yes. It's missing property width. So let's add width. For the width, I'm going to put, let's do 64. And now height. So let's add height. It will be the same, 64. And now the error is source property. For this Google user context, this host name is not configured under your Next.js config. Under images. So let's add this, and this is just a security feature. Let's go to next config, and here we want to add the images, and I think here we put host name, or we just put, let's see, we can open this next image, and it's remote patterns. So let's do remote patterns, and it's an array, and then we can just put host name. Let's put a first object that where the host name will be our host name. So let's grab this host name, and I'm going to replace the first part with an asterisk here. So any image from the Google user content should work without any issues. Let me restart my environment, yarn dev, and now we get an error. Let's see why. Pages find one timed out after 10 seconds or so. And I think it's inside this page, account page here. And the problem is here because I forgot to fix a database connection. So let's do mongoose connect, and let's do process that environment that mongo URI, and now this should be fixed. So if I save it and refresh, yeah, it works. Now I have my image here. Let's back to app layout, and for this image I would like maybe for this div I will add some class names. Well, first maybe I will add I will make it bigger. So instead of 64, let's do 128. So now it's this big. And well, now let's see. Now I want to, for this div to be rounded. So let's do rounded full and overflow hidden. So it will be rounded the picture. Yeah, kind of something like this. Let's see why it looks that weird. So we have this image here, and for this div, well, this div should be more square-ish. So how can we fix it? Well, we can add width of 64 and height of 64 on it. So now we have something like this. I don't like this, but let's see, maybe if I let's remove it back to this, and let's see how it looks like. Well, it's much wider than it should be. Let's see if we have something like aspect square. Yeah, and now it looks like this. So now it's a square, and the problem is that it cuts out some parts of the image. Let's see why. Here we have the image, here we have the div, here we have the image. I think the problem is that we have this width and height that is too small. And let's see if we change this to like 256, if this will help. And indeed it does. So this helps a little bit. Now for this div, I'm going to make it a little bit smaller, like 64, or maybe 24. And I will make it centered. So let's do MX Auto. So it will be more centered. Yeah, and I think now it looks fine. Now, here underneath, I would like to have a page name or something like this. So we know we have an active page, or maybe we don't, because this is a layout. So first let's remove this session, and now let's see. I will remove also this aside stuff, so we have only the image. And maybe instead of printing the page name, I'm going to print links first. So here we have the image, and now I will add a small like navigation with 2 links. The first will be to just account, and here we will have settings. And another link will be to slash and analytics, and it will say analytics. Yeah, and we have settings and analytics. Now I want to style them a little bit, so let's add the class name here, and let's do something like this. Let's do flex and flex, I think, column. So now those are under each other. I want them to be centered, so let's do justify center. This didn't help. Let's see why. We have navigation here, and let's maybe add the text center instead. Text center. Yeah, now it works. Let's add a margin top of, I don't know, 4 at least. Let's do more. Let's do 16. So we will have a lot of spacing. Maybe 16 is too much. Let's do just, I don't know, 8. Okay, and now we want more spacing between the links. So let's add a gap here of 4, so we will have some spacing. Now I want to have some icons for those. So let's do something like this. I'm going to put those labels into separate lines, and now let's see. Here I'm going to do something like this. I think that in this project we have a font awesome, if I remember correctly. Let's go to package.json. Yes, we have font awesome. We even have some icons from hero icons. Maybe that was unnecessary, but yeah, we can use font awesome here. Let's go to app layout, and here for the first settings, I'm going to cut this and I'm going to put settings into a span. Nothing happens. But here, before, I'm going to do font awesome icon, where the icon will be, I'm going to use an icon called settings. Let's see. Do we have settings? No. Do we have a cog and cogs? Maybe not cogs for the settings for the page. Let's use, I'm going to search for those icons. Font awesome, and let's open icons. I want to have some kind of page. Let's search for page, and only 3 icons, and pager. No, I want to have something like a layout or so. So let's see. I like the table columns. but I would like to have it different. Let's search for table, and let's see. I think that we can go with file lines. It's not perfect, but let's do this. Let's do fa file lines, and yes, let's import this one. Instead of settings, it will say my page. And let's see how it looks like. Well, we get an error. Let's see why. Something wrong here. Yeah, I forgot to close this thing. And well, we have an icon, so that is nice. Now for the analytics, let's do the same. So let's search for something with analytics. We have a chart, and we have chart line. Maybe I will use this chart simple. I don't know if this is good enough. Let's search for the signal, or maybe we can use this thing. But I think chart will be much better. And I think I will use this one, chart line, because, well, you can see that this is analytics. Then we have something else here. No, nothing that will work better, I think. You can maybe use this ranking star or something like this. Doesn't really matter. I'm going to use chart line. So let's do font awesome icon, where the icon will be fa chart line. Yes, let's import this one. And now let's see how bad it looks like. Well, almost there. So let's see, here we have some icons. Well, for those links, we need to add some class names. Let's try with this one first. Let's put a flex here. And so this is now next to each other. And now for the icon, I'm going to add a class name saying something like, I'm going to put this icon thing here, class name here. And now for those icon, for this page, I want this to be height of, I don't know, let's try with 6. So now it's this small, and I want to add a gap. So let's add a gap of 2. And yes, that looks much nicer. We have flex here, so we need to add justify center, so it will be centered. Yeah, and I think this looks nice. Now for this thing, I want the icon to be in different color. So I'm going to put, let's put text, and let's do gray 500. Let's see if this will work. Yes, it does. And I want this to be, I think it looks fine. Let's do maybe instead of gray, or let's do gray 400 or 300. Yeah, maybe that's too bright. Let's do 500. It was fine. And the same color should be on the text. So I'm going to put it here. Or maybe I can grab it from here. It will be for both the links. So I'm going to put it here. And yes, I think this looks fine. Maybe the text should be darker. So actually here I can add text gray like 700. Yeah, I think this looks fine. Now let's do the same for the analytics, and maybe we can increase the gap here to like 4. Yeah, and now let's do the same for analytics. So let's see. For the link, we will need to have those class names. So let's put those here. Let's see for the analytics, flex, gap 4. And this didn't do anything. I think it's because we need to put analytics inside its own span. Still nothing. We have, sorry, not last name, class name. And now it's better. Now let's fix the icon. So for the icon, we want to have this height applied here. So let's do height of 6. Yeah, and now we also want to have a class name for the span to make it more darker. So yeah, and now we have something like this. Another link maybe I would like to add will be a logout link. So we had this logout on the header, but now we don't. So I'm going to add a button saying logout, or maybe let's put this, let's put this in a span, and we are going to add an icon. saying something like, do we have FA logout? No, we have FA door. Let's go to header and let's see how we have this inside logout button. We have font awesome, FA right from bracket. So let's do the same inside our layout here. FA right from bracket. Yes. And now let's see. So we have something like this. And let's see. Now we want to have a similar styling that we have on the links. So let's see. For the link, we want to have this. So let's put this on the button. And now for the icon, we want to have this. So let's put this class name here. Yeah, and for the text, we want to have this. So let's put this on the logout. Yeah, and I think it looks fine. I don't like that those are not aligned. So they should be aligned to the middle. I don't like this to be aligned to the middle. I'm going to remove this justify center. And well, now it looks really bad. Let's remove this justify center from here and here. And now let's see. Yeah, I think this is a little better, but the icons don't have the fixed width. And I think there is a property for this. So let me put just this here, and let's start with the first one. And yeah, fixed width to 1. So it will know that this is true, or maybe we can just do true. And let's do the same for the second and the third icon. So let's put this here, fixed width. And now let's see. And it didn't help. We have fixed width, and as you can see, those are not with the fixed width. Maybe because something wrong with the spans. No, let's see. I'm going to inspect here to see what is wrong. So, okay, so it looks like here we have a link and we have some spacing. Here we have some spacing, and it's because icons have different widths. So let's see. Maybe I'm going to remove those class names from here and from here as well. And from here, and we will do something else. Let's see. Yeah, now let's add a size, and I think here we can do just extra small. And well, this didn't work. Let's see. Font awesome icons. Let's go to React, and let's see, using icons with React, and let's search for size, and let's search for size. Here we have information about the size, and we have 2XS and so on as class names. Let's do size FA 2XS, and this didn't do anything. Let's see, let's try with small. No, nothing. So I'm going to put back class name, and the class name I'm going to add width of 8. And let's see. Yeah, I think now it's better. Let's also add height of 8 as well. And yeah, I think this looks almost fine. Let's see. Yes, 32 by 32. I want this to be smaller, so I'm going to add the class names saying like 4 by 4, and now it's too small, so I'm going to change it back to 6, and here 6. And let's check if I add same classes for both the width and the height, if this will work. And looks like it does, but as you can see now, those texts are aligned, so that is really nice. And yeah, now the whole thing, I would like to center the whole thing. So this navigation, as you can see, it's flex, but I want this to be centered. So we have this huge navigation here. I'm going to put this inside the div, or maybe I don't need to. Let's put flex, change this to inline flex, and let's see. Yeah, and now I want to center it. Let's try with MX Auto, automatically assigned margins on the left and on the right. It didn't help. So how can we fix it? Well, we can put a div with class name text center, and we can just throw this navigation inside. So let me grab this navigation, cut. Let's put it here inside this div. And now it's more centered what I wanted. So now it looks much better. Maybe we can even increase the spacing between those. Let's see, let's go to navigation. We have a gap of 4, let's do 6. So we have even more spacing. Yeah, I think this looks nice. And let's fix the logout button. So for this button, we have some class names, but what I want to do, this will be type of button. And I want to add on click, and on click will not work because this is a server component. And now, yeah. But we have something called logout button that we can reuse. So let's do logout button. Let's just use this one, and let's remove this on click from this one, and let's see how logout button will look like. So we have this kind of logout that we can reuse. Let's see, do we have any properties? No, but we can define properties like class name, and we can do something like this, that here I am going to put class name, so we'll have more space to write, and the defaults will be those. So if you don't pass any class name, those will be default. But if we go to here and if we add some class names, like for example those here, well, let's see, we don't have any class names, so I'm going to just put an empty string here. Then those that we had here as defaults will not be used, but we will need some class names. We will need flex and gap of 4, so let's put them here. And yes, now they look much better, but we also need item center. So let's do item center, and what else? Items center, sorry. And now I want the icon to be on the left side and not on the right, that we had it from the header. So let's see, I'm going to add a property icon left, that will be by default false. Okay, and here I'm going to add something like this. If icon left is true, then let's print this icon here, and here let's do if not icon left, let's do end, and let's print it here. So now it's on the right side, but if we put here icon left to true, then it's on the left side. And the sizing of the icon is a little bit off, but we can fix it as well. We can put something called icon classes to be empty string by default, and we can add it on both of those. So we can do class name here and icon classes, right? And now we can here, where we use our logout button, we can put something called icon classes, and we want to put width of 6 and height of 6. And now let's see, and now it looks better. Now for the text, it should be a little darker. So for those class name here, let's do text gray 700. And I think that we can do the 700 even for the, or I don't know. Let's for now delete the old button. And yeah, now maybe let's fix this 700 even for the icon. I think it looks really nice. So this text gray 700, let's remove it from here and other spans, and let's put this directly here to our navigation. Text gray 700. Yeah, I think this looks nice. Let's increase the margin here. So margin top, let's change it to 12. And now I think it looks fine, but I want to change the styling. I don't want this to be blue. So I'm going to do something like this. Let's see, here is our layout, app layout. And for the body, I want to add that we will have background of same that we had for the other layout. Let's see, app layout. We have this, oops, here we have app layout. Let's go to the different layout inside our website. So here we have, well, I think this gray is added inside globals. Yes, background gray 100. So let's go back to app layout. We don't need to add anything here. And only for this aside, I'm going to change this blue to just white. So now we have something like this. And even for the aside, I'm going to add maybe a small border. So let's do border right. So we'll have a small border here. Well, maybe it's not needed. Let's try with shadow. And can we do shadow right? No, let's just do shadow. And I think this looks really nice. Instead of border, we can do shadow. All right, so we have this, and this is our layout. Now for the main page here, I want this to be inside a kind of block. So here we have a div with children, but instead of this, I want to add something like, let's remove this max width of 4XL, and MX Auto, let's remove it as well. And now let's see, yeah, this looks almost fine, but I'm going to add a separate div with some class names, and I want this separate div to be a box with a white background, and I'm going to put children here inside. So as you can see now, it's white here, and I'm going to add margin of 4 and padding of 4, so we'll have some spacing. Yes, and I want to add a shadow. Yeah, so it looks like this. And now I want this one to take as much space as possible. So let's do full width with full. So this one needs to grow. The parent needs to take all the width as well. And this is better. Maybe we don't need this full. Yeah, and now this looks fine. And yeah, this page thing looks nice. I want to increase the margins to be more gray thing around. And yeah, I think this looks fine. And one more thing I would like to do is to have on the aside a link back to website or back to homepage. So here we have navigation. Let's add one more link to slash, and it will say go to back to website. And this I'm going to cut and put into a span, and because I want to have an icon, so let's do font awesome icon. And well, for this, let me search for an icon. I'm going to search for left arrow. So let's maybe use arrow left. So let's do FA arrow left. Let's see. Yes, let's import this one. Let's now see how it looks like. Back to website. Yes, it looks fine. We will need to have those class names flex and gap 4. So let's add those flex and gap of 4. So we need to have this. Yes, and items center. Items center. So yes, and this is now centered. And now I want this to be smaller, so I'm going to do text SM and more grayish. So I'm going to do text gray, and instead of 700, I'm going to do 500. And I want to have a separation, so I will do border top. A little bit of border top and some padding from the top, padding top of, let's do 4. So we have some spacing, yes. And I think this looks fine. And maybe we can make it even smaller, or I don't know, and brighter. We can try with text extra small. Yeah, I think this looks fine. And if we click on it, it will redirect us here. And if I go to my account, we have this. I think it works fine. So now let's see. When I refresh, this arrow is really big on the beginning, and this is because we will need to add those classes here for the width and height. So let's refresh, and now it's still this big on the beginning. Okay, because we added icon classes instead of class name. Now let's see, if I refresh, it's fine, but it's too big. So I'm going to change it to width and height of 4, and now it's better. I'm going also to decrease the gap to just 2, and now I think it looks fine. So this looks fine. Maybe we could make it even smaller. So like 3 and height of 3. Yeah, this looks fine. Now this looks okay. What I want to do is now to fix the analytics page. Logout should just work. So if I log out, yeah, it works. If I sign in with Google, back to my page, and I want to go to my account, and this looks fine. I want to fix the analytics page, and if we are on the /account page, it should be blue or something like this. The color should be this blue 500. So let's fix it. And for the analytics, if we go to analytics, we should have something similar. Let's first click fix the analytics page, and it will be inside our app group because we want to have the same sidebar. So let's do analytics, and inside I'm going to just create a page.js, and let's do export default function page. Let's call it not page but analytics page, and here let's do just return a div saying analytics page here, and now we have analytics page here. Nice, but let's go back to this layout, and I want now analytics to have some kind of blue color. So I think we have inside the layout we have children, but we should have also other info. So let's see what's inside the rest of the params, and it will be here. We have params, and that's it. Do we have another stuff here? Can I do maybe console log arguments? Let's see. We have children. We have only one param inside arguments. We have children and the params, and that's it. We don't have any information about the request. But I'm going to check something else. I think there's a function called headers from Next that we can run. Let's see, headers from Next headers. And let's see if I refresh. Yeah, we have a headers list. But let's see if we can do something with it. Let's do headers equals header. Let's do headers list equals headers. And now let's try to get something from headers list. Let's see if we can get a host. So if I refresh, it says localhost 3000. Yeah, so it's something. Let's see if we have a referrer. Yes. If I refresh, we have null on the analytics, and on the my page, it's also null. Okay, can we just do no get and see what will be inside? Well, and it's a map object, and well, it's we don't see what's inside. Let's see what will happen if I'm going to try to make it an array. Then we can see everything. So we have refer. I just misspelled this one. So let's see what else do we have here. We have next URL that we can use. So that is nice. Maybe I'm going to use this one, next URL. So let's use it. Let's use const URL equals headers list get next URL. And now let's do a console log URL. And now let's see. Let's go here to the bottom. I refresh, we get null on the page. Let's go analytics, nothing, page, nothing. So this doesn't work. That it doesn't run this console log when I change the page. And this is because when we create a layout, it doesn't re-render between the pages. But when we create templates, it will re-render. So if we want to change something inside the layout, we should change this to be a template. So let's rename it to template. And let's rename it here from app layout to app template, app template. And now let's open here and let's refresh. We have null. If I go to my page, account, analytics, and looks like still nothing is changing. And we don't get any console logs here. It's still null when I refresh, and when I just click on those links, nothing will change. So this didn't help. Well, we can fix it, but then this will not be a server component. And this will then require a reload, and it will make the app a little slower. So, well, I don't know. It doesn't need to be the whole layout. So maybe we can try to just let's put it back as a layout, and maybe let's have it as a template. And let's see now. For this navigation, side navigation, I'm going to grab it, this nav element. Let's cut it from here. And now it's removed, but I'm going to add it inside components, and let's create a new directory inside components called layout. And here I will have layout stuff. And here I will put aside, or maybe app aside, app sidebar JS. Let's do export default function, and let's call this one app sidebar, and let's do return, and here let's do navigation. Now let's go back to app template, and let's see, here I'm going to use my app sidebar. So now let's see, yeah, we have it. And inside app sidebar, I'm going to add use client. And now let's see, now if I use router, for example, const router equals use router, let's see if I can do console log router, and let's see what we'll have here inside the console, because now it's a client component. So we have an object. Maybe we don't need a router, we can just use a path name. So use path name. So let's see, and it says account. This is an error from one of my extensions, so that's not a problem. We have an account. Let's rename it from router to path, and let's refresh. And it says /account, so this looks really nice, /account. And well, what I want to add here, let's see if this will work without use client. No, it doesn't. We need to have use client here for navigation. But now let's see if this will change, if this will trigger render if we go to analytics. Yes, it does. So we can use it. Now for this path, we have path, and we want to check if, for example, one of those links is active. So if it's /account, then this one should be active. If /analytics, if the path is /analytics, then this should be active. And we should change the color of those spans here. Right, so let me see. Here, let's do something like this. We have class name here for the first link, and it goes to /account. Let's change to something like this, and we have text gray here. Let's remove this text gray, and let's put this here, and even for the second link. Maybe we can put it even to the navigation as the default. Yeah, let's put it to the navigation, and let's remove this from the links here. We don't need this. Let's see if this looks fine. Yeah, it looks fine. Now for this link, I'm going to put it like this. So we will have a string, And now I will do if the path is /account, then let's put this into separate line. If the path is account, let's put this and this here. If the path is account, or maybe let's remove it, and I'm going to do something like this. We have flex gap 4, and here I'm going to add the parenthesis, and here I'm going to check if the path is account. Then I'm going to add text blue 500. Otherwise, colon, nothing. Okay, so now it's blue, as you can see. And yeah, I think it looks nicer. Now, instead of this text gray 700, let's change this to 500, so it's more grayish. And let's do the same for the logout. The logout is separate thing here. Let's change this to 500. And yeah, I think it looks fine. What I would like to do is add even here. Let's maybe put this here, and this here. I would like to add font bold, and let's see if this will change anything. Yeah, we have my page that is bold. And now I want to do the same thing for analytics. So here we have a graph for analytics. Here we have class names for analytics. I want to put this, but I will change that if analytics is the path that is active. So now let me close this. If I go to analytics, yeah, as you can see, this toggles this. It toggles this color. It changes the color and which one is bold. So yeah, this looks fine. Maybe we can make it even more grayish. Let's see. Can we do like 300? I think that's too bright. It's barely visible. So let's put back 500. Yeah, maybe even for the page we could make a different icon to be more like a structure and not like filled in color. So let's search for page, and I will just do, we have 5 lines, and we have 5 lines here, and let's do 5 lines, and I think we imported from wrong FA file lines, 3 solid SVG icons. Let's see. Let's remove this FA file lines, and now let's try to import it again. FA file lines from, we can import it only from one place, solid SVG icons, but let's see, no animation, and here we have light, regular, solid. I want to have regular as well, and not only solid. I want to have, I want to import it from 3 regular SVG icons, but this is not installed. So let's install this thing. Let's do here, yarn add, and let's install those. Now let's see. Yes, if I refresh, no, nothing changed. And let's see. No, no changes. Looks like something wrong with those arrow left and chart line. So let's import those again. Let's see. FA chart line, FA chart with capital C, chart line from solid. Yes. And now let's see, arrow left, FA arrow left from solid. So those two are from solid and this one is from regular. So we have different stylings here, as you can see. All right, but that's fine. We have my page, we have analytics, and yeah, it looks fine. We could try maybe with different fonts, but then it will also change the font for this thing. We can try. Let's go to, we can have different fonts. Yes, for app sidebar. This is sidebar, but we have layout for app here. And well, here we don't have any, class names here. Let's go to the layout that we have for website, and here we have a font called Inter. So let's maybe grab it as well, and let's use it inside our app layout. And let's see, let's put this maybe here. We have metadata, so we don't need to have it again. And now let's use this inter here inside our body class name. And let's see if this will change anything. So now the text looks like this. And if we add inter class name, doesn't change anything. No, I don't think so. And this is okay. Now we have both template and layout. That's not good. Let's go to our sidebar here. I want to, inside app group, I want to have only a template, not a layout. So let's remove it. Let's remove it. This one. Okay. And we will have only template. And here I would like to add this inter thing. So let's paste this inter thing without this metadata. And I'm going to add this here. Well, it was already added. No need. Okay. I can remove some of the imports. Those are not needed here. And because we moved it to the navigation, side navigation. Now maybe we can try with different fonts. I would like to try with Lato, and let's rename it to Lato, and missing weights. So let's do here weights, and let's add an array of 400 and 700. Can we do, no, let's do like this, 700. So now it looks like this. I think Lato looks much better than the default inter we had. Let's also try with Roboto. So let's do Roboto. Yes, and let's see. Now I think Lato was better. So let's remove this, and I'm going with Lato. And let's go to this page, and let's try even there. So let's go to website layout, and let's change this to Lato. Yes, let's import this, and we need to add the weights. So let's do weight, and it will be an array 400, and I want to do 700 as well. And I think this looks really nice, and I think it looks much nicer than this default inter. So I'm going to remove the import of this one. And for this constant, I will rename it to just Lato. And I think this looks fine. Maybe we could make it even more boldish, but that's not that important. We can fix it later. And well, the rest looks fine. And we have now those colors here. And maybe we don't need this bold thing. So let's go to template inside app. And I'm going to remove this bold thingy. I think it's inside navigation, app sidebar. And let's remove this font bold from here. And now let's see. Yeah, we have app page, my page, and analytics. And it looks really nicely. Maybe we could add a padding so we can click more like here. For now, I cannot click it. Would be much better to add. Here we have flex and gap for those two links, but we don't have any padding. And it would be nice to add a little bit of padding so we can click like here. But now we need to add the padding even for this logout button. So let's see, logout button. Let's add the class name of padding 2. And now I want to decrease the gap here. So let's do here gap of 4. Should be enough. I don't know if it's too much. Maybe let's do 3. Yeah, I think this looks fine. Analytics, my page. Maybe let's do just 2. 2 will be enough. And yeah, so we can switch between those. And now we have our sidebar ready. If we go to this page, we have a different layout. And yeah, this looks fine. What I would like to fix now is that we will have, if you have an account, we'll have a settings, and here we'll have analytics, but we will start with settings, of course. So we can put your display name and so on. All right, so the next part is this settings page, my page. So let's go to our app. And then inside app route group, we have our account and we have page here. And here, let's see, here we have this username form. And And we have here, if we have a page, we display this your page is and your URL. And now what I would like to have is to display, instead of this, to display, I want to display settings. So first will be, for example, background image and background color. So let's do this. Maybe we can put this as a separate component. So as you can see here, we have this username form. Maybe we can create also another component inside forms. So let's do this. And how can we call it this form that will have all the settings? Let's maybe call it settings form, or maybe something more specific. Let's do page settings form.js, and let's do export default, and here page settings form, and let's do return parentheses. Let's put the div here. Let's put test settings for now, and this should do. I forgot to put a function here, function, and now do we want to know something from properties? Let's see, let's go back to account page, and let's see, if we have page, then we do this. Maybe we can pass along this page thing. So let's do this. Instead of this div, let's return here our page settings form, and let's pass along this page information page. All right, and now here inside, we can grab our page, and let's see. Yeah, so we have the settings, looks cool. Now, instead of this, I'm going to put here, let's do maybe a form. It will be a big form. And now, or maybe it will be a div, but let's put a form here inside form. So I will remove this action for now. Inside this form, first thing we want to have is, well, some kind of background image or background color. And then we will have avatar. So let's put the first div, it will be for background, and the second div will be for avatar. So we have something like this. And now let's start with the background. Let's make it gray by default, so we can see how this will look like. Let's do gray, and let's do maybe 300. And I don't see anything because it's a small div. It doesn't have any height, so let's do height of I don't know, 32, something like this. Yeah, so we have this, and looks fine, but maybe we can get rid of this padding here. So let's go back to account page and let's see where we have this padding. I think this padding comes from the layout. So what we can do is we can do here negative margin. Let's try with negative margin of 4, negative margin 4. Yeah, and as you can see now we don't have this white padding. So here we have, my idea is that here we'll have a like a cover image or cover color that we can change, and then here we'll have avatar. So let's focus first for this on this color. So here inside I want to have 2 kind of buttons or maybe togglers. If you want to have a color or if you want to have an image. So let's do maybe an input of type radio and another input type radio. And the first will have value of, they need to have the same name. So it will be background type, something like this. So let's do maybe background type. Let's put it like this so we can easier save it into database. Background type, here the value will be color, and here the value will be image. So now let's see, do we have them? Yes, but we don't have any labels. That's fine. We can do something like this, label. And let's just remove this. Let's put the first here. Let's then add a span that will say color. And then let's do the second. And let's put the second input here and a span with image. So now let's see. Yes, we have a color and image. All right, now this looks fine, but I would like those to be like buttons, so we can toggle between those two. And I think we can just make it ourselves. We don't need to use third-party libs for this. It's kind of simple. So maybe let's put it even inside forms, like form elements here. Let's call it button, or maybe not here. Here we have buttons. Let's do here new file button group, and yeah, let's call it button group. Or maybe we don't need to call it button group. Let's keep it for now, and maybe we can style it just here in this file. Let's try. So we have two labels with two inputs of type radio. And what I want to do is, let's see what will happen if I add just class name button. We don't have this type of class, but I can style this label like a button, and or maybe not this label, but this span here. But then it would need to be inside the global CSS. So let's do div with class name, let's say radio togglers, yes, and let's put those two labels inside. And now let's go to our global CSS and let's style it here, radio togglers. And now we will do something like this. Let me see. We want to style the span inside to be, let's see, it's CSS. So we can do like this. We need to put this span here. And now let's do like this. We want this to look like a button. So let's do apply. And what I want to do here is to do background of, let's go just to the button and let's see how it looks like. We have a logout button. Maybe we can copy some classes from here. Let's copy those and let's put them to our globals. And let's put them here. This should be flex. And now let's see how this looks like. Yeah, so we have kind of like buttons, but let's style them better. We don't need the flex or gap or border and even shadow, I think. Maybe we can keep the padding and the shadow. But here, let's do background of white. So we have something like this that looks much better. And now let's do also that radio togglers input of type radio will be hidden. So let's do apply. And here let's do hidden. So now let's see. Now it kind of works, but we don't see which one is selected. I think we can do now something like this. Let's copy this part. And now let's do input type radio checked. And then the next span that is inside will have different styling, like background will be, let's say, red 400. And now we can do, as you can see, something like this. So we need to have a little bit different styling. I don't want this to be red. So let's maybe do that a default for span will be that the text will be gray 700 and it will be almost white. So let's do background and let's do gray of let's do maybe 200. Let's see, yeah, and the active will be, or maybe let's do it white and the active will be blue. White and the active here will be blue. I think we were doing 500, yeah. Let's do let's do white text. So let's do text white, and that's better. And now maybe let's add a border on both of those. So for the whole thing, radio togglers, let's do apply, and let's do padding of 2, and let's add some color. So let's do background of white, and let's see how this will look like. Yeah, let's change this to be inline flex. Yes, something like this. And now maybe we will remove the shadow. So let's remove shadow from the buttons. So now we have something like this. Maybe let's do bigger padding, like padding 4. So now we have something like this, and we can toggle between those two. Let's add a little, maybe instead of this padding, let's do a border. So let's do a border of border of blue 500. Let's see. It's not visible because I think we need to change some things here. Let's see why it's not visible. I think it's because I don't know why, but these buttons are too big. Let's see why. So this div is this small, and the labels are fine, but the spans are too big. So there's something wrong with the spans. Maybe it's because we need to add block on the spans. Yeah, now it's better. So we have this blue border here. Now let's see, this works. We can toggle this for inactive. Let's make it more grayish text. So it's now something like this. Now let's add even some padding, like padding of 1, padding 1. Let's see how this will look like. Yeah, so now we have something like this, and this looks fine. But I would like to change the colors a little bit. So instead of white background on this, I want this to be more grayish. So let's do gray. And if you're fine with those colors, you can just keep them. But I want to make them more grayish. So I will do, that's too dark. Let's do maybe 200. Yeah. And now let's see. Now for the inactive, I will remove this background white. So we have something like this. And instead of doing this blue, I will do white. So let's do white and black text. So let's do text, or maybe let's do text blue 500, text blue 600. Yeah, I think this this looks fine. And now let's maybe try to get rid of this border. We don't need this border blue. Yeah, and yeah, it looks kind of fine, but I want to add a shadow for the whole thing, but I will add it like in our on our page. So let's go to page settings form, and here we have our radio togglers. Should be singular L, I don't know. And here I will add the shadow. So we have a little bit of shadow, as you can see now. And now I will also make it centered. And I will make it centered here on the page, on those classes, because I don't want all of the togglers in the future to be centered, only this one in this example. So let's see. Here we have this background gray for the whole cover. So now let's do this to flex, justify center, and items center. So now we have something like this. Now we can toggle between those two. That is really nice. Maybe it would be much nicer with some icons. So let's go to hero icons and let's search for color. And yeah, I think we can use this palette. So let's see here. Here I'm going to put an inside this. We need to do this inside the span. So let's do font awesome icon, and let's do FA palette from this. Yes, And let's also add an icon here for the image. And here I'm going to find something that looks like an image. So yeah, just image. So let's do font awesome icon, and here let's do FA image. And here we have two to choose from. We can do either solid or regular. I will pick solid, or I don't know which one I just took. Let's see. I think this looks weird. Palette. Let's see why. Palette. Okay, it's the wrong icon. Let's search palette. F-A palette. This one. Yeah, this one. Yeah, now this looks nice, but I want to have some spacing here. So I was thinking that maybe we can change those spans to divs like this, and we can put text inside spans. So let's do like this, color, and here span image. And now let's go to our globals. Here we need to change to div. Here we need to change to div. And for this div, I'm going to add a flex and items center, and let's add a gap of at least 1. So now we have something like this. Maybe bigger gap. Let's do gap 2. Yeah, this looks much nicer. So now let's go back to this page settings form, and as you can see, this toggler takes a lot of code here. So I was thinking maybe we can put it somewhere else. So we have buttons here, we have forms. Maybe inside forms we can put it, or maybe we can create a new directory called form items. Let's do this, form items, and I'm going to cut it from here. Let's do select this. Let's cut it from here, and inside form items, let's do new file, and here let's call it maybe button togglers, or maybe radio togglers.js. And let's do export default function radio togglers, and let's do return, and let's paste this. And now here we have only color and image, but the thing is we want to take it as a param, right, as a property here. So let's call it maybe options, and then let's also do selected, or maybe value, and or maybe let's call it just selected. Which one will be selected? And now what else do we want to know here? We have options, selected, we need on change. Right, and now let's try to use it. Let's try to use it here. Let's do radio, not here, indentation here, radio togglers, and we want to define that selected will be color, and we want to define the options to be, it will be an array. We will fix it later. We will also need on change. Now as we can see, we have an error. Let's see why. On change, something wrong here. Expression expected. Let's see, is it something wrong in here? No, not here. Let's go back here. This looks fine. Let's check what happens if I remove just this. Still an error. No, this is fine, and this is not fine. Let's remove this on change. Okay, it was on change. Let's add on change, but let's add an arrow function here, and let's see. Yeah, so now we don't have any errors. And now what do we want to do here? For now, selected is color, but we need to have a state for this. So let's do const here, and let's do maybe let's don't put this as a state for now. Let's define first our options so we can fix this radio togglers for now. I'm going to put options here, and it will be an array, or it can be also an object. Let's put an onChange here and this closing here. And now for the options, we will need the three things. The value, so for example, color with lowercase c, the label, and the icon. So let's do this. I'm going to make it an array, and it will be two objects, and each of the objects will have name. So the first will be color, then we will have icon, and we will have also a label, and the same will be for the second one. But here instead of color we'll have image, and instead of icon we will have well, for the icon first will be fa palette, like this. Here for the icon it will be fa image, and here for the label it will be color with capital C. Here will be image. Right, now let's try to use those options inside this component. So we can get rid of one of those labels, and now let's do something like this. Let's do options, let's do map, and we want to map through that. For each option we want to do parentheses, and we want to put all of this, and we want to change some stuff here. Instead of this fa palette, we want to do option.icon. Instead of this color, we want to do I think it was option.label, and now we have here value. So let's do let's see how it was called. I think it was called name. All right, so let's do name, or maybe let's change it to value. I think it will sound better. So let's change this to value, and let's put this here, option dot value, and I think it looks fine. The only problem is that none of those are selected. We can fix it by doing something like this. We have selected here, but it's not used, as you can see. So let's use it. Here I'm going to add a checked, and checked will be true only if the option value is the same as selected. So the option value is the same, same as selected. So now let's see, now as you can see, color is selected. So this is nice. I cannot change it, and this is because this checked will never change. Maybe let's remove this selected and unchange. So it will not be a controlled component. It will not be a controlled input. So we can just toggle between those. And let's remove this selected color for now. All right, so we have this. Let's fix the form first, so we'll have some structure, and then we will fix the state and so on. Now, I want this to be a little bigger, or maybe instead of height, I will add some padding on the top and the bottom of at least 8. Or maybe let's do 16. All right, and now here I would like to have an avatar. Here we have the avatar, and what I want to have here is I want to have an image of the user. So let's put image, and well, how we can grab it, how we can grab user here. We need to do something like this: const session equals, and let's do await get server session, and let's grab here of options, and we need to add async, not here, before function, async function, and now let's see, we have session. So from the session we can print the image here. So let's do session, and we should actually use image from the next. So let's do this image from next image. And for the source, let's put session user, and I think it was image like this. And here I will just put avatar just in case. And now let's see. Now I will need to pass here width. Width will be 128. Same with height, 128. And let me put this into separate lines so we will see it better. And now it looks fine, I think. Maybe we can make it, I don't know, smaller, bigger, or maybe it's fine. I want this to be rounded. So let's add some class names. I want to make it rounded full. So let's see, yeah, something like this. And now I want it to be centered. So on the div above, I'm going to do flex and justify center. So now it's in the middle, and now I'm going to pull it up a little bit. So here I'm going to add relative and minus top of 2. Now let's do more, like 8. So now it's pulled up a little bit. That's fine. I'm going also to add some border. Let's do border, and let's do maybe border of white. So that's too small border. Let's do maybe border of 4. And yeah, I think it looks fine. Let's add some shadow, and the shadow should be bigger. The shadow large. Let's see. Yeah, shadow should be darker. So let's do shadow, and let's do black, and that's better. Let's make it black 50%. Yeah, I think this looks fine. Right, so we have this, we have avatar. Let's continue to maybe first display everything that we should display with this form. So here under the avatar, I want to also display some inputs for the name, location, and bio. So let's see here. We have image. Let's put another div for all of those inputs. So first input will be for name. Let's call this display name. And the next will be for, I think it will be, let's do location. And then the third will be, let's do bio. But maybe for the bio, let's do a text area instead. Text area. And let's see, I'm going to remove those. And here I will add the placeholder. And I'm going to put this text area like this. The placeholder will say bio. Right, so we're almost there. I think I will add default styling inside our globals. So let's go to globals, and let's see. Or maybe, let's see, we maybe have an input component that we can reuse, or maybe we don't. We probably don't. So let's go to globals, and maybe somewhere here between the body and radio togglers, let's put input type text and the text area. And now we want to apply some classes here. So I want to have a little bit of border, and I want those to be width of full and display of block. And so we have something like this. And now let's see. Let's add some margin to the bottom. Let's add some padding of 2 on the top and the bottom. On the sides, let's do 4. Let's see, maybe that was too much on the sides. Let's do also 2. And yeah, this looks better. Now let's add some margin on the bottom from each other. So we have something like this. Now let's go back to our hero form, and not hero form, page settings form. And on this div, I'm going to add some padding of 4. Yeah, so it looks like this now. And well, this looks fine, but maybe instead of borders, we will do grayish color. So let's go to globals and let's see, we have this border. Let's change it to background and gray 100 and let's see how this will look like. Yeah, it looks fine. Maybe we can make it a little bit darker, 200. Yeah, I think it looks fine. It looks a little bit like it's disabled. Let's do 100. Yeah, I think this will work fine. Now, I want to have some labels before. So let's go to hero, not hero form. We go to page settings form. And now in here we have those inputs. I'm going to add labels here. And here, let's maybe use this HTML4. So HTML4, let's name it name input, name in. And let's add this ID and name in. And now in this label, I'm going to add display name. So we have same as placeholder. And now if I click on this one, it will focus the input because it's connected with this HTML4 and ID. Now I want to have labels for other stuff as well. So here let's do a location input, location, and let's add here ID location input, and here label, and bio input, bio input, and here let's do bio, and let's put ID here, bio input. Yes, this should work. And now we can maybe change some placeholders. Let's put John Doe here, and for the location let's put I'm going to put Stockholm, Sweden, or maybe, I don't know, somewhere in the world, doesn't matter. And for the bio, let's say your bio goes here, ... Why not? And it looks like this. Now let's style those labels a little bit. So for the labels, I'm going to do something like this. I'm going to do label that have this HTML4. And now let's try to do apply, and let's do border, and let's do border red. I just want to see if everything will work. So no, it doesn't work. Let's see here, HTML4. We need to add some class names here, I think, or maybe let's try input that have a label lying around. Yeah, so this works and this one doesn't. So maybe let's do just label. But now even those have those red borders, and this is not what I want. So we need to style it differently. We want to exclude those, and we want to style only those. So maybe let's start by styling those, and then we will see how we can fix them. So let's do that. I want to do, let's say I want to do uppercase, and I want to do gray color. So let's do text gray, maybe 500. Let's see. Yeah, and I want the text to be or the font to be semi-bold. So let's do semi-bold, and smaller, text SM. So we have something like this. Let's make it even brighter, 300. Yeah, that's too bright. Let's do 400. Yeah, maybe we don't need this semi-bold. Let's remove it and let's see how this will look like. Yeah, let's do maybe a little darker. Let's make it smaller. Let's do XS. Yeah, and I think it looks fine, but I will add like margin bottom of 2. Yeah. And I think this will look fine. Now, as you can see, we have those are smaller, and we need to distinguish between those. So how can we do this? Let's maybe try again with this. If we have HTML4, and now let's see. Now those are not styled. Let's see why. I think it should work. Yeah, we have this HTML4. Let's put this here. Okay, it doesn't seem to work. So I'm going to add a class name here. And I'm going to call those input, or maybe input label. So now let's add this class name for all of those that have HTML4. So all of those 3, let's add a class name of input label. So now those should be styled, and they are. So that is much better now. And let's make them semi-bold once again to see. Semi-bold, how this will look like. Maybe we can leave it like this. Let's try even a little bit lighter. Yeah, I think we can keep it like this. Now, this looks fine. We have our form. Maybe the spacing here is too big because we pulled this image up. And let's fix it. Let's go to this page settings form. And here, well, for this image div, let's do minus margin bottom of 8. And let's see, yeah, it pulled up this form a little bit. That is nice. Maybe we can do even more, like minus 12. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's better. So now here underneath we will also have more boxes for, let's say buttons and so on. And but first let's fix that those things will be saved to our database, right? So we have display name, we have location, and we have bio. And then we have this color and image that we also want to save. So maybe let's start with things that are the easiest. So display name and location and bio. So we are going to put it inside our page. Let's see, inside models we have page, and let's add those. So we want to have display name, and we will put that the default will be empty string. And what else do we want to know? Well, location, and the same thing here. We will have default of empty string, not required. And bio. So let's do bio, type, and the type string, and the default will be empty string. All right, now let's restart here. So it will have all of those changes. Let's see, let's restart yarn dev. And now we want to edit those and save them. So let's do something like this. Let's go to page settings form, and let's see. Now here we have inputs and labels. Let's do something like this. For the first input, we have ID. Let's add also a name. And those inputs will not be controlled, so we will not use state here. And instead, I'm going to put name of display name. And here maybe I can add default value. Yes, and default value will come from our page, as you can see that we have here. And I will do page display name. So now let's see, I can still edit here, so that's fine. And now let's see, let's do the same thing for this input, that is for location. So we need to put this into separate lines, so it will be more readable. And I'm going to add a name on this one, will be just location. And then we want to have default value will be page location. Now the text area. So let's put this here, placeholder. Let's add, we have name here, so let's use it. The name here will be just bio, and let's put default value will be page bio. Right, so now let's make it so we can save it. Would be nice to have a save button, maybe down here. So let's add it. So let's do button, or we actually have submit button that we can use. Let's call it just save, but I'm going to put it inside span, and I'm going to add the font awesome here. Let's add icon FA save if there is such. Yes, there is. And let's use solid. So let's see, and I don't see this button. Let's see, it should be under this text area. Okay, it's loading. Let's see, something is wrong. And this is wrong because you are importing a component that needs use form status. It only works in a client component, but none of its parents are marked with use client. So they are server components by default. Okay, because we have this submit button, we need to make this one as a client component. But the problem here is that we are grabbing session like this. And if we want to make it client, we cannot grab a session like this. So let's maybe grab user data from here. And let's remove this async. And here we have our user. So let's remove this session. And now we need to pass the user from our page. Let's see, from our account page. Here we need to pass our user. So let's pass user equals session.user. Yes. And now let's go back here. Now let's make this one use client. We don't need our options. Now let's see, we have use client here and it works. Well, maybe it shouldn't be, maybe this button should be that big. Let's make it smaller. So I'm going to put it inside a div, and let's add some class names, and I will do max width of medium, and let's put this submit button inside. Let's put this here, and let's change it to XS. Yeah, maybe we can add it even here. Let's add class name, and let's do max width XS, and let's see, doesn't change anything. No, maybe we don't have class name here. Let's add class name, and let's add those class names here. So let's put this as a string, and the default on the class name will be empty string, but we will add it here, class name. And now let's see here, we have class name max with XS, SM, let's see, doesn't change anything. Let's see here, let's see back here, maybe we need to remove this to see the difference. Yeah, I think it worked. Let's change it to XS. Yes, still super big. Let's do, I think this will look fine. Let's see why it's that big. I think it's because we have this width of full, but I'm not sure. Yeah, it has this width of full. That's why it takes all of the space. So let's change this to, or actually we cannot style it here. We need to use the div because we have width on full. So let's do max width of XS, and let's see. Yeah, and then let's do MX auto, so it will be centered. Yes, maybe let's change this max width to something even smaller. 200 pixels. Yeah, so it's this small. Yeah, I think this looks fine. Maybe we can put it on the bottom right corner or something like this. So we can grab this div and we can even go outside of this div. Let's see. Yeah, and we can put it to the right. So we can do mx ml auto, and we can have it on the right side. I don't know if it's better, if it's worse. I think it's I think it was better with in the middle, so I'm going to put it back here. Yeah, it looks fine for me. So this looks fine. Now when we click this button, let's see what happens when we click it. What it does nothing. It just submits the form above it. So let's see, on this form we need to have an action, and we can do a function here that will be our server function. So let's do a function. Let's call this function save. Let's call it base settings. Base settings. And let's do, for now it will be save base settings. Let's do save base settings like this, and we'll have form data here, form data. Let's see this form data. I want to console log it, and nothing more should be done. We don't need this get server session. We don't need this icon. And now let's see, inspect, and let's do console. Let's make it bigger. Let's see what happens if I would just put test here. We have form data. Okay, let's see if I can grab display name from the form data. If I put test here, save, we get test. So this is nice. So now let's try to save it with a server function. So inside our app, or maybe not inside app, inside actions, we have grab username. And here we have a function, a server function to register a username. Let's maybe create a new file for those settings, for those actions on those page settings. Let's call it maybe page actions, pageactions.js. And here let's do export. Let's call it function. Let's do, it will be an async function, and it will be named, let's say, save page settings, right? And in here, we want to first connect to our database. So let's do mongoose, let's see, let's import it, mongoose connect, and process that environment, that mongo URI. And now let's first grab our session. So let's do session equals await get server session with auth options. And then let's do that. We want to grab the page, right? So we want to do const page equals, and let's do await page, and find one where owner is the email from the session. So let's do session user email. All right, here maybe first we can check if we have a session, then we will do all of this and we will grab the page. And then let's do, if we have page, then what do we want to do with the page? Well, we want to update it. Maybe we don't even need to check if we have a page. We just want to update a page. So let's do page update one, and we can do like this. The first param is an object of, let's see, filter. So how we can find the page that we want to update inside our database. We can find it with the owner is session user email. And then the next object, I think, is, let's see, what we want to update. So what we want to update will be like display name and so on. But this display name is undefined for now. We don't have it anywhere. So let's define it here. Display name will come from form data that we'll get here. Form data. Let's do form data get display name. And I think the same thing will be for everything else. So let's do also location. Form data get location. And let's do bio equals form data get bio. And now let's just put all of those three here. Location and bio. Oops, comma bio. Right, and maybe we can put it into separate lines so it will be easier to read. Yeah, and we need to add a weight here, and now it's fine. We can return something here if we want. Maybe we can do return true. And if we don't have a session, so if we go here, it will do return false. All right. And now I guess we can use this function. So let's go back to our page settings form. And here we are doing displaying the name. Let's change this one to async function because we are going to await and we will try to save page settings from page actions. And here we'll just pass our form data. So now let's see what will happen. Well, something is wrong here. Module not found. Can't resolve child process. That is weird. Let's see if I can just restart my environment and if this will save everything here. Let's refresh and it's compiling and still we have an error. Let's see. Child process, module not found. Let's see. Is it because of the, let's try to save page settings from page actions, inside actions. Let's see, save page settings. Let's try to remove it. And let's see if this will help. No, it doesn't. So let's see if I remove this. And now we still having a problem. So no, now we don't. So if I put back this, then we'll have a problem. So something here inside is wrong. We are connecting to a database and then we are grabbing a session. And the easiest way to just find what's wrong is just to remove everything and see if it will work then. But looks like it still doesn't work. So let's see, I'm going to remove, or I'm going to comment out everything from here. And oops, and from here. We'll see if we will still have an error. No, we don't. I think that the error can be that we need to have use server here, as we had inside here, grab username. This should help. Let's go back here. Let's uncomment everything, this. And now let's also uncomment all of this. So yeah, now it works because we have use server. And now let's see, now this seems to work. And let's go back to our page settings form. And let's use this function, save page settings with our form data. And let's grab the result equals this. We need to add a weight. And let's do a console log on the result, just to see what will happen. If I go to console, let's clear everything. Let's put test here. Let's save and result true. So this worked, but it would be nice to have some kind of pop-up or something. And for this, I really like this React hot toast that I'm going to use. So let me just yarn add this. And let's go here, yarn add, and let's use it. So to use it, we need to first put it to, let's go to documentation first. We need to put it like this, toaster, inside our app. So let's put it inside our layout. Let's see, app. Let's put it here inside app. And we have, now we have both here inside the template. Let's put it maybe here inside the body. Toaster, we need to import it. So let's import toaster. Let's see if it's imported correctly. Yes, it is. Now we can use those toast functions. So let's go to paid settings form, and we can do something like this. If result is true, so if result, then we can do toast from React to hot toast success, and it will say saved. Now let's see if we go here and hit save, it says save. What we can, something more interesting that we can do, we can, let's remove this, and now we are just saving and we have this result. And this is kind of like a promise, or we can make it to a promise. So if we do something like this, const promise equals new promise, resolve, reject, and so on. And we are going to put this inside, and we'll do if result is true, then we will resolve this promise. Otherwise, we will reject the promise. Reject. Let's put else into new line, and we need to add async here because we have a wait. And now we can do something like this, because we have this inside promise, this our save page settings. We can do toast, and we can do promise. First is our promise that is just called promise, and here we can put success, like saved. And for loading, we can do let's just say saving ... and nothing for error. Let's say it will never fail. But you can also add error if you want. Saving failed. And now if I click save, it will first, well, we cannot see this because it's too fast, but if I make it slow 3G and then I hit save, and then it's immediately saved. So this is not correct. Let's see why. We have a promise here, and this is async. Let's see once again, save. No, this will actually not work with server actions. But what is really implemented and works is that this button is grayish. So this is nice. Let's put this back to what it was. So let's just put this to here. Let's get rid of this promise and toast promise to just simply, if result is okay, then we will just do toast success with saved. And we don't need this console log. And now let's see, it's gray, and then it will say saved. So this is nice. Maybe instead of being just gray, we can change it to saving and 3 dots. So let's go to this submit button. Here we have children, and the children is basically this font awesome and the font awesome icon to save and span. Maybe we can do here that if it's pending, so if pending, then let's do parentheses, and I'm going to put span with saving ... Otherwise, so let's do if not saving, pending. Let's do end parentheses, and or we can just do children. So I can, let's remove this, I can put children here, and this will work. So now if I click, it's still grayish. Oh, now it says saving ... as you can see. So that is nice. Maybe we can make it less grayish, or the text, we can make the text a little bit more visible. So let's do maybe 300 here, and I don't know, let's do maybe 400, so it will be more visible. Yeah, I think it's fine. Let's see, saving, yeah, I think that was too dark. Let's do 200 as it was. And let's see, disabled is blue. 300, let's see, 400. Yeah, I think this will be fine. Let's refresh. And if I save, oops, it's still loading. Okay, it's still loading because I have this slow 3G. Let's do no throttling. Let's back to slow 3G. If I click saving, yeah, I think this looks fine. Let's put no throttling back, and I think it's fine. So we have here, here, and here, and we have this saved, which is nice. So we know it's saved. Now let's fix that location will be sent as well, or maybe it's already being sent. So let's try it. Let's put David here, location Stockholm, Sweden, and here for the bio, I will just say my bio ... and let's hit save, and let's see if I refresh. If I refresh, it's just saved. So everything seems to work, and that is nice. So maybe instead of my bio, I can put I don't know, my bio goes here. Okay, and that's fine. Let's see if I go to analytics back here. Yeah, my bio goes here. It seems to work. Right, so this works fine, and we can now save the information here from here. The next thing will be to make this to work. So we can choose color or image, and if it's color, it will be an input for color, and if it's an image, we want to upload an image, and we want to save it as a background here instead of this gray background. So this will be the next part. All right, so first let's do that which one is saved. Let's save it into database, which one of those is selected, sorry. So if I refresh, none of those is selected, and let's fix it. So we have it as a component here with only options, and we don't need this on change, I think. So now I'm going to first add a default value as we have with the inputs, as we have here, for example. And the default value will be, let's say it will be color. All right. And now let's go in here and let's grab our default value. And now here I'm going to add default value, and default value will be true if it's the same as option value. So if default value is the same as option value. So let's see. Maybe it's not, we cannot use default value, and in here we should do like default checked instead, because it's a radio button. So it's let's see, default value, option value. Yeah, and now let's see what's default value here, color. So now if I refresh, this one is selected, and before nothing was selected, and now the color is selected as default. So now it works. Now we also want to save it. So as you can see, we have inputs for every option. We have input of type radio with the name background type. So we should be able to go to our server function, page actions, and we should be able to grab it here. So let's do const background type equals form data get background type, and let's add it here to our update background type. We also needed to put this to our page. So let's do background type, and it will be type of string with default of color. The color will be default. All right, so now let me restart my environment, and let's see if this will work. So I'm going to refresh here. Let's see, do we have any errors? No errors so far. Yeah, now we have some errors or maybe warnings. Let's see what happened. Display name, location, objects with JSON methods are not supported. This is warning. Okay, let's skip this warning for now. And let's see. I'm going to change it to an image and I'm going to save it. Now it's saved. Let's see what happens if I refresh. It's an image and not, it's a color and not an image. So let's see why. Let's go to page settings form. And okay, it's because it's always, the color is always the default value. Instead, here I should take page and background type. And now let's see. If I refresh, now the image is selected. Let's try to go change it to color and let's save it. And now the color is selected. Right, so this is good. Now, under this toggler, I want to do something like this. Here underneath, I'm going to add an input for a color. So let's do something input type. I think there's input type color. Let's see. Yes, there is. So let's put those two things into a div. So so this is here, and let's put this input type color into its own div, so it will be inside next line or next row. Now here we can change it. This should be visible only if it's the type is color. So let's do something like this. If page background type is color and parentheses, and let's put this div with input type color here inside. And now I want to add some class names, of course, like margin top of 2, so we have some spacing. And let's put maybe flex and justify center, so it will be centered. Let's add a span, so we will have some label. Pick color of your, or maybe just color for background, maybe just background color. Background color, let's see. Yeah, maybe we can put it here on the beginning, so it will be background color colon. And let's add the gap of 2. Yeah, so we have some spacing, and I think this will looks nice. And maybe we can also put this into this grayish box. So let's do here something like this. Here above, I'm going to put the div with background of gray, I don't know, 200. And let's try to put this thing inside. So we have something like this. Now I'm going to add a shadow. Let's see. Yeah, shadow is here. Now the text should be more grayish. So let's do text gray 700. Yeah, and let's add some padding. All right, that's good. But now this margin top should be moved to this thing. So let's do like this, and I think this looks fine. But now we have this input type color. We need to add name here, so it will be background color, let's say. So we can save it to our database. So it will be named background color. Let's add it to our page model. Let's do background color type string, and default will be, let's say, black. Let's do black, and let's see how this will work. And here let's do default value will be page background color. So let's see. Yes. And now let's use this color here. So instead of this background gray 300, I'm going to put class names here, and here I'm going to put style. And let's do object background color, and here I'm going to put page background color like this. So now it's white. Let's see if we can, no, this will not change like this, but let's see what happens if I save it. So let's see where we are at. So we have input of type color with background color, name. Let's see if this will be saved inside page actions. No, not yet, but we can grab it. Let's do const background color, color with 1L, form data, get background color. Let's put the background color here. And we need to restart our environment. So let's do this. And let's see if I hit save. Let's see if this brown will be saved to our database. Saving, still saving, and saved. If I refresh, well, it's saved. So let's change it to color. I don't see the picker, but that's fine. Let's go back to page settings form and let's see what's wrong. So this doesn't show the color picker because we always check for the what's inside the page object and not what is actually selected. So how we can change this? Well, we can change this by doing state. We will need state for those. So let's do this. Let's do state here, and the state will be called background type, set background type equals use state, and default will be page background type. Right, and now we will do something like this. Here we have default value. I think that's fine. We will just need to change this that the color picker will be visible if background type will be color, and on those we will need to have actually on change, and we want to grab the new value, and we want to grab this, put this new value to our background type value. All right, and we need to implement this on change. So let's go here. Let's put on change, and let's put it here as on click maybe. And on click we want to grab event, and we want to run our on change with event target value. Right, let's see if this will work. So if I change, yes, it works. So I can change this, and I will make it green. So let's hit save, saved, and let's see, yes, it's saved. If I change it to image, let's hit save, it's saved, and it's fine. Now let's change it to color, and let's put the color to be red-ish. Let's save it, refresh, it's red. So this is fine. And now what I want to do is that I can mess here around, and I want the background to be changed as well. So I need to have a state for this. Let's go to page settings form, and now let's put settings state for our color. Color, set color, use state, default will be page background color. Maybe let's rename it to background color, set background color. And now let's see here. We have input of type color, and we have default value. Here we can just add on change. With the event, we will want to do set background color to event target value. Right, so now let's see if I change something here. Nothing happens because here we use a background color to be from the page, and we want to use our state. So let's do background color, and now let's see. This is really cool. So let's see if I save, you refresh. Yeah, so now we have a nicely working. We can change color of the background. Works really nice, and we can save it. And yeah, it works really nicely. Now the next will be the image. So let's go to let's see, here we have background type color. Let's do background type if it's image. Let's do end parenthesis. Let's put a div, and let's put a button, regular button type of button, and let's put maybe just test here. Yeah, let's change this test to change image. Yeah, and now maybe for the image we don't want to have this gray box, and we'll have only a button, a white button. So this gray box is this div that is above this if-ish. So let's put this gray thing only for the this color thing, only if it's color. So now we have changed image button only if it's not the color that is selected. Yeah. Now, if we have image, we have this button. Let's add some class names here. So let's do class name, and I want to do background white, some shadow, some padding on the sides of 4, on the top and the bottom of 2, some margin top of 2, and I want this to be centered. So let's do, let's see, I'm going to do MX auto and inline block. Let's see. No, this didn't help. So let's remove this and let's do something like this. Here, class name, flex, and justify center. And now it's in the middle. So this is nice. So this should work. Maybe instead of having this as white button, we will make it blue, so it will stand out more. Or maybe it can be white. I don't know. Think it looks fine, even as white, depending on the color for the background you have. Maybe let's keep it with white. So white is fine. Let's put the label here, and the closing will go here. So when we click this button, we want to show the file picker, right? Right. So for this, I'm going to put an input type file here. And let's see. So we have this no file chosen, choose file. And then if I click it, I have a file picker, so I can pick an image or another file. Now, file uploads can be hard to understand in full stack apps, so I decided to create a short diagram for this, a sequence, so I can show you guys how it will work. Let's put a sequence here. Let's remove everything. Well, first we have our client side of our app. So let's put client with the icon of, let's say, monitor. And the first thing that happens is we are uploading a file from our client, and we choose a file, we pick a file on our client application, React application. And first what happens is we are sending this file to our backend. And backend is our Next.js API. Let's put backend here with an icon of, let's say, server. Right, and what we are doing here is we are uploading a file. All right, so first thing is we are uploading a file to our backend. Now, the thing is we are not saving this file to our backend. We are not saving this file that we are uploading in any directory that is inside our project, and instead we want to save it inside, let's say, S3 bucket or Google Cloud or somewhere else. But in this app, we are going to use S3 bucket. So the next part, we are going to grab this file from the backend, and we are going to send it to our S3 bucket. So from backend, we are sending a file to our S3 bucket. Let's put here icon S3. And what we are doing here is sending, let's say, saving the file. All right. So we pick a file on our client app inside of React, which we choose the file, and then we save this. We send this to our backend API inside our Next application. But we are not saving this inside our backend files inside our project. Instead, using our backend, we are sending this to S3 bucket on AWS because we want to save it there and not next to our project files. Right. What happens after? When it's saved on S3, S3 informs our backend. So let's do backend. And it informs us about the URL. It says that, okay, everything is fine and it's completed. We have the file, it's saved, and then we can get the URL of the file. So we get the URL inside our backend, and then we can just take this URL and we can send this back to the client. So we can do just backend to client, showing the uploaded file. So once again, first on our client, we are picking a file to upload. Then when we pick a file, we are sending information about this file to our backend. And then when we have this information on our backend, it's a Next.js API. We are not saving this inside our project directory. Instead, we are sending this to S3 bucket, as you can see, and then we are saving this inside S3 bucket on AWS. Then when it's saved, we can get the URL back to our backend. So inside backend API, we know what is the URL of this file. And so we can save the URL in the database if we want. And the most important part is that when we have this URL, we can send it back to the client and we can say, okay, the file that you picked to upload is uploaded through our backend and inside an S3 bucket, and here's the URL of the uploaded file. So inside our client, we can, let's say, for example, if it's an image, we can display the image using the URL that we get from S3. So this is how upload works in full stack apps with backend APIs and S3 buckets. What I will do now is, as you can see, we have this file picker. It looks bad, and I want this one to pick to open this thing, to open files chooser in the browser. So to do this, I'm going to change this button to a label, and I'm going to remove this type button. And I can do something like this. I can put this input inside this label. So now we have something like this. And then if I click here, I have a file picker. And what I will do is on this input type file, I'm going to make it hidden. So it's now it's like this. And if I click, it opens all of the this file picker thingy on the browser. So now it works fine, and we just need to put some, we have type file, we will need to put type, name on this input as well, image, let's call it image, so it will be sent with our form data. And now let's try to upload this to S3 or somewhere else. So let's see, this should work, and but maybe we should, because I can pick an image. I can, for example, pick this image, and I click open, and nothing happens. And we can do that when I save. It will upload, and it will be shown here instead of this color, or I can do that when I pick an image, it will then upload and it will be then shown here on this background here, but it will not be saved as my background until I click this button. If I would refresh, it would put back this color. So let's do this way so we can see the preview of the image, and it will be much nicer. So we have here background color, here we have change image button, and we have our hidden input of type file, and we have name for this and so on. I'm going to remove this name. We don't want this. Instead, I'm going to add something like this. I'm going to add on change, and on change I will run maybe another function. So on change I want to do handle upload, or maybe handle file. Let's do file change. All right. And now let's fix this function somewhere here. So let's do function handle file change. All right. And now, what do we want to do? We will get an event here, and inside we can check if we have files. So it's the const event target files. And let's see, something is wrong here. Yeah, I forgot about the name. Files equals this. And or maybe let's just grab one file, because it will only be one file always. All right, and now if we have a file, we want to upload that file. So how we can do this? Well, I think that for this I'm going to use API. So I'm not going to use server functions, because maybe it would be nice to actually show some preload pop-up or something. So no server functions. I'm going to use API for this. Let's see. I'm going to close this up, and inside API, nothing here. Inside API, I'm going to create a new directory, upload. And inside I'm going to put a file called route.js. Right, and inside here it will be export function post. Okay, and we will have a request here, right? And now let's do something like this, that inside this page settings form, if we have a file, we want to run fetch to /API/upload, and let's add some stuff here. So here we want to do that the method will be post, and we want to send some headers, I guess, headers, and here I'm going to put content type, and the content type will be here we can do like that we are sending a form for a content type, but let's try without headers and let's see if this will work. So what else do we need? We need to send the file, and to send it we need to put it as body. So let's do body, and well, to send this file as body we need to first prepare our data here, and our data will be form data. Let's do const data equals a new form data, and let's just do that data set image, or maybe let's call it file, where when we upload stuff the file will be just our file, and body will be our data, and that's it. Now we can add then on this fetch, and then let's say we will have a response, and with this response we will first do to JSON, and then if we have response converted to JSON, we will have, let's say, link here inside. Right, and with this link, let's say that we will do just console log this link. And that's it for now. Now we want to fix the route for uploading stuff. And to do this, I will need to log into my AWS console. So let's go to console AWS, and I'm going to log into my console here. So you need to just log into yours. All right, so now I'm logged in. Let's go to S3, and we want to have a new bucket. So let's do create bucket. And here, let's call it maybe, as we have with the project, link list. Link list. And let's see. Let's do ACLs enabled, object writer. And let's don't block, we don't need to block public access. Yes, I understand. No tags, no encryption. And I think that will be it. Let's do create bucket. And we need to change the name. Let's do link list files. Let's see, create bucket. And yeah, and this worked. Now we need to create a user for this. So let's go to here and let's do security credentials. And let's go to users, create user. And now let's do something like this. Link list, let's call user like this. And let's do next. And now permissions, attach policies. I'm going to attach policies manually. And I'm going to create a policy. So as you can see in the new tab, we have this specify permission. So we can create a policy. Specify permissions, select the service. Let's see, attach policies directly. And I clicked on this create policy. So let's do service S3. Let's select this one. And now let's see, let's do all S3 actions. And now let's select here specific. And for now, I'm going to just select all of those checkboxes, but in a second, we will uncheck one of those. Here where we have bucket, we want to uncheck this one. We don't want to specify all of the, we don't want this user to access all of the buckets. We want to, this user to access only link list files, all right? And maybe we can save it as the name of our bucket. Let's go to .env and let's put here bucket name equals, and let's put link list files. Right, and bucket name link list files, add, this looks fine. Let's go next. Policy name, link list files policy. Doesn't really matter here. And this looks fine. Let's create this policy. The policy is created. We can close this tab and back to the user. Let's refresh the list of the policies. Let's search for link list policy. Let's select our new policy. Let's do next and let's create a user. And now we have our user. Let's find it, link list. Let's open this user and let's go to security credentials. And here we have, let's see, access key, create access key. And here we will do application running outside of AWS. Let's do next. Let's do create access key. And now we have access key here. Here. And here we have secret access key. So let's do S3. Let's save it as S3 access key. And we will also need the S3 secret access key. Okay, so let's copy this one and let's put it here. And let's copy this one and let's put it here. I'm going to change them later and I will probably even remove the user. So you guys cannot use it, but you should just go and create this yourself. Now we want to upload here. I think this is our API upload route. Yes, it is. So now we want to use this user. We want to use this newly created bucket And from the request, we get information about the file, and we just want to upload our file, right? So how can we do this? Well, we have our route. And the first thing is that we want to grab the form data. So let's do const data equals, and let's do await request, and here form data as a function. And as you can see, we need to add async here. Yeah, and now we have form data because we were sending form data. As you can see here, we are preparing new form data, and we are adding file, and this is object of the file. Right, now we have form data. Maybe we can just call it form data, so it will be more precise. Now let's do if form data has if form data has file, then we want to update this file. So let's do const file equals form data get file. Okay, so we get the file. This is our file. We want to upload this to S3. To do this, we will need to install some stuff with yarn add, and we want to add AWS SDK / client S3. Yeah, let's do this. So this is installing. Now we can probably use it. So let's first, to upload something, we need to define or specify first, create an instance. We need to create an instance of S3 client. So let's do const S3 client equals new S3 client. So let's import this one from this, yes. And now here, first we will need to put region. What is the region of this client? And I don't know if we stopped there, but when you create a bucket on AWS, it asks you on what region you want to put it. I picked the default, so it's US East 1. Right, now we need to put the credentials. Credentials. And credentials is an object where we have access key ID, and we have also secret access key. All right, and now for the access key, it's inside process environment and S3 access key. And now for the secret access key, we need to do process environment S3 secret access key. All right, so we have our S3 client. Now we want to upload the file using this S3 client. But before we will do this, we have our file. And before we will do this, I want to change what name we will use to store this file on our S3 bucket, because I don't want to use the name that the user is using, because let's say we are uploading an image that's named test.jpg. Well, to avoid collision that two people upload files with the same file names, we cannot allow it. So to avoid those collisions, we need to rename our files. And to do this, I think I'm going to use a cool lib calls unique ID. So let's do yarn add unique ID. It's just a function that generates a random ID. So let's unique ID. Now I need to import it manually. So let's do import unique ID from unique ID. Yes, and now const random ID equals unique ID. Run it as a function. And now I'm going to use this random ID to my new file name. Const new file name. Let's do new file name like this, and it will be this random ID. And I need to add an extension, so it can be like 1, 2, 3, and so on, and many numbers and letters. And then I need to add .dot and JPEG or whatever is sent with this upload. And to grab this extension, let's do extension equals, I need to go to file, then the name, and then I want this, I want to split the name. So if the name is like test JPEG, I want to split it with by the dot here. So do split, and now I want to grab the last part. So to do this, I think I can do just pop, and it will pop with just JPEG. So now let's see, random ID, let's add the dot, and then let's add an extension on the end to our new file name. All right, so we have S3 client, we have a new file name. Let's maybe see if this will work. So let's do console log, new file name, and here on the end, let's just do return response JSON true, and that's it. So we can see if the upload works. So let's open here, network, let's pick an image, and for the image, let's maybe take this thing, open, and nothing happened when I choose the file. So let's see, let's go back to page settings form, and let's see, event target files, maybe the file is empty. Let's do console log of the file to see if something will happen here. Let's do a console here, let's clear this image, change image, let's pick this one. We have a file and we got it true. Let's see, and we get an upload. So now it worked. The previous said true. Let's see the console here. We get this random file name that looks like this now. So everything seems to work. Let's go back here. And now we have random file name. Now we want to upload this file using our client. So to do this, first, let's do something like this. We want to do S3 client and we want to upload. To upload, we are sending comments with our S3 clients. So let's do send. We want to send a command, and the command is put object. So let's do new put object command, and this is a class that we are importing as well. And here we just put just an object of well, all of the configuration, where we want to put it, upload, how we want to upload, and so on. So first, the bucket, so the place. The bucket is inside our environment variables. So let's do bucket name. I think it's bucket name. Let's see. Yes, it is bucket name. So bucket colon this. And don't forget that it's capital B. Then let's do key. And the key is the file name. So let's put new file name. And what else? We want to set ACLs. So we want this to be public read. So it will be, if we access the link, we can just see the image. All right, so that's this. What else we need? We need body of our file. And to grab the body, it's a little bit complicated, but not super complicated. We need to prepare this body. And to prepare this body, we need to first specify chunks, and chunks will be just chunks of body. And then we will do something like this. For await, and we will do for each chunk of file stream, like this, we will add chunk to chunks. So let's do chunks, and let's do push our chunk. Yes, and that's it. We have chunks, yeah. So the thing is, we are using file stream to stream chunks of file, and then we just collect this to our chunks array. And now for the body, we just put all of the chunks here joined together. So to join them together, we are going to use buffer, and then we will do concat. So to concatenate this, or to join this together, concat, and just our chunks of the file. Right, and this will work, this will upload, but there's something more that I want to add: content type. And this is, S3 wants to know what type of file this is. So this is image, most likely. We don't know if it's JPEG or GIF or what, but this is inside file type. So we can just do file.type, and the information is there inside. So it's like image JPEG or something like this. Right, so this will work. We just need to add a weight here, and that should be it. So now we wanted to return a link, right? So let's do const link, and let's define it here. So the link always goes like this: https / first the bucket name, and for our bucket name it's here. Maybe we can put this as a constant here: const bucket name equals, and let's put this. Let's put this here, and let's use bucket name here, and let's use bucket name here. So let's use bucket name. So HTTPS, then we have bucket name dot s3 dot Amazon AWS.com / and then our file name. So just we can do like this: new file name, and that's it. We have our link that we can send with JSON, and this should work. So let's try it. So let's see, I will refresh here just to be safe. Let's change it to image, change image, and let's do that. I'm going to pick, for example, this image, open. It's uploading, pending. Let's see if this will work. Yes, and as you can see, we have our link here. Let's see what happens if I try to open it. As you can see, it's uploaded, so everything worked. So now we need to go back to page settings form, and let's fix this. So we get a link, and we want to put this back. We want to put this link here to the background, right? So let's do this. Let's prepare state for this. It will be background image, and set background image, and the default will be background image. Let's see if it's inside page model, just to be sure. No, it's not. Let's add it. Page background image, type string, default will be empty string. Now let's go back here. We have background image, that's fine. Now let's scroll to this thing, this gray color or cover thing. Here it is. So we have this style thing, and we are setting background color. But instead of doing like this, let's do something else. I'm going to cut it from here, and let's do something like this. If the background type state is color, then let's do this. Let's return this object. Otherwise, so let's do colon, and let's maybe put it like this. Otherwise, colon, the style will be a different object, and the object here will be actually background image, and the background image will go like this. Let's put URL parenthesis, and here inside we want to put our link. So let's do a background image, because this one has the link. And now let's see if this will work. So if I pick image, change image, and let's pick this one, open, and it's uploading. Let's see if this will work. And I think it worked, but nothing happened. This is because we just do console log, and we don't set it to background image. We don't set this link to background image. So let's try again. I'm going to refresh just to be sure. Let's go to image, change image. Let's upload this one, open, and it's uploading, and it worked. We need to fix aspect ratio and so on. But other than that, it looks fine. So we just need to make it more like it's a cover of this div. So let's go to class names. Let's search for a background cover. So now, as you can see, it's more like a cover, but it's not centered. It's from the top. So let's see. Let's do background center. Yes. And now it's centered. So now let's try with different image. Let's see this one, MacBook. Let's open. Now it's uploading and behind the scenes, and now it's uploaded. And as you can see, it's nicely centered. So now, if I just refresh, it will not be saved. But if I change image and I pick this one and I click save, it will still not be, saved because we don't have any input with the background image. So let's see. And we are sending only inputs, right? So for example, here we have input with color and it has name. So we are sending this with form data. But here, if it's image, let's then add that we will have also image. Here input, I'm going to add an input that will have the value of this link. So let's do background image. And as you remember, this background image is, let's see, background image, yes. I'm going to add the name. The name will be, well, background image as a string. And yeah, now as you can see, it's here, but I will make it hidden, sorry, type hidden. So now it's not visible. And now let's handle this in our server action. So let's go to page actions. Let's grab it, const background image equals form data, grab get background image, and let's try to put it here, background image. All right, let's go back, and this hidden input is only rendered if background type is image, which is fine, but maybe it would be better to put it here, that it doesn't matter if it's what is selected, if it's color or if it's image, it will still be sent to the database. So let me also grab this one, or maybe I cannot grab this one. Let's just make this, let's just put this one back. I'm going to put this one back here where it was. And here inside page actions, I need to check if we have background image or color, because if we don't, I don't want to update those. So to do this, I'm going to do something like this, const data to update. Maybe let's call it data to update. And I'm going to put all of this here as an object, but except those two. So I'm going to cut those two, color and the image. And here I'm going to put data to update. And now, before I will send this data to update, I'm going to check if we have background color and background image. So only if we have background color, then I'm going to add it to data to update. So let's do data to update that background color equals background color. Let's do the same with background image. If we have background image, then we are adding this to the data to update background image to be background image, like this. So why am I doing this? Because if I'm changed from color to image and I upload an image and I save it, then okay, I'm going to update this with this data to update, and so on. But if I would not have this background color sent with the form data, and I would still try to grab it from the form data, it will be undefined. So the color that I had previously would be removed from the database, or it will be nulled. So that's why I'm first checking if we have something there. I could actually do this thing with all of those things, and maybe it will be a better way of doing this. And it will be less copy paste. So let's maybe try to do this. So we are going to update only the data that we get from the form data. So let's first define all of the data keys, and here we will have display name, we will have location, we will have bio, we will have background type, we will have background color, and we will have background image, like this. Let's put this into several lines so it will be easier to read. And now we don't need nothing of this, or maybe let's keep it for now. But now we can do something like this. For each const key of data keys. So for each key, let's see, const key of data keys. Sorry, not if, for each key in data keys. I want to first check if it exists. So if form data has this key, I want to do if this exists in form data, then I want to add it to our data to update equals empty object for now. Let's remove it from here and let's add it here. Data to update, we want to add that the key inside data to update will be form data and get key. Right, now we don't need this or this, and we just have this. So for each all of those keys, we check if a key is inside form data. If it is, we are adding this to this object data to update. And then we just update page where the owner is our logged in user with all of this data that we collected from the form data that we from all of those keys that we found. We just update everything we got. Right, I hope it makes sense. So now let's see if this will work. Let's refresh. Let's do David 2, Stockholm 2, here 2. Let's pick an image. So let's do maybe this one. Let's open. Now it's uploading. Let's wait until it's uploaded. Let's now hit save. It's saved. Let's refresh. And it didn't work. Let's see why. Let's see. Well, it worked. As you can see, we have 2 here, 2 here, and 2 here. And the image is selected, but the background image is not shown. Let's see why. Here we have this, but here we have undefined. So let's see why. First, let's see on here. Do we have everything? Yes, we do. Maybe I forgot to restart my environment. So let's try again. I'm going to refresh here my page, and let's see. Let's change image. Let's pick this forest thing. Upload. Now it's uploading behind the scenes. Later, I'm going to add a preloader here, so we'll see the progress. Now let's do save. Saving. It's saved. Let's do refresh here. And now, as you can see, everything works. I just needed to restart my environment. Right, so if I refresh, everything is on place and I can change to color if I want, but I don't want to have a color, I want to have an image instead. Right, this works, and now let's see. This looks fine, everything is saved. Let's see if this will work if I'm going to change to a color. Let's pick a dark gray-ish or blue, refresh, and we have a color. Let's pick an image. Let's save the existing image and let's see if we will have it. Yes, it looks fine. Let's change this one to this MacBook. But before we will do this, I want this preload thing. So let's go to page settings form, and inside this handle file change, we have our upload functionality. And I want to have something like please wait, it's uploading. To do this, I'm going to do something like this. Let's remove this console log, we don't need this. Here inside if we have a file, then we want to upload it, right? Here is all of our code to upload the file and set it to our state, set the link to the state. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put this as a promise, and I'm going to use this React hot toast. So let's do new promise with resolve and reject. Let's put all of this inside our promise, and we will do something like this. Here we set background image to be this link, and when it's done, I'm going to do resolve, run this resolve on the promise. Here we have this dot, then maybe we can do, I will not handle rejection. Maybe I should. So let's do something like this. If response is okay, then I will do all of this. Otherwise, so else I'm going to do reject. Sorry, not like this. Reject on this promise. Right, so we have our super long promise here. Now let's do React hot toast. So let's do toast promise. Let's maybe rename this promise to upload promise. So we will have a unique name, upload promise. And here I want to add loading state, loading text to be uploading ... and then let's do success to be uploaded, an exclamation mark, and the error, it will say upload error like this. Let's fix the text, upload error. Yeah, and let's add a wait here, and let's add async here. I added a wait because this is an async function, and yeah. So now let's see. If I will refresh first, and then let's hit change image, or maybe before I will do this, let's add an icon here. So we have this change image here, and I want to put this to a span, and I want to add an upload icon. So let's do font awesome icon. Let's do FA upload, yes. And on this label, we will need to add flex and gap of 2. So now we should have let's see, an icon. Let's see if I refresh. No, we don't. I don't see this icon here. Okay, it's because, or actually it should be visible. Let's see what is wrong here. Change image. So we have this label here, we have input. I don't see the font awesome icon. Let's see. Maybe it's because this upload icon doesn't exist or something. Let's try to find it. So let's search for upload. Yeah, and there is an upload. But let's use this one instead. Cloud arrow up. And let's see if this one will work. So let's go to here. And let's do cloud arrow. Okay, that's why. No, I don't know why. FA cloud arrow up. Let's import from solid icons. Now let's see if we have it. No, we don't. Let's refresh. Let's see, change image. So let's see what is wrong here. So we have a label, yes, and inside the label we should have the icon. So let's see, what do we have here? We have two inputs, that's fine, and we should have an icon, font awesome icon, but it doesn't work. Let's try to put those two things inside a div. And now let's see if I refresh. Let's see here, we have a label, but we don't have any div. Let's see why. Change image, it should contain a div, but it only has this label. I saved everything, and here we have some warnings, but let me just restart just to be on the safe side. And let's refresh the page, and we have some error here. Let's see what happened. Unexpected end of JSON input. So something is wrong here. Let's scroll up to see where it started. Unexpected end of JSON input. Everything is rendered, but we get this weird error. Let's try to restart once again. Yeah, that's weird. Let's try to remove this icon for now. So if I restart the environment once again, we still get the error. It still says unexpected end of JSON input. Does it say where it is? Execution, JSON parse. No, it doesn't. Let's see. Maybe something wrong with the... Okay, now I see. I accidentally imported this thing. Weird. Now it should work with the icon. So we have this, let's see, change image here. Let's put my font awesome icon. The icon will be FA cloud arrow up. Now it should work. Let's restart the environment, and now everything should work. And let's see if the icon will be visible. So yes, it is, but we want to make it prettier. So for this div, let's do flex and gap of 2. And let's add items center. And I think it looks fine, but I want the icon to be more grayish. So let's do class name, and I want to do background of, or sorry, maybe it should be text, gray 500. Yes, it worked. Let's make it a little darker. So let's put this here, and now let's do maybe 700. Yeah, I think this will work. So we have change image, and I also want to add a cursor of type pointer. So let's do pointer, cursor pointer. Yeah, and same on those. So now I have pointer, but let's do same on those togglers here. So let's see, I'm going to go to globals, because here we have some basic styling for those radio togglers. So let's add the cursor pointer here. And now let's see, it is almost fine, except that on those divs, we probably need to have pointers as well, cursor pointer. Now let's see if I refresh. No, it's only on selected. Okay. And that's not what I wanted. I wanted on all of those. So let's do it here. So let's do refresh. Yeah, and now it works. So now it looks fine. Now it looks fine. It moves a little bit on the height when I toggle between those, and I think we can fix it by setting minimum height. So let's go to page settings form, and here we have this cover thing. No, not here. Or actually, no, not here. Here we have radio togglers. Here we have our class names for the cover thing. So we have color or image. I want to add maybe here minimum height of, and I'm going to add like 600 pixels. So now it's super big. Let's make it smaller, 400 pixels. And let's decrease the padding on the top and the bottom to just 4. 4 should be enough. Let's change this one to 200. Yeah, I think it's fine. Maybe let's do 300. Yeah, I think 300 looks nice. So now it doesn't change the height of this thing. So it's much nicer. Yeah, so we have now upload for the image. We can change the color, and this saves and this saves as well. So this works. The next thing will be fix that we can change our avatar, right? So we will need to have some kind of buttons here, maybe underneath, change avatar or something like this, or maybe a button here on the corner. And then when this will be done, the upload on this thing, then we can here underneath add something like that you can put links and buttons and contact information and so on. So we'll have more like white boxes. But first we will need to fix this upload for the avatar. All right, so now let's fix that we can change our avatar. So first here on this page settings form, let's see where we have our avatar. Looks like it's here. So we have an image and it's inside a div that we are pulling up, as you can see, with this margin bottom minus 12. No, this is not pulling up. This is decreasing the margin from the bottom, so the form that is underneath can be pulled up. But with this minus top 8, we are pulling the avatar up, so it's on partially on this image. All right, but now we want to add like a button here on the corner, so we can have like an upload icon, and then when you click, you can change avatar. So let's see. I think that maybe we can try to first put another div, because if I put something here, let's see, test, well, then it's here, because we have this flex thing. Let's see what happens if I change this to flex row. Okay, then it's like this. I don't want this to be like this. So I'm going to put another div, and I'm going to put those two inside. So now, as you can see, this test is below the image, but there's a lot of gap here. And this gap is because we have this top minus 8 relative. So this image is pulled up by 8. So to fix it, I'm going to grab those two, and I'm going to put on the div above that we just created. So let's do this. And now, as you can see, test is now much closer. But I want to style this test thing. So I'm going to add here class name, and maybe I'm going to also change this to a button. And let's style it like this. Let's do that the position will be absolute. And let's put bottom 0 and right 0. So now, as you can see, it's on the bottom right corner. That is nice. Now would be nice to have to make it like white and with some padding and icon. First, I want to have an icon here, so I'm going to do font awesome icon, and I think we had this FA cloud arrow up icon that we can use, so it will be the same as this one. Yes, and now I want to add like a background, so let's do background white, so we'll have a background for this, and let's add padding of at least 2, and let's make it rounded full. And let's add shadow, so it will be more visible. Yeah, that is good, but maybe too much padding. So let's change this to padding 1. Yeah, so we have something like this. Let's make this shadow darker. So let's do the same. That's what we have here for the image. Let's do the same for this button, shadow black. Yeah, maybe we can add a text here, like change And yeah, I think that looks nice, but we can make it smaller, and we need to have some spacing here. So on the button, let's add flex and gap of 1, so we have some spacing. And now let's make it more to the middle. So let's do items center. So now the icon is more centered. I don't know if we actually need this change text. Let's see first without the text. So let's put it like this. Let's make the icon bigger. So let's put size of, I don't know, is it like XL that we can put here? Yes, that's better. And now for the button, I can remove this flex and gap in item center because we don't have any text. And I want to put here ratio, or I want to make it square, aspect square. Yes. So now it's more square-ish. But now to make it in the middle, I'm going to do flex and items center. So now it will move up a little bit. Yeah, that is nice. And yeah, I think we can just stay with this. Let's check with padding of 2. Yes, that looks nicer, I think, but it would be nicer to pull it down and more to the right a little bit. So let's do minus bottom of 1, and let's see. Oops, I think that's too much. Minus bottom, or maybe it's not. Let's see. Minus bottom 1. If I save, it's like this. If I do minus 2, it's here. I think it's fine. Let's do minus right of 2, and let's see if I save, it's here. Let's see if I do 4. Let's do, I don't know, 8. Okay, it's changing. So it's changing by just a little bit. So let's do maybe 4 here, and let's do 4 here. Okay, that's too much. Let's do just 2 and 2 here. Right, so yeah, now I can click on this one, and well, it just saves the form, and because I forgot to do this type button here. But this will not be a button because I want this to be a file picker. So to do this, I'm going to do the same thing that we did with the upload for the cover image. So I'm going to change this to a label, and now I'm going to put an input of type file here. And now for this input type file, I'm going to put an ID here, avatar input, and here for this label, I'm going to add HTML4, and here avatar input. And what it does is that when I click on this one now, it will open a file picker. It will click on this input, so it will open a file picker. So as you can see, if I click, it opens file picker. I can pick an image. So clicking this label, it basically clicks this input here. So now I want to hide it. So let's do class. We don't need to see this one. So let's do class name hidden, and now it's better. So I'm going also to add a cursor pointer. Now let's see. Yes, everything works. Now what I want to do is, I can change it and it will work. But now we need to also have upload functionality for this. So let's see how it works for the, here we have handle file change, and this is the function that is used. Let's see, let me find. It's used for this thing, for change image here. Here we have handle file change. And the problem is that this handle file change is for this background image. And let's see what happens inside. So it checks if we have file, and if we do, then it uploads, and then it sets as a background image. It gets the link and sets this link as background image. And I don't like this because this should be more generic. So if I create another function, I don't want to copy paste all of this upload functionality. So how can we fix it? First, let's rename this function to Let's rename it to handle handle cover image change. Okay, and I'm going to put this even here, so the name will be correct. All right, now let's remove some generic parts from here to a separate function. So I'm going to create an async function called, let's say, upload. Yeah, just upload. And this upload will take an event. And that's it. So I'm going to, let's just put all of this inside this upload. And we are going to remove anything that is specific just to discover, and the only thing that is specific to discover is this set background image. So let's remove it. And here, as you can see, we are creating promise, but we are not sending back this link to our promise with resolve function. So let's add it here. And now let's see. Here we have this toast promise. And this is this pop-up that shows uploaded or uploading error or just uploading ... I think that's fine, but I'm going to remove this await. I don't want to wait for this. And instead, well, maybe let's keep it for now. What I want to do is to have an extra function, maybe here as a param, and it will be just a callback. So let's use it, callback function like this, and let's put it here, callback function, and let's pass the link. All right, and now let's scroll here to handle cover image change. Let's remove all of this. All right, so now we can use this function called upload. So let's do await upload. And we need to pass event, and then we have this callback function here that we can just define. So I will define it as an arrow function. So we get a link and then we can do stuff with it. And the only thing that we need to do with this example here for the cover image, we need to put this link to our state here for background image. So let's do just set background image. And let's put this link here. Now we can create a similar function for our avatar. So let's do async function and handle avatar image change. All right. And let's put an event here. And we are going to do await upload, and with the link, well, what do we want to do with the link? We want to set it to a state somewhere. So we need to change the source of this image to a state. Let's see if it's a state. So let's see, where is our avatar? Here is our avatar, but as you can see, it's not from the state, it's from the user. So we want to change it to a state. So let's prepare state for this. So here, let's do const, let's do avatar, and set avatar. Use state, and default will be user image. All right. And now let's use avatar instead of user image. Here, down here, let's see, radio togglers. Here we have image. Here we have our avatar. So let's use just avatar, right? And let's see if it works. It still works, fine. Now let's see. Now we can use set avatar to our handle avatar image change. So I'm going to put set avatar here, and let's put link when the upload is complete. All right, so this should do the trick. And let's see if I'm going to change an image. Let's say I'm going to pick this one. Let's click open, and nothing happens. Why? Because this function is not used anywhere. So let's scroll to our avatar and this empty invisible input of type file, and let's add here on change and handle avatar image change. All right, now let's see. I'm going to refresh. Let's see if I change and maybe pick this image, uploading. So this looks fine. And now I get an error because hostname, this and this is not configured under images in my next config. All right, let's see next config. And we don't have anything for the those linked list files on S3. So let's add this to our config. So let's copy this hostname and let's add another object here where the host name will be this, and that's it. So now if I refresh, let's see, let's go back here to page settings form, and now let's try to change the image to this one. Yes, and it's uploading, and it's uploaded, and as you can see it has changed. The only problem is that it's not square, but we can fix it. Let's add here aspect square and let's see what will happen. Well, I don't like it because now I'm much wider. So let's remove this aspect square, and instead there is a property that I can use, and I think it's this layout, and the layout here, maybe not the layout, but I think there's something like fill. So let's do fill to 1. Image blah 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 has both width and fill properties. Only one should be used. All right, so we need to remove width and height, and let's see, and it disappeared. I guess this is because we need to put this fill information to the div here that is above. So let's try to do width of 128 pixels and height of 128 pixels as well. So let's put this like this because it's custom value, and now it kind of work. Let's see if it does when I change an image. So now it's uploading, and it's uploaded, and it's still stretched. So this is not what I wanted. Let's try with object fit to cover. Let's see. Then it says we need to have width. So let's put back, let's remove width and height from here. So I'm going to do Control Z. Let's put it here. And instead of this, let's do object fit to cover. And now let's see, this looks fine. And what if I upload this image that is more like, that is not a square image? And well, then it's not correct. But let's see what will happen if I put width of 128 8 pixels here. So let's do this as we had it. And same with height. So let's do height of 128 pixels. Yeah, and this didn't work as I wanted because now I'm really wide. But let's try to add some things. Let's see why it's this wide. So we have an image here, but as you can see, it shouldn't be this wide. And I think that we can fix it by removing width and height from here and putting this into this div. No, it didn't work. Let's see. It's still a square. Well, it should be a square, but it's not a square. It's more like vertical. Let's try to fix it. So to fix it, we can do something like this. Here is the div. As you can see, it's smaller than the image. So to fix it, we can do something like this. We can grab the border, this white border that is around the image, and put it on this div. So let's see. Here we have on this image, we have this border 4, border white and shadow. Let's grab it from here, and maybe even this surrounded full. So let's grab it here, and let's put this on this div. So now we have something like this, and as you can see behind, we have our circle div. And now let's put here inside another div, and yeah, and let's put this image inside this div. And the only function for this div will be overflow hidden. So now let's see. We have overflow hidden. We have image inside, but it doesn't seem to work. Let's see why. Overflow hidden. Here we have the image, and let's see. Let's try to remove this object fit. Let's see. No changes. Okay, it's because overflow hidden is also a big div, as you can see. And well, to fix it, we can do something like this. We can make this one the parent relative, and on this one we can also make it relative and just add inset 0. So now let's see. No, it's still this big. Let's see if we can fix it by doing max height of well, let's see, or maybe just height of full, then it's this big. Okay, that's better. Now the image is not centered, and that is not good, but we can fix it by adding classes here. So let's put width of full, height of full, and object cover. And now let's see, now it's centered. So as you can see, on the center of this image is my nose, and same here. So that is good. Now let's see. We have this div, and but the border is on the div here above. So we should probably move the border from here to this div. And let's see. Let's grab this rounded full and shadow. We probably don't need this relative. Let's see. No, we don't. So let's do rounded border, border, and border shadow. Let's cut from here and let's put this here. Yeah, that is much better. Now maybe we can pull this icon up a little bit. So let's do minus bottom off. Not here, or it's actually here. Yeah, so now we have it here. Yeah, and I think now it looks fine. Maybe we can pull it up a little bit. So let's do just bottom 0. And I think it looks fine like this. So I'm going to change this once again to maybe just this random MacBook. Yeah, and it works. So now I'm going to change it back to, let's change it to this, and let's see if this will work. Yes, it does. And I'm going to change it to this, and it worked. So now we just need to make sure that it will be saved. And to save it, I'm going to put just an empty or invisible, sorry, input, the same way we did with cover image, just so we will have the link somewhere and it will be sent with the form. So here we have this input for the file, for the avatar. Here I'm going to put hidden input for avatar value. So let's put avatar, and the value will be avatar. All right. Yeah, so now let's see. If I save, then this should be sent. But the problem here is that inside this function, let's see where it is, save page settings, we don't grab avatar. So let's grab it, avatar, and I think that's it. We have a key here that we are looking for. Let's see inside page. Do we have this thing, avatar here? No, we don't. And the thing is, we don't want to save it inside page. Instead, I'm going to remove it from here. And instead, I'm going to check if we have a avatar send, and if we do, I'm going to send it on the user object, not on the page. So here I'm going to add also if form data has avatar, then I'm going to do something like this. Then I want to update a user. So first I'm going to grab the link, avatar link equals, and let's do form data get avatar. And now I want to update the user. So user model. So let's do await user. I don't think I have a user object, user model here, so I need to add it. Let's do user.js, and let's go to here to our database, browse collections, and let's see how this looks like. So let's go to users, and I want to know what properties we have. So let's do const user schema equals new schema, yeah, from Mongoose. And now I want to add all of those. So let's put name is a string, and then we have email, that is also a string. We have image, that is a string as well. And we have email verified, and I think it's a date. So I'm going to put email verified. It's a date, and that's it. Now let's try to do export const user equals. Let's first try to find it inside models. If models has user, then we are going to export it. Otherwise, we want to do new model with name user and user schema. All right, now let's use our user inside page actions. We have this user. Let's import user model. Let's see if it's imported. Yes, that's correct. And now let's do update one, same with we did with the page. And now first param is how we can find this user to update. And we will update this using email. So let's do email. We want to find a user where email comes from the session that we have here. So let's do just session user email. And now what we want, object of what we want to update as the second param. We want to update image. So only image. And we want to put the link, and it's inside avatar link. And that's it. So yeah. And now let's see if this will work. If I save this, it says it's saved. If I refresh, let's see if it's still the same image. Yes, it is. And even here we have it changed. Maybe I want to, would be nicer to pull this one down a little bit so it will be on the same level as this. Let's see. I think this is like an app template. Yes. So it's inside the source app and then app with parentheses, because this is a route group, and then we have this template. Now let's see here. Here I want to see we have this aside, and we have some padding, and we have padding of 4 on all sides. Let's add that padding on the top will be 8. So now it's well, I think it's on the same level, but let's just be sure. Yes, it is, and that is nicer. Maybe we can decrease the spacing here. We have this up sidebar. Let's see what is inside. We have links here. We have margin top of 12. Let's change it to maybe just 8. Yeah, so now it's and this is closer to the avatar. So that is nice. So now we can change avatars, and we can save them. And this should also work. So let me try to remove those two. Saved. Yeah, let's refresh to see. Yeah, everything is saved, and looks like it works. So now the next part is we want to have links and buttons for our page. So first will be buttons like email me button or a phone number button, and social profiles and so on, and then custom links. But we will first go with buttons. All right, so the next section I want to put here, like the next box, will be buttons. So like button for under the profile image, button for email, button for phone number, social media stuff, and so on. So as you can see, we have here one box, and this one box comes from our template here. Let me see. Here we have this, as you can see, here we have up sidebar. Here we have a div with background white. And now if I go to analytics, I also have this white background box here. I think it would be much nicer to put this as a separate separate component, and I want to get rid of it from the template, because, for example, on this page, I want to have several of those boxes and not to put all of the content into one box. So to do this, first let's open here sidebar and let's see. We have components and here we have layout. Maybe I will put it here. So I'm going to copy, let's just copy this part, and inside layout, let's do new file and let's call this one, I'm going to call it section box.js, and let's do export default function section box, and I'm going to grab children from here, and here let's do return parentheses, and inside let's put this, let's close this div, and inside we are going to just render the children. Now let's go back to the template and let's get rid of this white box here. So now it's like this, and analytics looks like this. All right, so let's fix this page first. So let's go back to our page settings form, and let's see. I want to see here our render. As you can see, we have big div with this negative margin, and I think I'm going to just remove it. So let's just remove those classes. So now we don't have any negative margin, but it takes all of the width. Maybe it looks nice. Maybe you want to keep it this way, but I really prefer those white boxes. So I'm going to use it. So here let's do section box. This will be the first, and I'm going to put all of this form stuff inside. So I'm going to cut this, and I'm going to put all of this here inside. So now we have one section box, and I can put another one for the buttons. Now let's see how this structure looks like, because the page is actually here, and this is our account page, and as you can see, we are rendering page settings form. And because we need several boxes, we can either create separate components here, or we can add more stuff here inside. But I think it would be easier if we just put more components here to render. So we have page settings box, and then let's say we will have, I'm going to put here test for now. So let's see if this will render. Yes, it renders here underneath, so that's cool. What I want to do is I will create a separate component here for also a form, and I will call it buttons form or something like this. So or maybe page buttons form. So let me see. Here we have forms. Let's also add it here inside forms. So let's do page buttons form.js, and let's do export default function and page buttons form, and let's do return. And I want to first have this section box, and let's put the buttons here. And now let's use this component. So let's go back to account page, and let's put it here. So let's put here page buttons form, yeah, like this. Let's also put all of the stuff. So page user session user, so we have everything. Right now we have this extra spacing here that I don't need inside page settings form. So let's go here. And let me see, here we have a div, here we have a form with some padding from the top and the bottom. And now let's see, this is fine for the section box. Let's see where this padding comes from. So here it is, background white. Okay, so on this thing, on the first part, I want to remove the padding. Let's see how the padding looks here. Do we have two paddings or only one? Let's see. We have two paddings. So we have padding on this and on the parent. The parent is here. No, the parent is here. All right, so here I want to remove this padding of 4. And this is on this white section box. Maybe I will keep it and I will instead remove the padding that is on the form. So let me scroll here, and here we have padding of, let's see where I can find this padding that is here. And let me see, here we have padding of 4. Let's maybe change it to just 0. Yeah, and this padding decreased. And now I want to remove the padding from here on this hero section. So let me see, here we have a div. Let's try to remove this. So I'm going to add negative margin. So let's do minus margin of 4. And now that's much better. So now let's see, this looks fine to me. So now let's go to buttons here. Page buttons form. So here, what I want to do is have a form that you can add buttons like contact, email, phone, Discord, Telegram, and so on. So first, maybe I will show all of the buttons that can be added. So on the top, or maybe on the bottom, I will have all of the buttons. So let me put a div with, here we will have all of the buttons that you can add. So first, maybe we need to put first button. So let's do button. And here for each button, I will have a label, like for example, email. So let's do email. And I want to have also a font awesome icon. So let's do icon, and let's do FA. Let's search for email icon. No, I cannot find. Let's search for envelope. Envelope, yes. And let's import this one. Yeah, why not? And now let's try how this will look like. Let's add the flex and gap of 1, some small padding of 1. And now let's see. So we have email here. And this button doesn't have any background color, so let's try to add it. Let's do background gray of, let's see, 300. Yeah, so now we have something. And let's try with 200. Yeah. And now I want to also add items center, so it will be centered. Maybe a bigger gap, so let's do gap of 2 and bigger padding, so we have something like this now. And I also want to have a plus icon. So here I will add another icon, font awesome icon, and let's search for FA plus, plus, yes. And let's see how this will look like. Yeah, I think it looks fine. So now I want to have buttons for each possible, well, social media and so on that you can think of. Or I will just provide 3 examples, and you can add more if you want. And all right, so I'm going to define them here. So the const, and let's call them buttons equals. And now it's an array, and we will have, oops, not this. For each button, we need to have a label. So for example, email, we will need to have an icon, and we will need to have a key. So this will be an object because we will need several stuff here. So first, the key. So the key will be email, and now label will be email, but with dash and with, yeah, just email like this. And the icon will be FA envelope. All right. Now I'm going to put, for example, phone, and here let's do mobile. So let's do mobile. Let's maybe put mobile as a key as well, mobile, label mobile, and icon will be, let's try FA mobile. Yeah, let's do this. And what else? Now maybe let's try to add some social media. So let's start with Instagram, FA, now here just Instagram, and the icon will be FA Instagram. Yes, import this one. Now let's add some more, and I don't know how many. You can add more if you want. I'm going also to add Facebook. So let's do Facebook. I'm going to add those that are most popular. So let's see. I need to import the icon. So let's do FA Facebook. Yes. And now we will need Discord. Discord. Let's do Discord here. And icon FA Discord. Yeah. And what else? You can add TikTok if you want. Why not? Oops, not here. Here. So here, TikTok. And let's do FA TikTok. And let's maybe add the YouTube. Why not? YouTube. And here the icon will be FA YouTube. Maybe some more about contact information. So we have Discord. Maybe you want to have a WhatsApp. So let's add WhatsApp. It's like this, I guess. FA WhatsApp. Yes. We do a lot of programming. So let's add GitHub. And here for the icon, FA GitHub. Yes. What else? You can add anything you want actually here, but for me it will be enough with those. All right, and now we have a list here, and now let's try to list them. So here let's do buttons map, and for each button I will mark it as B, parentheses, and let's put this one inside here, and we are going to change email to B label. And here we are going to put icon. So let's put to be icon. And I think that's it. So let's save and let's see. So now we have something like this. And I want to make the first letter uppercase. So let's do class name and let's do uppercase here for the classes. Not like this. Camel case. Do we have case? Let's see. Normal case, uppercase, lowercase. I only want to make the first letter big. So how can I do this? And not with CSS. I need to do something like this. I'm going to put this here, and I'm going to do something like this. I'm going to grab the first letter. So let's do slice, first letter, and let's do to uppercase. And then I'm going to add the rest of it. So let's do slice with -1. So it should start with -1. So now, oops, -1 and the rest. So we have first letter. Let's see. No, it shouldn't be like this. It should start with 1. So like this. Yeah, that's correct. And this looks fine. Now on the parent of all of the buttons, let's do class name. Let's put flex. And let's add the wrap. So a flex wrap. And let's add some gap. So let's do gap of 2. So we will have some spacing. Yes, that's nice. And maybe we can make them a little bit smaller. So let's see. For the buttons, let's change the gap to 1. Yeah, so we have something like this. Maybe we can add one more. So we'll have like 2 full lines. So we have a lot of those. One more I want to add. Let's add Telegram. Why not? So Telegram here, Telegram, and the icon will be FA Telegram. Yes, all right. Now let's see. Yeah, so yeah, now we have some buttons here. And we don't have anything that should happen when we click on those, and nothing happens. But I'm going to fix it in a moment. So first here above, I want to have a header that will say buttons. So let's do H2. It will say buttons, and I will have some class names here to make it bigger. So let's do text XL, maybe even bigger. Let's do 4XL. Yeah, I think that looks nice. And now let's see, maybe that's too big. Let's do 2XL and let's make it bold. So let's do bold and let's see how this will look like. Yeah, I think it looks nice. So let's add some margin to the bottom of at least 4. And now when you click on one of those buttons, it will open, it will show a row here between the header and the buttons, and it will it will allow you to add a link, right, to or phone number or something like this. So so we need to add on click on the button. So let's do on click, and let's say the function will be handle button click. Yeah, something like this. Maybe this is bad. Let's do add button to profile, or maybe add, I don't know, add button to profile. Sounds good. Now let's define this function here before the return. Function add button to profile, and what it should do, it should tell us what's information about the button. So for example, key, label, and well, we just need the key actually, because we can find the rest. But it would be easier to just get everything. So first I'm going to put an arrow function here. This doesn't change anything. And here I'm going to pass the B, so the button object. So here we can grab the button info like this, or I can just distract this with just key, and the key is actually all I need. Maybe even I will need a label as well. I don't know. No, let's just keep the key. And now, if I have a key, I need to have a state that will say which of the buttons are active, and we should show the inputs for. So let's do something like this: const active buttons, and set active buttons equals use state, and default for now will be empty array. And now when we click on the button, we want to add it to active buttons. So maybe let's just grab everything about the button, and let's just add it to active buttons. So let's do something like this: set active buttons, and with previous buttons I want to do just return all of the previous buttons with my additional button here. So this should work now. Now here in between, let's try to list them. For each active button, let's do map, and for each button, let's just do B again. Let's do a div, and let's say inside we will just do label. So let's see if this will work. No, this will not work because we need to make this component a client component. So let's remove this. This is not use, and let's put client, use client on the top. Now let's see, and now it should work. Let's add email, and we have email here, mobile, Instagram, and so on. Now, if you click on one of those, I want them also to disappear from this list. So how can we do this? First, I'm going to cut them from here. I'm going to put them here, and I'm going to rename it to all buttons. All buttons. And now let's see. Here we have buttons, just buttons. This I'm going to rename to available buttons. Available buttons. Buttons, and this is not defined. I'm going to define it here before return. Const available buttons. And from all of the buttons, so let's do all buttons, and I want to filter out the buttons that are active. So to do this, I'm going to do something like this. For each button that is inside all buttons, I want to check that this button key is not inside active buttons. All right, how can we do this? We can grab a button key like this, and we can see if it's inside active buttons. So how can we do this? Let's do something like this. Active buttons, if it includes, well, here we have search element. Let's try, instead of includes, let's do find, and we want to find when, let's call this one button 1, where button 2, and let's do something like this. Button 1 key is the same as button 2 key. All right, and now let's see. So now we have the opposite. We see only the buttons that are active. So here we need to recheck this. So available buttons are all of the buttons, but we filter. So only the buttons that exist inside active buttons. This should be the opposite. So it doesn't exist. And now let's see, now we have still all of the buttons. And this should be actually true here, and we should just do opposite here. And now we have what we wanted. So we want to check that inside all of the buttons, we want to filter out that this button doesn't exist. That's why we have exclamation mark inside active buttons. So we can add Facebook and it will disappear. Discord, and we can add all of those buttons if we want to. Now if I refresh, it will go back, but you get the idea. So let's say I'm going to add an email, and then it's listed just as a label here, but we are going to fix it. So here we have this label, but what I want to do here is to actually add some class names, and I want to show the icon as well. And let's do this. So let's add margin bottom of 4. So we have some spacing. I want to do flex and gap 2 because I'm going to put an icon here as well. So let's put a button icon here. Yes, and let's make this items center. Let's add some background of, or maybe not background, or I don't know. No, let's add background of gray and 300. Let's see. Yeah. Now let's do some, maybe not padding. Let's do here, or I will not do any background for now. Instead, I will do border. So let's see border, and let's do border 2. So it will be like this, yes. Or maybe we don't even need the border. I'm going to put it only inside the input. Here is going to be the input, and yeah, it will be input of type text. So now we have an input here, but as you can see, this email and the icon doesn't have enough space. So I'm going to do something like this. I want the label to take more space, same with the icon. So I'm going to put an additional div here, and those two things I'm going to put here inside. For the label, I'm going to put it into a span. And now I'm going to do something like this. For this div, I will assign a width of, let's say 12. And let's see how this will look like. More, let's do 24. Oops, 24. So we have this match. Let's do 36. So we have this match. Yeah, and now I'm going to add flex and gap to here as well. And same with items center. So we have something like this. And I don't know if this is centered. Let's see how this looks like if I do inspect. And let's see, here we have input. Yeah, here we have the div, and it looks like it's centered. The only problem is that this input has this margin bottom. So I'm going to remove it on this input, margin bottom 0. And now let's see, did it help? And no, it still has this margin bottom. So it's problematic to remove it, but we can do just style, and let's do margin bottom of 0. And now it should work, not bottom. Yeah, now it's removed, as you can see here. So now everything is line, but I want to also add some, maybe I'm going to do same as we have here above, or maybe I can put it on the left as I started. Maybe putting this on the left so we can save some space. We don't need to have it the input all the way. So let's maybe put this div into a darker color. So let's see, here we have this div. Let's do background gray of 300. Yes, almost. Let's see, let's make it bigger, and let's remove the gap from here. Remove gap, and now let's see. Now I want this div to stretch, and maybe add a different color. So let me see. Let's add on this div height of full. Didn't help. Let's add grow, didn't help. Let's add the padding of 2. Yes, that's much better. And now we have label here, but even with those labels, I want the first letter to be uppercase. And the same thing we did here. I think it would be much easier to put a function, maybe even outside of this component, like upper first, and it will take a string and it will just do same thing that we did here. So I'm going to just return something like this, return and this, except of B, we will have a string and string here. So now we can use this function upper first here on the B label. Sorry, here we need to remove this label because we are uppercasing, whoops, only the string, so nothing here. And let's see here, instead of B label slice and so on, let's do upper first, B label, and same thing here, upper first and B label, yes. And this looks nice. Let's try what happens if we remove this gray background and we just make it white or transparent. So, and here, if I remove some of about this color, I think it looks fine. So maybe let's remove just the color from these labels. And I'm going to make those more grayish. So let's do text gray 700. So we have something like this. And I'm going to add a colon here as well. And yeah, and I think this looks fine. Now I'm going to add for the buttons, I'm going to add margin top 4 or maybe 8. So we have more spacing here. And let's add a more border to the top, so we have some separation, and let's add padding top of 4. Yeah, so we have something like this. So from here we can add more buttons if we want, and I can decrease this margin. Let's see, margin top 8, let's do 4, yeah. And now it would be nice to have placeholders for all of those inputs, but those will be different depending on the buttons. So for example, on the email, let's do placeholder of a test at example.com. For the placeholder for the mobile will be, let's do something like this, 123, 123, 123. And let's say that for Instagram, the placeholder will be, let's say HTTPS and facebook.com slash profile slash ... And now let's try to print those placeholders inside our inputs here. So I'm going to put a placeholder here, button placeholder. Let's see, didn't work for the email. Let's see, button placeholder for the email. Do we have any placeholder? Yes, we do. Let me try to refresh, add email. Yes, now we have a placeholder. And I think this looks fine. We can add mobile, and yeah, it seems to work. So now what we want to do is, well, maybe I will fix this Instagram and WhatsApp to make the icons more like those. Let's see on the Instagram. As you can see, Instagram is from this place, from free brands SVG icons. Maybe let's keep it. Let's see other Instagram icons. Can we have other icon here? FA Instagram square. Let's try this one. All right, so no, I don't like it because now it's square. So let's do FA Instagram, and I'm going to import the default one. All right, and this will work. Now, I want to have this kind of save button under all of the buttons. So let me add a submit button, and this button, those buttons for social media and so on should be type of button. And somewhere here I'm going to add another div just for this one button, and it will be a submit button, and it will say save, and it will be inside span. So let's do save, and I'm going to add the font awesome icon, and let's do fa save. Is there a such icon? Yes, there is. So let's see. Okay, it's really big, so let's make it smaller on this div that is above here. So let's do max width of XS and MX auto to make it centered. And let's do margin top of 4. Yes, this looks fine. Maybe more margin top. Let's do 8. Now let's see. Yeah, I think it looks fine. Maybe we can do even one more line here. So let's see. Let's do border top and the bottom will be border Y. Same with this padding. Let's do top and the bottom. Yeah, and now we have 2 lines here. So that looks nice. Right, so now we can put stuff here. Let's see those inputs. Here we have those inputs. Let's add the name, and the name will be always button key. So those keys. And now what I want to have is I want to have a server action so I can save it to a page model. So let's open models page. Yes, here, and let's say that here we will have buttons, and it will be type of object as the object, and the default will be an empty object like this. All right, and this should work. Now let's try to go to app, or maybe not to app, to actions. We have page actions. And in here we have save page settings. Let's create another function called save. Let's do function save buttons. So let's do save page buttons. And let's see how it looks like here. It needs to be exported and async. So let's do export and async. Yes. First, we need to connect to the database. Let's do mongoose connect and process environment and mongo URI. And then we want to grab the session, right? So I'm going just to copy paste this because we want to save only if we are logged in. If you are not logged in, we will just return false. If we have a session, well, we want to find your page. Or maybe we don't need to find the page, we want to only update the page. So it will be similar to this update. So we just need to check the owner. Let's copy this. I'm going to put it here. We don't have data to update yet, but let's define it here. Const data to update, and data to update, we want to only update buttons. And buttons, for now, let's put empty object as default. But now we want to define all of the buttons. So how we can define them? We need to have a key and then the value. So let's do something like this. I'm going to put those information about all of the buttons somewhere else, or maybe, no, I don't need to. I need to go to form data, and I just want to grab everything from there. So let's see, we have form data that comes from the param here. So let's grab it. And now I want to just grab all of it. So let's do something like this. Form data, and I can do, for example, for each. And for each item, we'll have a key and the value, all right? And for each of those, I want to save it to a separate, let's say, object. So let's do const buttons info, or maybe buttons values equals empty object. And now let's put buttons values of this key from the data equals this value. And now for the buttons here, let's put buttons values, right? Or maybe we could rename it to just buttons. Well, it doesn't really matter. Now we have this save page buttons. Here maybe we can do return true. And now let's try to use this save page buttons function. So let's go to our page buttons form. We don't have any form here yet, but we are going to add it. So inside this section box, let's do a form, and let's do the closing tag before closing of section box. Now we want to add a little bit of indentation here. All right. And now I think it was form action here, but I want to check on page, not here, page settings form. Yes, it's action and then function we want to run. So let's go back to page here. Let's do action and let's define a function that will be called handle form submit, handle form submit, or maybe save buttons. Doesn't really matter. So let's put this function here, function save buttons, and we'll have a form data here. And I want to do something like this. I want to do, it will be an async function. I will await for our save page buttons from page actions. This one, let's import it. And let's put our form data here. So this is a function inside our client component that we have here. And this is an imported function from our server functions. And here I'm just want to add this toast success. So the toast import success, saying settings saved. Yes. And now let's see if this will work. So I'm going to put here my email, and that will be it. Let's hit save, settings saved. Now I'm going to check inside the database if it's saved. So let's do database. Let's see pages, and let's see. It's not saved. I probably forgot to restart my environment. So let's see. So let's try to save it again. Save, saving. Yeah, settings saved. Now let's see here. Let's refresh. And we have buttons object here. We have something like this. This is another way around. So it should go different way. It should be email as a key and then my email on the right. So let me go to the page actions and let's see. Here, I think it's another way around. First we have value and here we have a key. Right, and let's try again. Let's hit save here. Saved, and now let's see here. I'm going to hit refresh, and now let's see. We have buttons, and inside we have email. My email mobile is empty. Okay, so now it's okay, and now it's correct. So what else? I can add a Facebook link if I want to. HTTPS facebook.com/1234. Let's say save. And it's saved into the database. I can just refresh to be sure. Let's do refresh, pages and buttons. Yeah, it's saved. And the problem is here that when I refresh, it disappeared. And this is because we need to go to our page button form. And you probably remember we are passing some data here as properties. We have, for example, user, and we have something more. Let's see here. We are passing user and page information. So let's use it. Let's grab page here. And now, when this component renders, we have page information. And we don't want the active buttons to be empty array. We want to use our page to go to the buttons and to use them here. So to grab it, I'm going to first do something like this, const active, or maybe let's call it from the page. So page saved button keys. So we are going to get only the keys, page. That's buttons, and then for each, so I'm going to map it. For each button, I want to have only the key. So I'm going, here is the value, here is the index or the key, and I want to only get the key. An easier way of doing this will be probably to just do object keys, and let's do page buttons. All right, let's save this thing, and let's see. Let's see what's inside page saved buttons, page saved button keys. Let's try to print it here. JSON, stringify, page saved button keys. Yes, so we have email, mobile, and Facebook. now we want to put those into the default of our state here. Let's see how this looks inside. As you can see inside, we have full information about the button. So we have all of this key, and we know only the key, and we want to have the rest from all of the buttons. So let's add another constant here. Page saved buttons. Let's name those buttons here as well. Buttons info. So all of the information about each active button that is saved inside our page. And we can grab it by doing something like this. And the keys, we want to grab the keys, and for each. So I'm going to map, and I want to, for each key, I want to find the whole information about the button inside all buttons. So I'm going to do something like this. All buttons, find where button and button key is the same as our case, so our key. Right, now we have our page saved buttons info. Let's try to put them here. Page saved buttons info. So now we have this. Okay, that's good, but we don't see the values, right? So let's add our default values for our inputs. Here we have it. And let's do default value. And default value I want to fetch from the page buttons. So from the database, let's do page buttons, and let's grab by the key using button key. So now we have all of this. Let's also save a phone number 321-123-123. Why not? Just to save something. Let's hit save. And let's see if I refresh. Do I have all of the information? Yes, I do. So this works now. I can save this, and I can also save this part if I want. Let's do refresh. Yeah, we have 3 dots. And let's maybe remove 4 from here. Let's hit save. It's saved. If I refresh, it's still saved. So that is really nice that everything is saved. And it works. So we have buttons, we have basic information, and the last part will be, I think, another section where we can add custom links. So for example, link to your portfolio or any random link that you want to add from the internet. So any link that is not one of those you can add in the last section, and it will be just a link underneath. All right, there's one small thing I forgot with the buttons before we will continue to links. And this is when I add, for example, TikTok, and I want to get rid of this. There's no remove button somewhere like to the right or something like this. So I need to add like a button to the right to remove active buttons or added buttons. So let me scroll to somewhere here. We have an input, and I also want to add a button of type button, and it will have this font awesome icon of FA trash. Let's search for trash. Yes, and now let's see. So we have trash icons here, trash buttons. Now for those buttons, let's add some class names. Like, well, I want to add some padding. So let's do maybe padding of 2. And let's do background of, let's do red 500. Yeah, now I want to have some spacing here, or maybe we can do just a border. So let's do maybe just a border. I'm going to remove this background, and let's do border. Let's maybe do first the background. That will be the same as the button or as the input or similar. Gray 300. Yes, this looks nice. More padding on the sides. So padding top and the bottom will be 2, and on the sides let's do 4. So now we have something like this. Now I also want to do just in case a cursor pointer. And now let's see. And now I want to do the text to be red. Let's do 600. Yes. Maybe that's too dark. Let's do 500. Yeah, I think this will work. Or maybe let's put it back to black color. All right, so this should work for the styling. Now, if I want to remove it, we need to add onClick action. So let me add it here. I'm going to put type here, class names here, and here I'm going to have onClick. OnClick will have remove button, remove button. And let's put this as an arrow function. And I'm going to pass here all of the information about the button. Now let's define this function somewhere here. So let's do function, remove button. Here we have information about the button, so key and everything. And I think we just need the key. So let's just grab the key only. And now we want to remove, using this key, stuff from our state, and it's here. So here we have use state, and then we have page save buttons, and it's an array of objects. So let's do something like this. Let's do set active buttons. Let's do previous buttons. And now we want to do something like this. We want to return previous buttons, but we want to filter to know that the button key is not the same as the key that we have here. So let's do we can do either compare it just to key, or maybe we can rename it to key to remove. Yeah, key to remove. Let's put this into separate lines so it will be easier to follow. And now let's see if it works. If I click here, yes, it's removed. So now let's add the TikTok and save. Let's refresh. It's saved. And now if I click here to remove it and refresh, it should be still here, yes. But if I remove it and I save it, it's removed. Right, so now it works. If I refresh, it's removed. So that is nice. Another cool thing that we can maybe add would be to have sorting functionality for those buttons. So we will have a handle that we can drag and drop those if we want. So change the order that Facebook goes first. So we can click on it, drag it up to change the order on those buttons. Yeah, that will be a cool feature, because if you want to have your mobile before your email, you should be able to do so. So this is another feature I'm going to implement before we will go to links. All right, so now let's try to fix this sorting. So first we will need to install a sorting library, because I don't want to write it myself, and I think I'm going to use sort.js. So let's do React sort. I think it's sort.js, sorting.js. No, it's sortable.js. Here's this one, and I'm going just to yarn added. So let's do yarn add and this one. And now let's see how to use it. In a functional component, yes, so this looks really easy. So first let's go to the place where we want to do this, and we want to do this on the buttons. So here we have a form. Here we loop through all of the active buttons, and now next to the icon I want to have a grip icon, kinda. So let me search maybe here after sort, and yes, this looks nice, but I want to have something more like a handle. So let's search for handle. Yes, something like this, grip, but I think grip lines will work best. So let me see. Here we have a div with this font awesome icon. Let's try to add another one. So let's do font awesome icon, and let's add this FA grip lines, grip lines, yes, like this. And now let's see how this looks like. And maybe I need to refresh. Yeah, now we can see it looks like this. I want to add a class name cursor pointer. So let's do cursor pointer so we know that we can grab it. And now we don't have enough space for the labels, so let's make it wider. Let's do width of 48. Yeah, now we have enough spacing. And yeah, I think this looks fine. Maybe we can make it more grayish, more to the white. So let's see. Here we have this icon for with the lines to sort. Let's add text gray and let's do maybe 400. Yes, now it's more brighter, lighter. Right, and I think it looks good. Now let's try to use this library so we can implement. We just need to implement sorting. We just need to copy this. Let's put this import somewhere here at the top. So we have React sortable. And now let's see how we need to use it. And we have our component and we have this. This will be our active buttons that we are going to sort. And then we just do React sortable with the list. And then we need to have a set list, and that's it. So let's do this. Let's try to implement this on our list, on our map here. So on the above, as the parent, as you can see, we have map here. As the parent, we need to have this React sortable. So let's add it, React sortable. And the closing needs to go after this map. So let's see. It needs to go here. I will add some indentation here so it will look better. And now let's see. We need to pass the list. So let's pass the list, and the list will be active buttons, and the set list will be set active buttons, I guess. I'm going to put this here and maybe this here so it will be easier to read. And now let's see, we have this map function here with the key. Let's just in case, let's add the not here, whoops, let's see, we have this map function. Let's add a key here. So let's do key, let's do b button key. And now let's see, it looks like that's it. So let's see if this will work. Can't resolve sortable.js. Okay, so we added this, but we also need to add only sortable.js. Right, so now I think it works. And look, we can do drag and drops. Let's do mobile as the last one. And it looks fine. Would be nice if we could change some styling. So the one that is behind our mouse will be more transparent. Let's see if we can do this. List state item. No, we have group name and so on. Let me open this inspect here, and let's see how it looks like. So here we have all three elements, and let's see how they look like when I move them. So they have an additional class, sortable chosen and sortable ghost. And I think I can use this sortable ghost as inside my global CSS. So let's go to globals CSS, and maybe here let's do sortable ghost, and let's add opacity of, I don't know, 0.5, so it will be 50% transparent. Now when I drop, as you can see, it's transparent behind. Let's make it more transparent. I'm going to do 0.3, and now let's see. Yes, it's even more transparent. So that is nice. Maybe I can make, I can add some background color. Let's do apply background. Let's do gray, and let's do maybe 300. And now let's see, yeah, so now it's this gray color, so that is nice. Well, you can experiment and do your way. I think I will remove this background color, and I will just leave this opacity, and let's see, Yeah, I think this looks fine. So now we have a working sorting, at least on the front end part. Let me refresh, and now let's see. We have email, mobile, and then Facebook. Let's try to put Facebook as the first one. Yes, and then let's save it. It's saved, but let's see if the order is saved. If I refresh, as you can see, Facebook is still the first. Now let's try to put mobile as the first. Yes, and now let's refresh. Mobile shouldn't be first. That's correct. Now let's try to put mobile first again. Let's hit save. And now let's refresh, and we should have mobile, Facebook, email. I refreshed, mobile, Facebook, email. So that is correct. So our sorting works. And now we can continue with the next section, which will be links, custom links. All right, so now let's do links. So the next section. Let me go to that page, because that page is account page. And in here we have two forms, as you can see, for base settings, page settings, and page buttons form. And I want to create another for the third section, and it will be links form or page links form. So let's create this inside forms. I'm going to do new file, and let's do page settings form.js. And sorry, not page settings form. It will be page links form.js. And in here, let's do export default function, page links form. Let's see if it's correct with the file name. Yes. And now let's do just return. And in here, first we will need a section. So let's do section box. Yes. And let's put links here so we can see how this will render. But first we need to put it here. So let's do page links form, and let's also pass all of this stuff here. So let's pass page, and let's pass user as well. So we will have this information here inside that we can use. So let's grab it from here, page and user, so we can use it. And as you can see, now we have these links here. All right, so what do we want to have here? Well, first we need to have a button to add a new link. So let's start from this. Maybe I will start by putting a form, and it will have an action, and we will add a server action somewhere here. Let's put function save, and that's it. And it will take form data, and here we will have just save. All right, and now inside this form, first we need a button. It will be type of a button. I'm adding this type of button, so this button will not save this form. I want this to be a custom button that will do something else. And this button will add a new link. So it will have a span, add new, something like this. And let's see, we have an error because we need to make it a client component, because we have this use client, because we have this form with action. All right, now let's see. And now we have here add new button. It doesn't look like a button, but we will fix it. And I want to add an icon. So let's do font awesome icon, and the icon will be FA plus. Let's do FA plus. Yes. And now let's see. Yeah, we have a plus. And now let's add some class names here. And for this button, I want this to be, let's do blue text. So let's do text primary, and let's do 500. And no, this didn't work. Sorry, not primary. It should be blue 500. Yeah, something like this. And let's check the submit button component, submit button. Yeah, it's also a blue 500. So that's okay. Now we have this icon here, and I would like to make this icon and the button bigger. So I want to do text XL or maybe large. Large will be enough. And yeah, now for I want to add spacing between this plus and add new. So let's do gap. Let's do flex and gap of 2, and let's add items center, so it will be aligned vertically or horizontally. Now I don't know. Now for this icon, plus icon, I want to add background of blue 500 and the text, so the icon, the plus should be white. Yeah, something like this. I also want to add a small padding, and I want this to be circle-ish. So let's do rounded full. Yeah, something like this. And it looks fine. Maybe it will be better with smaller padding. Let's see. Yeah, let's add also that it should be ratio, or sorry, aspect square. Yeah. And now I think it looks good. And I also want to add cursor pointer just in case. And now we have our button to add a new link. We don't have this label, so let's add it as well. Let's do h2 saying links, and we need to have some class names. So I'm going to add a class name like text XL and font bold. So let's see. Yeah, I think it should be bigger. Let's do 2XL. Yes, and let's add some margin bottom of 4. Yeah, I think that is good. Now we will also need a button like this, maybe with this line underneath, so we can save everything. So let's add it as well. And let's put a div with some class names like, I don't know, a border on the top, and padding from the top 4, margin from the top will be 4, padding top 4. All right, and now let's put a submit button here, and we are going to put a save with this save icon. So let's do font awesome and FA save. So let's do FA save. Let's import this one, and now we have something like this. Let's make it more narrow. So let's do max width of XS and MX auto, so it will be centered. Okay, that's much better. And the problem is that the top border is also smaller. So let's remove this and let's put this into separate div, or maybe we can even put it here. Let's put this. Yeah, it worked. All right, so now we have this button to add new links. It doesn't do anything. So the first thing is that we need to fix this. So first we will need to have a state for our buttons, right? So let's do const and let's do links and set links equals use state, and default will be an empty array. All right. Or maybe we can do that default will come from the page links, and if it's empty or something, the default will be empty array otherwise. All right, and now if we click on this button, add a new link, what do we want to do? We want to run a function, let's say called add new link, and let's put this here. So type class names, let's add on click, and we will do add new link. Right, and now if we want to add a new link, we are just going to go to set links. We will get the previous value, and we want to return the previous links, but we want to add another link. And this another link will be added as an object, and it will have for each link we will have an label, or maybe title. We will have subtitle, and we will have we can have an icon that you can upload if you want. And everything of this will be empty strings as default. And what else do we need? I think we will also need the link. Okay, and I think that should be it. So now let's go maybe under the button, and here let's do JSON, stringify, and links. And now let's see. As you can see, it's an empty array now. And if we click on this button, we have one object. If we click, we have two objects, two empty objects. So now instead of doing this, let's put a div. And here we want to map through all of those. So let's do something like this for each link. So let's do links, and let's do map. And let's do for each link, I will do just L. For each, I want to do a div. And I want to do, well, I need to have URL. So maybe let's don't call it link. Let's change it to URL. And now let's see. We will need to have an input for the link. We will need to have another input for the title and another one for subtitle. So we will have three text inputs. And then we will have also an input for the icon or a gray area, so we can, or a button for the icon, so we can change the icon. So I'm going to do something like this, but there will be three inputs under each other. So let's try to do this. Let's put an input for the first input. It will be for, let's say the placeholder will say it will be for title. And another one will be for, let's say, subtitle. It will be optional, subtitle. And the last will be for link, placeholder. And let's do URL, okay? And we have something like this for each link. Now, we want to do some separation between those. So let's do something like this. For each of those parent divs, I'm going to do margin top of 4, and let's even add more. Let's do margin top of 8. So now we have something like this, and I think it looks fine. But on the left side, I would like to have an icon. So I want to have those links more to the right, those three inputs more to the right. And on the left, we will have a space for the icon. So here I'm going to put two divs, the left and the right side. For the right side, we are going to put those three inputs. And for the first one, here we will do the icon thing. And for this, I'm going to put flex. And now let's see. For this one, I need to add grow, so it will take the whole space here. And yeah, now it looks fine. Now for the icon, I want to have like let's say a rounded icon here. Let's do font awesome icon, and I want to do something like this. Let's search for FA link, yes, and let's import this one. Let's see how it looks like. It looks fine. But I'm going to put this into a separate div, and I want to style it a little bit. So for this div, I'm going to add a background of, let's say, darker gray color. So let's do gray 300, yes, and let's add padding of 4. Let's do rounded of full. And now I also want to have some spacing on the left side. So maybe let's add a gap of 2. Let's add item centers, it will be centered. Yes, that is better. And now under this gray rounded circle, I want to have a button that will say change icon, okay? And well, maybe not like this. I don't want this one to take all of the width. And so let's add the aspect square. Well, not like this. Let's remove this aspect square. And now let's see. This div takes the whole width, but this one shouldn't. So let's do here. Let's maybe remove this background gray, or maybe let's keep it. And I'm going to change to inline block. And let's see. Yes, now it's better, but the change icon button is to the right and it should be underneath. So I'm going to put this button in a div. Let's see now. Yeah, now it's better. Now for this thing, I'm going to put on the left side div text center. Yes, it's better. And now for the button, let's add some class names and let's put type of button. And for the class names, I want this to be more like those. So let's do background gray 300. Yes. And let's add margin top of 2. Let's add some padding of 2. And now let's see. I want to have an icon here. So we have this change icon. Let's put this into a span. And now let's do a font awesome. And here I want to have FA cloud arrow up. Yes, let's do this one. We will need to add a flex here, item center, and a gap of at least 1. Yeah, and I think this looks fine. Maybe we can make this button rounded a little bit. So let's do rounded medium. Yes, I don't know if it's better, but I think it looks fine. And maybe I will make it more, not gray, but I will make it white with a border. So let's just do border. Yeah, I think it looks fine. And let's make the text a little grayish. So let's do text gray 700. Yeah, I think it looks better. And yeah, I think it looks fine. Maybe we can make it even brighter, the text, and that's too bright. Let's do 600. And yeah, this will work. Now we have all of this, and we can even add more if we want to. And now we need to be able to edit all of those, right? So let's see, we have those inputs here. But we don't have any name properties, and those will not be able to be saved. And another thing is I want to be able to sort all of those. So I want to add a sorting handle, maybe here, so I can sort them. Let me go here and let's see. Here we are sorting the links, listing the links. And we have text center. Let's add the div, and here I'm going to add this font awesome icon, and I think it was FA lines, FA grip lines. Yes, this one. Now let's see. So we have this lines icon here. Let's add some class names on this one. So I want this to be text gray 700. And I want to add more margin to the right of at least 2, so we have more spacing. All right, and now I want to be able to sort those. But before we can do this, we will need to have some kind of IDs or something like this for each one we create. So as you can see here, when we create a link, we just add empty object or almost empty object with just URL and so on. So I think we'll need some kind of ID, or we can call it a key, and the key needs to be unique. So I'm going to put date now, and it will be just a timestamp. Let's do to string just in case, and now we can even print this thing. Let's say we can print it next to the inputs. So let's do link key and let's display it here. I'm going to refresh and add new links. And as you can see, we have like timestamps here that we can use as keys. So that is nice. So now let's use this. Here we are doing map. So let's put here key, link key. All right. And now let's try to do this sorting once again. So we just basically need a React sortable. And here is this super simple example. Let's do this. Let's see. Here we are looping through. Let's add a React sortable. Yes. And this one and the closing tag will go under this map. And let's ident this. Yes. And now the list is links, and the set list is set links. And now let's see if this will work. We have links. Let's try to add them. Let's add 2, A here and B here, and let's try to sort it. Yes, the B goes first, the B goes second. That's correct. I want this to be a hand icon, so let's scroll up here, and let's put this here, and the cursor pointer. Right, so I can drag it up and down. Let's see what other cursors we have. Is there something alias, resize, and default, resize, grab? Let's see grab. Yeah, I think grab is nice. Do we have something even better? Let's do move. Let's see. Yeah, move looks nice. Do we have cursor move? No. Move up and down? No. We have zoom, weight, resize, text, resize us up and down, and maybe this thing, NS resize. Let's see. Yeah, check this. We have icon like this. That is nice. Well, you can experiment if you want. I'm going to leave it like this for now. Looks really nice. And now this sorting seems to work. So now let's go to filling the information and fixing that we can do uploads. So first, maybe let's fix that we can do uploads. So how can we fix the uploading functionality? And we also will need to fix this functionality for those inputs that we can fill information and so on. So let's first start with the inputs. When we change something here, when we add text, it doesn't update the state. And I think this time it would be nice to actually do this. So let's see. We have those inputs here. And if we put names here, like name, and let's do for example, we could do like title of second link or something like this, then it will be handled with this form action, and there will be no problems there to do a server function. And the only problem with this solution would be with this upload functionality. And another problem is that we have just empty state, and that's it. We have empty state for title, subtitle, icon, and URL. So let's start maybe with the hardest thing, which will be the upload. As you remember, we have this upload functionality somewhere else, and it's on this page buttons form, I think. No, it's inside the page settings form. We have this generic upload functionality here that takes an event, and then we have callback function that we can run when everything is complete. Well, because it doesn't use any state, as you can see, we have nothing that touches the state. We can grab it, and we can grab it, and we can put this as a separate, as a function outside of this component. So let me grab this upload. So let's copy from here, and let's paste it here outside of this component. So we have page settings form, and here above we have upload. Or maybe even better, let's remove it from here. Let's see where it is now. Let's cut this from here, and let's put this into a separate file. So I'm going to put this, let's see, here we have components, here we have libs. Let's do a new file, and let's put upload.js, and let's paste it here. So we have this function here, and now let's go to page settings form, and here we have this, let's see, somewhere we have this, we are using this upload function here, and as you can see, it's not here anymore, so it's unresolved. But let's try to import it. No, it will not work because we are not exporting this one. So let's do export here, And now let's do here upload. Yes, and now it's imported from, let's see, upload. It's imported from the libs upload. So now it should work, and we should be able to use it even here on page links form.js. And before we will do this, let's see. We have this change icon. We have this button that says change icon. It doesn't do anything. It's just a button. The first thing we're going to do, we will need to have an input of type file. And now this button needs to be a label to this input. So let's put input ID. Well, ID will be, for the ID we need to put, because there will be many of those inputs, we need to make it unique for each link. So we need to put something like this. Icon plus the link key, right? And then it will be unique. And now the label, we need to remove this type. It's not needed anymore. Let's add for HTML4, and it needs to be the same as this ID. So let's just copy and paste it here. And now let's see. Yeah. And now if we click this, it will open file picker for us. Now, this input of type file should be invisible. So let's do class name hidden. Yes. And now let's see if it still works. Yes, it does, but I want to have cursor pointer here. So let's do pointer, cursor pointer. Yes. And now it still works. And it opens the file picker of the input type file that is invisible here somewhere in between. Right, and now for this input type file, we want to add on change. And on change, we will run a function. Let's put arrow function here. Handle upload, and we will use the event that we get here. And we will also pass the key of the link. So let's put link key here. So we will know where inside this array of links we are located. Now let's define this function. Let's put function here, handle upload. And we have an event and we have the key, or maybe we can name it link key. Okay. And now we want to do something like this. We want to run this upload functionality from upload.js with this event. And here we have callback function that we can use. And this callback function contains a link if everything goes fine, a link to this uploaded image. And what I want to do here is, okay, I have a link, everything is uploaded. So I want to go to my links and I want to loop through this, loop through those links. I want to find the link where the key is the same as this one. And then I want to change the icon to this link. All right. So now let's do something like this. We want to do set links. And maybe let's rename this link to just URL. And now let's do image or maybe uploaded image link. Yeah, or uploaded image URL. Now set links, and we will have the previous links. So the previous value of links, and it will be the same as just links. It's the same thing. But this is the way, well, you can just name it links. It doesn't really matter. I just put previous links because it tells me that this is the previous value. And here I'm going to return a new value. So let's do return. And I'm going to make a copy of it. So let's do previous links with this spread operator like this. And this will be a new array that is just a copy of previous links. So copy of links. But inside, I want to do something else. So let's maybe do something like this. Before I will return, let's do const new links equals this. And now I want to do something like this. I want to loop through those. So let's do new links and let's do for each. And for each, I can do here an arrow function. And here I can use also value and index. So value and index. I will not need the index, so I can just do value, and value is just all of the information about a link, so the object inside this array. So instead of this, I can also grab it like this, or I can do just link and then do link.key or something like this. Right, so I'm going to do just link and key. And now let's see. I want to find if link, sorry, here I should put index because it's an index of array. Here, if link key is the same as this thing, maybe I can rename it to something key. Let's do link key and for upload, something like this. If this inside this for each loop, if the link key is the same as link key for upload, then I know that I should change link icon to this let's see, uploaded image URL. So let's try link icon equals uploaded image URL. All right, and now let's see. Now let's see if this will work. So let me scroll down here. We are not using icon anywhere, but I will try to print it maybe before here somewhere. So let's do here JSON stringify, and let's put link icon like this, and it's empty for those two. But let's see what happens if I try to change icon on the second one to maybe this test image. Why not? Open, and we get an error. Looks like links map, we cannot map through it anymore. And this is because here we forgot to return new links. So we forgot to set this state thing. Now let's see, let's add a new link, maybe even two. Let's change icon on the second one to the test image. Open, and it's uploading. Now it's uploaded, and as you can see here we get this URL for the icon. So now we can do something like this, and we can put this use this icon URL as an image. So let me see, here we have this JSON stringify. Let's remove it, and here above we have this font awesome icon. We show this link. Let's show it only if we don't have any link icon. If we don't, so exclamation mark, let's do this. But if we do, so if L icon and parentheses, let's put here image. Let's put image like this from Next.js. The source will be L icon. Here I will just put icon. And now let's see how it looks like. Well, we need to put an icon. Let's upload once again. And I think we will have an error saying we need to have width and height. So let's put width and height. Let's put that the width will be 64 and same with the height will be also 64. So now let's see, let's try again here, upload this test image. Yes. And well, it's not square anymore. So I want to add some class names here. So for this image of this source and so on, I'm going to add, I'm going to add some class names. So I'm going to add like, let's do object cover aspect square. Yes, I don't know if it's now stretched. It shouldn't be stretched. Let's remove it and let's see. Yeah, it has been stretched. Let's put this back, but on this thing, I'm going to add relative. This didn't help. Let's see how we did it for the avatar. So for the page settings form, we have this avatar here. So we do with full and height full and object cover. Let's do the same thing here. Object cover, and let's do with full and height full. Okay, now it's better. But now this gray square is not a square. So let's do aspect square. Okay, object cover. Let's do fill, no, not fill. Let's see, we have this object cover with full, have full. Let's see on the avatar here, we have rounded, overflow hidden. Let's try with overflow hidden. Let's do overflow hidden. No, didn't help. We have image, object cover with full, have full. Same as here with full, have full object cover. Let's put object cover as the last. Maybe if it changes anything. No, it does not. And we have with and have. Same with this thing. Then we have a relative somewhere here. Overflow, rounded, border, shadow. We have relative here. I don't know if it makes any difference. Here we have relative. This shouldn't be stretched. Let's see with another image. For example, I will take my photo here and let's see if my image will be stretched. Yes, it is stretched. And let's see. Let's try with another icon. I'm going to put maybe this forest or maybe this icon. So my image here, I think it's correct now. Let's see. I'm going to inspect here and let's see. And I think it's correct. It trimmed the sides of my image. Let's try with again with this test image. Maybe it's too small. Let's see with this one. This one is big. Let's see if this will be stretched and if this will work fine. I think it looks fine. Let's see. Yeah, my nose is in the middle and it removed bottom of the bottle. So I think it's fine. So now this works fine. I'm going to add some extra class names here because I want this to be rounded full. So we have something like this. And maybe I will make it a little bit smaller, or I will do this square-ish. So let's put this and let's put aspect square, overflown. Let's remove this rounded full. Yes, and now let's see how this looks like for empty new links. It looks like this. I think it looks fine. I think that for this thing we can remove the padding. So let's remove padding. So we have something like this, and maybe we can add a minimum width. So let's do minimum width, or maybe not minimum width, but just a width. Let's do 12, height of 12. So now we have something like this. Maybe we can make it a little bigger. So let's do 24. I think that's too big. Let's do like 12. What else do we have here? We can do 12, we can do 14, let's do 16. 16, yes. And now this icon here should be in the middle. So I'm going to add here as well a flex. And let's do justify center, yes. And let's also change this to inline flex. So it will be centered. And now let's see, justify center. Let's also add items center. And now the icon is centered here inside. I want also to make it bigger. So let's do size. And I'm going to do like 2XL. Yes, maybe that's too big. Let's just put XL. Yes, I think it looks fine. And yeah, now let's see. Now I can edit. The upload works. We save it to the state. I can edit stuff here. It's not saved inside the state because we don't have any on change and so on. So what we can do now is either fix that those inputs will have and will use the state that we have for each of those links. So we can use state, or we can use, we can do as we did before with just form data and so on. And we did it before with this form data and the names on the inputs. So maybe this time we can do this the controlled way. So if you don't have any value on the inputs and on change actions, it's uncontrolled input. And then you put just default value here. But if you put value and on change, then it's controlled. And for those two forms, for this and this, we did uncontrolled inputs. For this one, I will show you how to do this the controlled way. So, well, here I'm going to just put value, and the value of this first input is the title. So let's put link title, and on change, we want to well, edit this value with this event information. But because we need to go inside the links, because it's the link that is inside the links that we want to change, I'm going to have a separate function called, let's say, handle link change. And here inside I'm going to pass the key. So let's do link key. And let's also pass the value. So let's put the event information. Now we need to define this function somewhere above here. So let's do this function, and let's do, first we'll need to have the key, and then we get an event, if I remember correctly. And let's put the name handle link change. And now let's see, we want to update links. So let's do set links. Let's grab the previous value, and we want to return the new value. So, and so something like a copy of previous value of the links with something changed inside. And I'm going to do something like this: const new links equals, and let's do copy of previous links. But I want to change something the same way we did it here. So I can just maybe copy and paste this here. And what I want to do inside this for each, I don't need an index. I want to check if the link key is the same as the key here. So I want to, maybe let's rename it to key of link to change. And let's put this here, key of link to change. And let me scroll down here. We have a handle link change. We put here the event information. So we will have the value, we will have the key of the link, but we are not saying what should be changed. We need to pass that it's a title that we are updating here, title, right? Now let's go up here and let's see. Let's call this thing what we changing, or maybe just let's call it prop. Prop. And now here we are editing an icon. We don't want to edit an icon, we want to edit prop. And for this prop, we are grabbing the value from event target value. And that should be it. So now let me scroll down here, and we have here title. Let's see if I can still edit this one. So let me put title, and looks like it works. Just to be sure it works, I'm going to print it here, link title. And as you can see, when I edit it, it's rendered underneath, so everything works. Let me remove this, and now, okay, we need to do the same thing for those other two inputs. So I'm going to just copy paste. The first will be, the second will be subtitle, and here we'll have a subtitle as well. And on the third, we will have, let's see, we will have the URL. So let's do here URL. And here, let's do URL as well. All right. Now, and now let's do something like this. So we can edit stuff here inside. We can put URLs and so on. And now we have this function that will be run when we submit this form with this button here. And inside this function, I think it's called save. Yes. And it's empty here. Let's just do console log of all of those links that we have inside state. So we are basically not using this form data, so I can just remove it from here. And now let's see this console log. So if I click save, As you can see, we have an array of 2 elements, and for each of those we get an object that is a link. So the first one has some data, as you can see here. So we have like the link, the icon that we uploaded, we have the subtitle and the title and the URL. So what I want to do now is I want to change this object to a form. So let's see if this will work. I'm going to do const form data. Sorry, I want to change this JSON to a form. And or maybe I don't have to. Maybe I'm going to just use a server function here, and let's see if this will work. So we have those page actions, if you remember, and we have those server actions here. We have save page buttons, and here I will have something similar called async function called save page links. Well, and it will do almost the same thing. So I need to first connect to the database, and I need to grab the session. And then I want to know if we have the session, active session, because if we don't, so let's do else. Let's just do return false. Right, but if we have a session, what do we want to do? First, we'll have here we had form data because we were sending form data with uncontrolled inputs. Here I will try to push array of links. So I'm going to call it just links. And here I will just do a console log of those links to see if this will actually work. So let me open this tab here so we can see the console log from the backend. Let's hit save, and we just have console log here because I'm not using this function yet, this server function. Let's go to page links form, and here let's also add save, I think it was save page links, yes, and let's pass those links here, and let's add a wait here and async here, and now let's see what will happen. So let's hit save again, and as you can see, this thing worked. So this is console logged from the backend. Let's go back to page actions, and now we can just put those links into our database. So we need to update our page. So let's do await page update 1. And the first param is what we want to update, where we can find this page. We want to find that the owner comes from the session user email, because the owner is the email, and we can grab the email from session user email. And now what we want to update, the second param of update 1. Well, what do we want to update? We want to update only one thing. We want to update links that we don't have inside page. Let's see, now we have only buttons, but let's put links here as well. Let's define the links will be type of, well, the type of links, it will be an array of objects. So let's put an array of object, and or maybe we can put just object. This will work as well. And the default will be, let's say, an array. And now let's go back to page actions because we have an error here. We need to push that the links that we are putting here is just links from here. So we can put links like this will work, or we can put like this, and this will work too, but it's shorter. So now let me refresh and let's try to do some stuff. So let me add a link. For example, on the first one, we are going to put a MacBook icon. I'm going to put some stuff here, test URL. And on this one, I'm going to put my photo here, and I'm going to put to A, to B, or something else to URL. And just to see if this will be saved. Before I'm going to hit the save, I need to restart my environment because we updated this page schema. So now let's see if I hit save, it's saving, and saving, okay, still saving, and it's saved. Would be nice to have this toast thing. So let's go to page links form. And here, let's remove those links. And here, let's add that after it's saved, let's do toast, toast and success and saved. All right. And now let's see inside our database if it's actually saved. Let's go to database and let's go to browse collections and now to pages. And let's see if we have links. Yes, we do have links. We have 2 links. And we have this test, blah, blah, 2A, 2N, and so on. So this seems to work. What else we need to fix? This is saved into the database. Let's see what happens if I refresh. When I refresh, well, we still have it. Let's see. We have it because it comes from the database, from the page links. All right, so this basically works. Now I want to see what happens if I try to add another one, the third. Let's put free B and free URL, and let's put an icon here of, I don't know, I don't have, let's put this forest, and let's see how this will look like. All right, so we have this forest. Let's try to save it. Saved. Okay, let's try to refresh. Everything looks fine. Now let's put this MacBook as the last part, and let's see if I refresh. MacBook is first, correct. If I put this as the last one and then hit save and then refresh, MacBook should be the last one, and it is. Let me scroll up here, scroll down. Yes, MacBook is the last one. So now we can save our links, and it seems to work. The only small thing that I have here problem is that I cannot select on those inputs because then we are grabbing those. So let's see if they have documentation about this. So we have drag here, sort table API, there is group delay. Let's see if we can define the handle. So there is more specification on just sort table.js. So I'm going to see what we have here. We have delay, store, easing, handle. Here we have drag handle selector within list names. So let's try to use it. Let's put this handle and let's see. Here we have this React sortable. Let's add the handle, and this is a selector. So let's do that. The selector will be our, let's see the information. Yeah, it's just a selector, CSS selector. Let's do a class name handle, and let's put this thing here on this div. So let's put a class name of handle. And now let's see, this should be fixed. And yeah, no, it's not fixed. Let's see, maybe we need to refresh. Let's refresh. Now I can select here. I can drag and so on. And only when I do here, I can sort it. And here I can just select stuff and so on. I think the similar thing was here. Yes, as you can see, I cannot select the text inside the input because we don't have this. I think it was handle, yeah, property. So let's go to buttons form, and let's see, here we have React sortable closing tag. Here we have opening tag. Let's put handle will be dot handle selector, and let's put that, well, let's see where we have this handle. I think it's here. Yes, so let's put just handle here, so we can grab even on the whole thing here. Maybe we should change that only this thing. So let's remove this handle here, and let's put this handle here. Right, now let's do refresh. We can select the text here, and the handle is only on this icon. So that is nice. We could maybe add some padding here, like padding of 2. So there will be, the area of grabbing will be a little bigger. But yeah, this works. Now maybe it's too narrow, as you can see. But we can make it wider. So it's width 48. Let's put width of 56. Yeah, and now we have more space here. So that looks better. Now we have on this icon padding, we have here some gap. Well, I think the spacing here is just all right. Okay, maybe we can make those sorting a little brighter. So let's go back to page links form, and here we have this icon grip lines. Let's do text gray. We have 700. Let's try with 500, so it's more brighter. Yes, and I think it looks fine. Now let's see if I drag me to the bottom here, and I will put URL here, a real URL. Let's hit save, and let's see if this will be the last one. I refresh, and yes, it's okay. Now let's go, for example, to analytics, back here, refresh, and yeah, everything looks fine. So everything is saved, and looks like our links are working. So that is really nice. Right, before we will go further, I forgot again about removing links. We can remove the buttons here with those buttons here, but we cannot remove it here. We don't have any delete button. So let's try to add it. On our links here, we have a div with all of those three inputs. Let's see where it ends. It ends here. Let's add another div with just a button with a trash icon. So let's do font awesome icon. Let's put icon here, and let's do FA trash. And let's import this one. Let's see how this will look like. Well, it's not where I want this to be, this whole div. It shouldn't be here. Let's remove it from here. Let's cut this. It should be under the inputs. So here we have the inputs. Let's try to put it here. Yes, that's better. Now let's style it a little bit. Let's put type of button, because we don't want to submit the form. And let's add class names. The class names here will be the same class names as we have here. So let's just do something like background gray 300. Let's add padding of 2. Let's do aspect square, because I want a square button if possible. And on this div, I want to do this to grow, so it will be square. No, this will not work like this. Let's see. Aspect square will not do anything here. So let's do something like this. I'm just going to do padding on the top and the bottom will be 2, or yes, and here let's maybe even add flex. Let's remove this padding on the top and the bottom. And now let's add here height of full. We'll take the whole space. No, it will not. It doesn't have to take the whole space, the whole height, because I don't want this one to take the whole height of 3 inputs. And instead, I'm going to just add padding on the top and the bottom to 1, and padding on the sides of 2. Yes, so we have something like this. And now maybe we can do some more padding on the top or something like this. Or we can add a margin bottom of 1, let's see, or 2, so it will be more to the top. And let's change that top and the bottom padding will be 2, so it will be more of a size of this input. Now the problem now I see is that when you click on this, you can think that it will remove only this thing in the middle, so only let's say the subtitle. So maybe it would be actually better to put this here underneath the change icon, or I don't know, or maybe we can put this underneath here or here. Let's grab this from here, this button. Let's remove this div, that is the last part here, and let's put this back to this div on the left side. Let's put this button here. On the one above, let's add some margin bottom of 2, so we have some spacing. And on this button, well, let's add also a span saying remove this link. And now we will need to have a flex and a gap of at least 1 here, and items center, so everything will be in line. And I think this looks fine, but I want to have more spacing. So let's see, let's do gap of 2, and spacing on the sides, we have only 2 here. I want to have 3. And now this looks fine, but the one above is rounded a little bit. So I'm going to remove it, this rounded medium here. So those will have the same styling. Yes, that's better. Now the text inside here is not aligned. So let's do justify center, and now it's better. So we have change icon, remove this link, and here we have test you. Maybe it would be nice to even add some labels here. Let's maybe try this. So here I'm going to add the label for the title colon. Yes, and I think inside globals CSS we have this class name input label. So I'm going to use it here. So let's do label class name input label without the dot. So it's more like this. Now let's put more of those. So here, and the last one will go here. And we will have a title. Let's see the other labels. We need to have subtitle. And the last one will be URL. So let's put just URL, and this looks fine. Now it would be nice maybe to increase the spacing here between. So let's do something like, let's see here, we have gap of 2, let's do gap of 4. Yeah, now we have more spacing here. Let's do maybe even more. I want to do gap 6. So we will have more visible space here. So this now looks fine. And now we need to add on click for this delete button. So let me see where it is. We have this remove this link, type button. Let's add on click. And on click we want to do remove link. We want to run this function. We want to pass information about the key. So let's do link key. And now let's define this function somewhere here at the top. So let's do function, remove link, and we have the key. Maybe we can just name it here, key to, let's do link key to remove. And now we want to do here set links with the previous, let's do previous links. We want to do a return, first let's define a new links. It will be a copy of previous links, and we will just do return here new links. But before we'll do this, new links will be previous links, and we want to filter. And we want to see that the link key is different than the link key to remove. And now we can maybe even make it simpler. We can do just return here, and we can make it even simpler. We can do something like this without return and without those curly brackets, and we can just put it like this, and this arrow should go here, and this should work. Let's see. When we want to remove the link with this key, we set links and we grab the previous links, we make a copy and we filter them, and we make sure that the link key is different than the link key to remove. Now let's see. If I refresh, let's remove this one in the middle. It's removed. And now let's hit save. If I saved, it looks fine. And now it looks fine as well. Maybe after we remove, we can even add a toast saying success removed link. Or maybe you can do the link has been removed. Yes. So let me refresh. Now let's see if I remove this one, the link has been removed, and but we still need to save. So I can refresh and I can remove it again, and then hit save. Then it's saved. Maybe the link has been removed is not needed. Right, and now if I refresh, I have one link, I can add another, I can hit save. If I refresh, I have one that is empty. I can remove this one, save, and now I'm still back to only one link. So now everything's to work. We can add, edit, and delete both buttons and links. All right, so the next really important part will be a page so we can see our page, how it looks like live. And I think we can start by putting a link maybe somewhere here. So let me go to this up sidebar and let me see, we have this my page link and here we have this navigation. Let's go to this template for the app and here we have this aside. And let's see, here we have the image, and maybe here I will put another div with a link. So it will be something like this. I will have my page here, I guess. Let's see. No, I cannot find it, but I will have the page here. Like we will have a logo, then slash, and then my page name. So something like this. So yeah, something like this, but instead of logo, I'm going to take this icon and then it will be slash and then my name of my page. So how can I get it? Let's grab this from here. We have a session here, so we can most likely also fetch our page. So here we check for the session, and after let's do the page, and the page will be await, and let's do page, and now let's do find one, and we want to find one where the owner is our session user email, right? And this looks fine. And now let's see, just in case we need to do, we will need to do connect to the database. So let's do mongoose connect, and here let's do process.environment.mongo URI, and we can do a connection and this page here because this is an async server component. We don't have use client on the top. Right, so this will work. Now we have even here a URL. Let's see if this works, but it shows just slash account. We have some warnings here. I will fix them later. Let's remove this URL. We don't need this, and this URL is not needed here. All right, so we connect to the database, we grab the page. Here we have this logo and /David. Let's add that only if we have page. We are going to do this. So let's put this div here, but most likely we always have a page object here. All right, so this is what we are going to do. I need to first fix this logo. So I think we have this header, and here somewhere we have this font awesome icon, and this is our logo-ish. So this is what I want to put here first, and yes, something like this. And now I'm going to remove this logo part. Let's see how it looks like. Yes, something like this. Now I want this to be centered, so let's do text center. And now let's see. Yeah, now I want to have some more spacing, so let's do margin top of 4. And now let's see, I'm going to put slash in a separate span with some class names, and same with this David. This David needs to be dynamic, so let's put here page. I think it was URI that we should use here. Yeah, so we have this logo slash and then page URI, which is David for this profile. And now let's see, for this slash I want to do some spacing. I will do some spacing maybe here. I'm going to do flex and gap of 2. So we'll have some spacing, yes. And I need to add now items center. So let's do items center and justify a middle, or justify center. Sorry, justify center. So everything will be nicely centered. Yes, now let's see. This icon, I want this to be bigger, so I'm going to put size to XL. Let's see how big. Yeah, maybe that's too big. Let's do just XL. Yeah, that looks nice. Maybe it can be a little bit smaller. Let's do just large. Let's see. Yeah, I think this looks fine. Now this slash can be also bigger. So here for the slash, let's do text large. Let's see. Yes. Maybe even bigger. I'm going to do 2XL. Let's see. Yes. And maybe a little bit smaller. Let's do just large and brighter. So let's do text gray and like, I know, 300. So barely visible. Yeah, something like this. And I think this looks fine, but I want to decrease the spacing here. So let's do gap of 1. And this should work fine. Yeah, so we have this. Looks fine. And maybe we can remove this spacing. Let's do just without gap and let's see. No, I think it was better with a small gap. Right, and now I want the whole thing to be a link. So let's change this div to a link, or we can import first the link. Yes, it's imported now. Let's remove it from here and let's put this link here instead of this div. Class names here. I'm going to put also href because it's required. The href will be dynamic, so let's put it like this. And it will go to just slash and then the URI of the page. So let's do page.uri. And I want to add target to be blank like this. So it will open in a new tab. So now I can just click this one and it goes to localhost 3000 /David, my URI. Right, so this works and I think it looks just fine. Would be nice to make it sticky. So let me see. We have this aside. Let me add sticky and top 0 and let's see. No, maybe I need to refresh. No, it's not sticky. Let's see why. This should be sticky. Let's see if it has been added here. Aside sticky. I don't see. Yeah, we have position sticky, but it takes the whole have and it shouldn't. So let me see. We have this aside here. Something inside it takes the whole have and I don't know why. Let's see. Padding with top sticky. Nothing about maybe the div that is the main here. Let's see. Here we have aside. No, nothing about the have. Let's see this thing. This thing is display flex. Okay, that's why this thing aside is full have. So to make it sticky, we can do something like this. We can remove the sticky top 0 and we can add another div with some class names. Let's put this sticky in top 0 and the closing tag will go before the closing of aside. So here, and the rest that is inside, let's just do fixed for indentation here. And now it should be sticky, and it is. The top margin should be added even if we scroll. So let me see here. We have this padding top of 8. Let's see. Let's do maybe here 6. And here let's do padding top of 2. So we have a little bit of padding. Yeah, even if we scroll. That is nice. And let's see how it looks like if the page is smaller. Okay, we can still scroll to the bottom, even if we don't have enough space. So that is nice. So yeah, this works. And if we click here, we go to our page and this will be the next step. We need to fix this page. So let me go. We need to fix this page and we need to list all of the links, avatar, background image, and so on. So now let me go to, let's see, note actions. Let's go to page. We have two groups, app and website. For the website, we have a template or the layout that looks like this. And for the app, we have something like this. This is our template. And here we have layout for this. So we need another group, I think, and this will be for page. So I'm going to do another group with parentheses, another directory here. and let's make it called page. Yes, and now let's see. Now I'm going to go here, and inside page, I'm going to add a directory with square brackets, because this will be a URI of the page. Let's create this one, because this David will be dynamic param, and we are going to call it URI. And inside URI, let's do new file, and let's do page.js. All right, and here we will also need a layout. So let's add a layout. Let's do layout.js, and let's put some layout maybe from the website. I'm going to copy and paste it to this layout, except I'm going to remove the header because we don't need this, and that's it. Now let's go to page, and let's do export default function, and let's call it just page, or maybe user page. Doesn't really matter. We need to do return here, and we need to put some HTML. So let's do div, and now let's see what is wrong here. So there's something wrong with globals. We cannot import the globals here, and this is because here is our file where we try to import globals, and it's not one level up, it's 2 levels up. So let's do another dot and slash, and now I think it works. So let's go back to this page, and let's put page here, and yeah, we have page. So now let's go to those props here. Let's grab everything, and let's see what we have here. So let's do JSON, and let's do stringify props to see what we can work with. We have params with URI param David. So this is what I need. So let's do const URI equals, and now from here let's grab params, and now let's do here params.uri, and here we can just do URI, and I need to save. Okay, so we have this from the URL here. All right, so now we want to display page for this user. So how can we do this? We can do just first we need to connect to the database. So let's do mongoose connect, and let's do process.environment.mongouri. Then let's grab the page, const page equals await page. Let's import. This is a server component, so we can do just find one where the URI is URI. So we can do just this. It's await, so we need to do export default async function, and now we can display here more stuff. So first we'll have display name, and maybe let's do display name with h2. Then we will have h3 with h2. Let's do a page display name. Then let's do location, page location, and then let's do another h3, or maybe paragraph for bio. So let's do page bio, and let's see if yeah, it works. As you can see here, I'm going to make it prettier in a moment. I will also need first an image. So let's do image from our page. Actually from our page, not from page. We want to grab the session. We want to grab our user. So we will have page, but we also need to grab the user. So let's do await, and let's do user. And we want to find, and this will not be a logged in user, this will be user for that page. We want to find where email is the same as page owner. And now for this avatar, we take user and we show the image. We need to pass width and height. Let's put maybe 256. And now let's see, we need to put this alternative text. So let's put avatar here. And now it almost worked. Something wrong with the image. Let's see what happened. So here we have the image, and I can't find source. We have user image. let's try to print the information about the user. JSON, stringify user. And now let's see. We have image, so this should work. User image, but it doesn't work. Let's see why we have image. And let's see, let's try to open this image. Looks fine to me. So something wrong with the image. Let's see, we have decoding. The source seems to be empty. That is weird. Let's add a test here on the end. And let's see, failed to parse source, undefined test. Okay, so it says that user image is actually undefined somehow. We are awaiting for the user to be found. Something's odd here. So let me see. Let's comment out this image for now. And let's see again the user. Okay, now I see. This is an array of users and only one is found. We need to change this thing to find one. And now let's try. Let's uncomment this. And yeah, this looks fine. Almost. The image doesn't work. Let's see. But it's almost there. So we have source, next image. We need to remove this test. And now it works. All right, so let's remove this plus and empty string. And we will also need to put some class names on this image, I guess. So let's put this here, this here, this here, oops, and this here. And here I'm going to put some class names later on. All right. I can remove the information about the user, this weird JSON, and now let's try to style it. We have also this background, right? Because we have this background that we can do colors and so on, and I want to display it this way-ish. So let's do this. First, let's maybe also grab the background. So let's do something else. First, I'm going to print this rectangle. So let's do a div, and this rectangle will be a height of, let's do 24. Let's do background of gray, all right? And now let's see how it looks like. So I don't see it because we need to add background gray and, for example, 400. So we have it here. The first issue is we have this padding on the sides and on the top. I want to get rid of it. I think it's inside this layout here, so let's remove it. Yes, here on this div, as you can see, we have some paddings and so on. Let's remove this div. Let's just leave this main. That's better. But now this header, this top rectangle should be a little bigger. Let's do 36. Whoops, 36. And now, depending on if it's if it should be an image or the background, if it should be the color or the background, it should change some CSS. I think we can just grab it from the settings form. Here we have it somewhere more to the top. Yeah, here we have our here we have extra style. If it's background type, if color, then we use color, otherwise we put background image. I'm going to grab the class names and the style, and I'm going just to reuse it on here. So this let's add those class names here. This let's put here. Let's put this like this. Now we have two class names, and I'm going to put this as one like this. And let's see, I'm going to remove this minimum height because we have height of 36. I don't need this negative margin of 4. I don't need this padding of 4. And I most likely don't need this flex justify center and items center. So let's remove those. And now let's see. And now it says background type is undefined. It's inside the page, so I can do just something like this. I can do page, background type, and here page, background color, and here same page, background type. And now let's see. Almost. We have use context. That's weird. Let's try to refresh it. Okay, now we have it. So we have a background here, and if I change to color and I save, and then I go here, it should be color, but it's not. Let's see, if I refresh here, it's still an image. Let's put this to a color. Let's change it to this color. Let's hit save. Let's see, if I refresh, it's still an image. So there's a bug, but we'll fix it in a minute. Let's see. Let's first fix the profile, the avatar. Let's put it in the middle, and so on. So here we have our rectangle. Let's put here a div for our avatar. So the avatar is just an image that we are going to put in the middle, and we have this image here, and the only problem is that we need to make it rounded. So let's do rounded full, and it's not square, but it should always be a square. And let's go to page settings, and we have this avatar rounded somewhere here. Let's see, here is avatar. We do width and height, and then we do those classes object cover, and the parent needs to be square as well. So let's put this on the page, rounded full. Let's put this, and now it's not square, but if we make this div parent as a square, so let's do ratio of square, aspect square. Let's put width of 56, and let's do same with height. And let's see, and now it's a circle, nice looking circle. Now we want to make it centered, so let's do MX auto, so to the middle. And now we want to pull it up a little bit, so let's do maybe here relative, and minus top of, I don't know, like 24. Yeah, so we have something like this. Maybe this is too big, so I'm going to change those 56 to, I don't know, 48. Maybe it's still too big, so let's do 36. Yeah, I think this is nice. Now let's change this to 18. No, let's do 16 minus top of, let's see, we can do 16, should work. Yes, it does. And let's see, can we do 18? No, let's do just 16. For now, it will work. Now, here underneath, I want to have display name, and I also want to change the background color. So we have this color here, but this color will be only for the cover. For the rest, I'm going to do my own color, but I'm going to maybe put it as a setting later on. Let's do for now background blue, and let's do, I don't know, like 950. Let's see, and let's see here. Yeah, something like this. Let me also open Tailwind colors, and let's see what type of colors we can have here. Not here. Here we have colors, and I want something, yeah, like blue or indigo. I think indigo 950 looks nice. Blue looks also nice. I think this will work for now. I'm going to put it actually into the layout. So let me put this into, or it doesn't really matter. Let's put it back here for now. Right, so that works, and the text will be white for now. And yeah, now let's put the name and everything here on the to the middle. So first, let's put this H2 display name. It should be large. It should be centered. And now let's see. Yeah, it's just David. Maybe I can update this thing to do my last name as well. Why not? And let's see. Yes, now I want to pull it up a little bit, and I will do this by removing doing negative margin bottom. So let's do negative, and let's do here maybe 16. That's too close. Let's do 12. Yeah, I think this will work. And let's make this name even bigger. Let's do text XL. And now for the location, I want to have this pin icon. So let's do font awesome icon and fa place pin, something like this. Let's search for place and location pin. Let's search for location pin. Yeah, location dot looks nice. So let's do fa location. Was it location dot? Yeah, it was location dot. Location dot. Yes, and now let's see. The rest I'm going to put this inside span, and for this h3 we will need to do text of let's say large, flex, and gap 2. So we have some spacing between the icon and the icon and the rest. Icon became really big, so let's do size here of medium, and let's see, it's really huge. I want this to be smaller. Why is it that big? Let's do maybe size of XL, and let's see, still big. I'm going to add some class names here instead. Let's do class name, and let's do height of 8. And now it's fixed almost. And now let's make it centered, the whole thing. So let's do its flex. So we need to justify center, something like this. Now let's make it the icon smaller. Let's do height of 4, and let's add the items center here. And now this should be more grayish. So I'm going to add text gray, or maybe let's do text white, but divided by 50%. So we have something like this, but maybe let's do 70. Yeah, and let's make it smaller. Let's do a little bit smaller. So let's do medium here. And now let's see, we have medium. Yes, I think this will work. Maybe a little bit of margin from this one, margin bottom of 2. Yeah, maybe just 1 will be enough. All right, and now here we have bio, and as you can see, bio is to the left. It should be centered as well. Let's put this into a div that will have max width of XS and MX auto, so it will be centered. Now let's see, we have bio here. Let's also add here text center and also some margin from the top. Let's add margin top of 4. Maybe that's too big. Let's do 3, and let's do same for the bottom for now. All right, so we have this, and maybe I'm going to put some text because why not? Let's to the bio, I'm going to put just this as a random text, or I don't know, let's put programmer located in Stockholm, Sweden, and that's it. All right, so this will work, and now let's make the display name bigger, and this looks fine. Maybe let's decrease the margin to 2, will be enough. All right, and now underneath, under this, I want to display the buttons. As you remember, the buttons were those icons here. So how can I do this? First, we need to list them. So let's put a div here, and let's say that inside this div, we will do page buttons, and let's do map. And for each button, we will do just parentheses, and we are going to put a link like this. All right, and now we need to put here labels, but labels will be actually icons. So depending on the icon, I'm going to put font awesome here, because this can be envelope or so on. So here I'm going to put button.icon for now, and the page buttons map. Something wrong with the function. Let's see. Let's refresh, and let's see. Page buttons map is not a function. Let's see why. Looks fine for me. Let's try to remove it, and let's do JSON stringify page buttons. All right, and let's see. So, well, it's actually an object. It's not an array. So we have a key and then the value. So that's why we cannot loop through this. So we cannot do like this. We need to do something else. So we need to grab the keys and we can loop through the keys. So let's do object keys of page buttons. We can map through those keys, button key, and then for each button key, we will do a link. Whoops, not like this. It will be link with ref, and let's put this like this for now. And inside we will have an icon, and the icon will be for now buttons of this button key and that icon. Here we need to put page buttons. All right, so now let's see. I don't see anything. And let's put here also a value. So the value will be same. Sorry, it's not an object. The key is actually the value. The key is actually the icon. So to display the icon, we just do button key, like this. And for the value, we just take the value like this. So mobile is, mobile is this. Then we have Facebook is Facebook, and then email, and so on. So let's do maybe something like this. For this div, I'm going to add a class names. I'm going to put flex gap of 2, and let's do justify center. So everything is centered here nicely. And now first I'm going to put the key, colon, and then the value. Yes, that looks nice. And now I want to put those as a like rounded buttons or something like this. So let me put some class name here. And for those class names, I'm going to do something like this. Let's do rounded medium, or maybe rounded full. Let's do border white, and yeah, something like this. Let's add padding of 2. Why not? And now instead of those texts, I want to display the icons. So here inside, instead of button key, which is Facebook and so on, I would like to display an icon. Same way we did for page buttons form. I think here on the top we had this. And it would be nice if we could just export it and use it here. So let's try. I think it was called all buttons. Yeah. So let's try to use it here. Let's do all buttons. Yes, let's import this thing and let's try of this. Let's see how this is structured. It's an array, so we need to find it. Of all buttons, we want to find where the button key is the same as this button key, and then we want to have icon. So attempted to call find from the server, but find is on the client. It's not possible to invoke the client function from the server. It can only be rendered as a component or passed to props of a client component. Right, so we cannot do this like this. Instead, let's remove it. Okay, then it works. Let's see if we can grab just the icon somehow, maybe before we will do the render. So let's do here icons, and let's do something like this. We will grab all of the buttons, so let's do all buttons, and we want to map through them. And for each button, we want to transform, and then we want to return to the icons something like this. Maybe instead of map, we will do, let's do a for each instead. So let's do for each, and here we'll have an icons that will be an object. It will be const here. Now for each button, we want to do something like this. I want to put two icons with this button key and button icon here. Let's see if this will work. No, and this doesn't work. Attempted to call for each from the server, but for each is on the client. It's not possible to invoke a client function from the server. It can only be rendered as a component or passed to props of a client component. Right, so let's try something else. We will do something like this. Icons, and let's do something like this. Email, we will have the value of FA email. No, FA envelope. FA envelope. Yes. Is it allowed? Yes, it is. So we can have structure like this, and we can even export it, and we can later use those icons here, so we don't do a copy paste. So first I'm going to put those icons here. Let's do export const icons, and maybe let's call it buttons icons. All right, and I'm going to put this data icon blah 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 and so on down above. So let's do, I'm going to, oops, not like this. I want to select like this. So let's copy this, all of those. You cannot do tricks like this. You need to do this manually. And now I'm going to add a colon here everywhere. And I need the keys to be unique here. So not icon. Instead, I want to grab all of those keys like, well, you see, Telegram and so on. Let's copy those. And now here, I'm going to replace those with this. Right, that is much nicer. And yeah, so this will work. And now I will just import it. So let's go to my URI page. Let's remove those icons. And now here, instead of this, let's do here, let's try to print it. Let's put icons. Let's try to, well, I cannot find it. Let's see, icon, not visible here. Let's go here, buttons, icons. Okay, forgot that are in buttons, icons. I forgot that I rename it of, let's see, button key. So now let's see. No, cannot find module forms and buttons icons in mobile. Okay, so there's something missing. Let's see, mobile, FA mobile. That is weird. Let's try to put FA envelope here. Let's see if this will work. No, something is wrong here. Mobile. Could not find module, blah, 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 buttons, icons, hashtag mobile in the React client manifest. This is probably a bug in React components bundler. Okay, let's see if we restart the environment. Will it help? Let's do refresh here and let's see if we will have the same error. Yes, looks like we still get the same error. We still get this. Right, I'm going to put this inside my URI page. Maybe then it will work. So let me try to put this here. And let's see, we have here some imports. Let's remove it. Those are unused. Objects are not valid as React child. Okay, so let me see. Okay, so that's better. It just says I cannot put it like this. I need to put this as a font awesome icon, and the icon will be buttons icon, buttons, icons of button key, right? And now let's see. It almost works. So now let me see how it looks like here inside. For each link we have an SVG and it's not empty, so that is nice. The only problem is that it's hidden or something. And so let me try to put size of I don't know, XL. Let's see. still hidden. We have a padding, we have icons. Let's try to just put here FA envelope just to see if this will work. No, nothing is visible, so something is wrong here. Let's do, let's try to put this for here. I'm going to put test for now, and let's put the icon here. And let's see. Yeah, the icon here worked. It's really big and it's not that beautiful, but at least it worked. Now I'm going to, let's see, it's here, location dot, here is this big envelope. Let's try to put this inside a link. And this test I'm going to put inside a span. Okay, now it's better. Now I'm going to put half of those links to, let's say, 16. Now I'm going to remove this test. And now let's do the width of 16 as well. Okay, that's better. And now let's see. Let's change the size to medium. And this didn't help. Let's do here class name of, let's do width of 8 and half of 8. 8. Yes, and now we can remove width and half from here. I'm going to do flex and items center and justify center, so it will be in the middle. Let's do more of a padding, or I don't know if we need more, maybe smaller icons instead. So let's do here maybe just 6. Yeah, that looks nice. Maybe instead of the border we could make the background to be white and the text to be blue, 600, something like this. Yeah, I think it looks nice. Or this blue 950, why not? And now instead of FA envelope, I want to have those buttons, icons. Let's see, buttons icons of button key. Yes, and let's see if this will work. Yes, I think it works, except the first one where I have this mobile. Let's put FA mobile like this, and yes, import. Okay, looks nice, but maybe I'm going to do phone instead. Phone instead of this mobile. Right, looks fine. Now let's make it even smaller. So those circles needs to be smaller. Let's see. Let's change the icons to, let's do 5, and let's decrease the padding to 2, or maybe just 1. Yeah, no, let's just do 2. Right, and I think this will work for now. And now let's add maybe some padding to the bottom, padding bottom of 4 at least. And let's do margin on the top of 4, so we have more spacing, maybe even more. Let's do 8. Yeah, maybe that's too much. Let's do 6, so something in between. Yeah, maybe still too much. Let's keep it 4. Underneath I want to have all of the links, so let me go here. And now let's do a parent for all of the links, and here let's loop through the links. So links are an array, so let's do page links, let's do map. For each link let's do parentheses, and let's put this as a link like this. For now it will be just slash, and here will each link will be an icon. I want to have a left side. Each link will be a box, and on the left side I will have an icon, and on the right side I will have title, description, and the URL maybe. So let's put 2 divs for the left and the right side. For the left side we are going to have the image or the icon, and for the right side we are going to have link. Let's put maybe h3, and here let's put link. I think it was title, and here let's do link description as a variable like this. And now let's see. Yeah, it's almost there. Let's put some real links. So This is just some URL to a library. Let's put the label or title, my favorite library, my favorite React library, something like this. And subtitle and sortable.js used for sorting lists with drag and drop, something like this. Let's save it. And now let's refresh here. And well, it hasn't been saved. Let's see. I hit save. Let's see. Save and payload. It looks like it's saved. Let's do save. Let's see if it has been saved to the database. Let's go database, pages. Let's go to links. Yes, it is saved. It's just the problem is that it is cached. So okay, now it's not. It wasn't cached. It was just updated, but I haven't seen the difference. All right, but let's fix it. So those should be like boxes. I want those to be boxes. So for each link, we will have a URL here. So let's put link.url. And I want also to put some class names. Class name, and let's put background gray or blue 900. And let's see, this will be fine. Let's add padding of 2 just to see how it will look like. I don't see any difference here. Let's do background blue 500. I don't see anything. Background blue 500. The color doesn't work. Let's do display of, just block, like this should work. And now I see something. All right, so let's change this to 900. So it's this blue color here. Maybe I will change it to, let's put indigo 900. Yeah, something like this. Maybe let's do 800. Yeah. And now I want the links to be centered. So on this parent div, I'm going to do max width of, let's do XS and MX auto, so it will be centered. That's maybe too narrow. Let's make it large. Yes. And let's add more links. So I'm going to add 2 more links. So let's close this. And let's put maybe font awesome as a link. Font awesome, my favorite icons pack, and the URL is this. And now the third will be, I'm going to put my GitHub account, and here you can find all my projects. All right, let's hit save, and now let's see how this will look like. Right, so it looks like this. And first, let's make it a little bigger, not too LG. Let's just do XL. And now I want this to be 2 links in a row. So let's do grid and grid columns of 2. And let's add a gap of 4. So we have spacing like this. Yes. Now let's do padding of 4. So we have some padding. Yes, that is nice. And now let's make it even wider. Yes, it looks fine. We can also do that for small screens. It will be only 1 row. So let's do this only for medium. Only for medium screens we will have 2 columns. Yes, that is nice. And now let's add more padding on the sides. So let's do padding on the sides of 8, just so we will have some more space here to work with. And yeah, I think this looks fine. Now I would like to fix the width of the main color here. So this dark blue should take all the width. So this thing, let's do mean height of screen. Yes, that's much better. And yeah, now let's fix the rest of those links. So let's fix the icon, and the text should be on the right side. Let me scroll here, and for those links, let's do flex, and now let's see. So we have icon on the right side, and let's see for the let's add some padding. We already have padding of 2, but now for the icon, let's put a class name background blue 550, or I don't know, like 700. So we'll have something like this. Yes, that looks nice. And I also want the icons to be square. So let's do aspect square. Yes, and more padding. So let's do padding of 2 at least, but maybe let's do like 4. Yes, and I want to pull them like outside. So more gap. Let's see. We have a gap of 4. Let's do 6. So we have more spacing here. And now I will pull the icon boxes little outside. So let me see. I'm going to add relative here and minus left of 4. Let's see. Yes, something like this. This looks really nice. And now if we don't have any icon, let's see. Here I'm going to do if link has icon, then I'm going to display it as image from Next. Let's put icon here, and here let's do link icon, and the width will be like 64 and height of 64 will be good enough. Let's see. Here I also want to have the to make it square and not like rectangle. So let's see. Here we have this parent for those icons. Let's add width of 12 and height of 12 here. And let's see. Yeah, something like this. Maybe I'm going to make the padding smaller. So let's do padding of 1, or maybe, yeah, this will work. Let's also remove the overflow hidden. Let's see. Yeah, I think it looks fine. But maybe I will even remove this padding 1. So let's do without padding. So we have something like this. Let's make it bigger. So let's do 16 here and 16 here. So we'll have bigger icons. Yeah, I think it looks fine. And if we don't have an icon, I want to display this link icon. So if we don't have any icon, if we don't have any link icon, I want to display a font awesome icon, and it will be FA link, I think. Yes, and now let's see. Yes, it can be white, it's fine. And the only thing is I want this to be smaller. So let's do class name, and let's do width of 6, height of 6, maybe a little bigger. So let's do maybe 8, something like this. Let's make it centered. So on the parent, let's add flex items center, justify center. Yeah, now I think it looks nice. Now for the texts, let's see, we have texts here, we have description. It's not description, it's subtitle, I think. Yes, and now the subtitle should be more grayish. So let's do text white. Oops, text white, 50% transparent, something like this. And what else? And this looks fine. It should be only one line. So let's do here. I'm going to do height of 12, or maybe let's do height of, I know, like 8. And well, if it's bigger than this, then I want this to be overflow hidden. So let's do here overflow ellipsis. Will it work? No. Let's do overflow hidden. All right, so almost there. Let's do height of 6. Yeah, so now it looks like this. Now let's make those texts centered. So this div, let's make it flex. Let's make items center, but let's change this to flex row. Yes. And let's add justify center. No, it didn't change anything. Let's do content center. No, right. I can center it by putting another div here and putting this h3 and paragraph inside. No, still nothing. Let's put just flex and item center. Okay, now it's centered. Right, and it looks fine except this one. Let's see why. I think it's because this text takes too much space. So on this div that is the parent of the icon, I'm going to add grow here. Now let's see. Now that's too big. Let's see. I need to assign width and height. Okay, let's put this width and height on the parent. Same with the color and so on. So let's put a div with those classes, and let's put those icon or image here inside. Let's put the blue thing and aspect square inside here. Same with relative. Okay, and all of this about let's see, all of this that is about the flex thing, we need to put this here as well. All right, now let's see. Well, still too small. Let's see if we add a grow here. Well, didn't work. Let's see. Well, let's see. And whoops. Here we have a link. This part is super small. Let's put this with a thing here inside. And let's see now. Still didn't work. The height worked, but not the width. So we have width on this thing and width 16. If I open this is big enough. Okay, so I think the only problem is that the image is not a square. That's why. So let's do on the image. Let's see, here it is. We don't have any classes here, so let's try to fix it. Let's put some class names on this image. Let's do width of full and height of full. Now let's see, and the better but not perfect. I think it has been it's not fully visible. Let's see, maybe because of this. We need to have this cover thing, object cover. Now let's see, still nothing. Do we need to add the relative on the parent? No, because we have it. We have here, we need to add width here. Let's see, that's better, but still not as we want to have it. Let's see on the avatar. So rounded full, width full, height full, object cover. Width, height, object cover. And how the parent should look like. Aspect square. Okay, let's fix it. Here we want to do aspect square, and let's see. It is square, but the image doesn't take the whole width of this div. Let's see how it looks like on other places. So on other links we have this div and it looks fine. Well, the only problem here is probably this long description. So let's try to remove it. Okay, and then it works. Let's try to maybe just remove part of it and let's hit save. Or maybe we can put as it was and just make sure that it doesn't take that much space. So it shouldn't grow. It should shrink. So let me see. Here we have it. Let's put shrink and let's put grow of 0. And what else? We will also need that limit the width of it. Let's put here inside maybe overflow hidden. Will it help? No, it will not. If we remove it, then it's fixed. But it doesn't work if we have a long description here. For now, I'm going to put a shorter description and later we can figure it out. So like this, let's do hit save. Let's refresh. And for now it works. Let's fix that everything is more to the left. Let's see. here we have too much spacing. It pushes everything to the right. So we need to remove those gross things. Let's see here. Let's see if I refresh, and let's see, here we have grow. Let's see, let's search for grow here. Let's remove it. Okay, now that's much better. All right, so now we kind of have displayed our profile, and you can register more users, and you can do more links or different buttons and so on. Now, one small thing that we need to fix is, for now we don't have links for those buttons here. And let's see, for now all of the buttons go to just slash, and I want to change it. So let's do something like this. It will use a function that is outside of the component called button link. All right, and it will pass here the key and the value. All right, and now I want to check if the key. So let's do if key is phone, or if it's mobile, then the URL will be tel : and then the value. Now, if the key is email, then I want to do mail to : and then the value. Otherwise, so default will be just value. And this function is called button link. Okay, so let me see here. Let's change this to a button link, and here let's put key, so button key, and the value will be page buttons of button key. Right, so now if I click on this one, as you can see in the top left corner of my browser, it's tel : so it will just call this number. For the Facebook, it's just a link, and for the email, it's mail to. So if I click on this one, it will open my app for sending emails. So that is really nice. Right, and this seems to work. Let me try to fix now, so we can change to a background color. So for example, if I want to have purple background, I save it, but then if I refresh, it's a color. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so it works. I thought it didn't work, but well, actually looks like it just does. Maybe I clicked on the wrong button. Let's try to change it to dark blue, or maybe this blue. Let's see if I refresh. Yeah, it just works. So let me change back to image, and I want to change image to this MacBook thing, this MacBook photo. Uploading, let's wait, uploaded. Okay, let's save. Let's go here. Yeah, and it works. Another feature that would be nice to have is a theme, so that we can change the background color and the color for the buttons or for the links. Would be nice to have it. But and maybe a theme for a light theme with black text, but it's just another one thing to add maybe later. For now, I think it would be nice to first implement analytics, so we can see how many views we have on our page and how many clicks on each link and so on. So this will be the next part, the next thing I'm going to implement. All right, so now let's try to implement some kind of statistics or analytics. So the first part will be page views. So what I want to do is, every time someone visits this page, I want to save information that this page has been visited. So we will need a new collection inside our database, like page views or something like this. So let's go to our models. Let's go to models, and let's create a new model, and let's call this one maybe let's call it clicks, or maybe we can call it stats, or I don't know, events. So it can be both for clicks and visits. So let's do events, or maybe let's do stat statistic, or maybe let's do just event.js, and let's do export default. Sorry, not here. Here we are doing schema. So let's do const and event schema equals new schema. Let's import this function. And first we want to know what type this will be. So let's say it will be type. So it can be either a string. Yeah, it can be only a string, but it can be click or view. So let's do something like this. We will do just here string. And now I think that's it, but we need also URI. So let's put this, and this will be also a string, and I want to have timestamps. So let's do timestamps to true, right? And now this will be type of event, so it will be either a click or view, and this one will be URI. So for example, /David for the page, or for clicks, it will be a really long URL like HTTPS and wherever we have inside our links that we are clicking. All right, and because we have timestamps to true, we will have created at timestamps there. All right, so we have this. Now let's create our model. So let's do const, and we can also export const event equals. Let's first check for models if we have event. If we don't, let's create a new model with name event, and the schema will be event schema. All right, now we can use it. So the first thing that we want to do is that every time someone visits this page, we want to save a view with this URI. So let's go and do this. Let's go to website layout. Let's see, or let me go to the page, and here we need to go to page, and then we have our page here, and this is where we render this page. And I think we can do something like this. We have our page here, and we can add here that every time someone enters this page, we will also add an event. So let's do something like this, await, and let's do event. Let's import this one. Let's see if it's imported correctly. No, I cannot see this. I cannot find it here. Let's see. No, we have only page and user. Let's import it manually. Let's do import event from models event, and now let's see. Now let's do event, and let's do dot create, and we want to create an event. So let's do like this, and now URI will be just URI that we have here. So let's do just URI, and now what else do we want to add here? We want to add a type, will be view, and that's it. Now let's see what will happen if I just refresh here. Now let's go here, let's do refresh, and we have events here, and I have two events here. We have, and those are exactly the same, and I think I have two because when you develop an app, it renders always 2 times to check if there are any problems with the app. So I deleted all of the events, and now if I just refresh this page, I should have 2 events. Let's see. No, I get 1. Okay, so that's good. Let's try to refresh once again. It should be only 1. Yes. So sorry, I was wrong. We get only 1 event. Let's try again. I will delete this one. Let's refresh here. Refreshed. Now let's see how many events we will have. We get only 1. Okay, that's fine. I thought that the app renders 2 times behind the scenes. another time behind the scenes, so it will compare the React apps, but that's fine. It's only once, so we have only one event, and that's even better. All right, so now we have our view event that we can now use here inside analytics. But before I'm going to implement those views here, I want also to have clicks. So for example, when someone clicks on one of my links, or maybe on those, I want to have information that someone clicked on this. So if I scroll down here, we have both the buttons and the links. Here are the buttons and here are the links. Let's first do the links. So here there is something called ping, and the ping attribute is a URL that we can notify just before when someone clicked the link. It will first notify the ping and then it will redirect. So let's notify, and here we want to pass some URL. So let's say the URL will be /API/click, and then / and then let's put a URL here. So let's put here plus and link URL. Now let's see how this will look like. I will refresh here. Let's check this one, inspect, and let's see. Here we have a ping, and as you can see here I have my URL, and well, I don't like that it looks like this. It goes with HTTPS and so on. So we need to somehow make it more it shouldn't look like this, because it can destroy the structure of links. So we need to encode it somehow. So let's maybe first try with a question mark URL equals, and now let's try to put this into a function called encode. Let's see, URL. I think it was like this, encode URI. Yes, this function, and let's put this as a param, and now let's see what we will have. So now we have something like this, click and then URL equals HTTPS and so on, and well, I think this may work, or I don't know, because here we have question mark Q equals, and here we have question mark URL equals. So I don't know if this will work, so we will try something like this. There's an encoding function called BTOA, and it's like base 64 encoding. So let's try this one. As you can see, it refreshed, and now the URL looks like something like this. It doesn't look like our URL, but we can decode it on the backend, so that's not a problem. Let's now go to, let's keep it this way, and let's see what happens when we click open a new tab for this link. The link has been opened. Let's see if any requests have been sent to this ping. I don't see any request here. But let's try to create a backend first. Maybe it doesn't work because we don't have any backend. So as you can see, we need to have API and then click. So let's go to app, API, and then let's do new directory, click, and here let's do a new file and route.js. And here let's do export function post. And for now, let's just do that. It will do await. Let's add async here, await event. And let's import this event. It doesn't import automatically for me. Event from, I want to go to models. So one more here. No, one more. Models and event. All right. Now, event, create. And let's try to create a type of click event. And for now, the URL, let's see how it looks like. It has this URI. Okay, let's put that URI will be empty for now. And that's it. It will just return response JSON true, and that's it. And here we can probably do just something like this, models event, or let's see. Here we can replace it with models event like this. Right, so now let's see if I click one of those. It will redirect me because it's a link. Let's see if I will get an event here. So let's scroll to the bottom. No, I don't see any click events. Let's go back to my profile. I'm going to refresh. Let's see this link. We have a ping here, so this should work. Now let's try to click this one again. Let's go here. Let's do refresh, and let's see to the bottom. No click events. Let's see what happens if I add a target blank to those links. Let's do target, and let's do blank, and let's see if this will work then. Or maybe we need to add also a full URL. So let's also add it. So let's see if we need to add this HTTP localhost 3000. Let's add it to our .env. Let's see, do we have any URL here? No, we don't. We probably will need to have it. So let's add this, and let's do public URL equals, and let's do HTTP, or maybe let's just name it URL. HTTP, and let's do localhost, and let's do 3000. And let's just save it like this. And now let's go here, and before here I'm going to add a process.env.url, and I can remove the slash. And now let's see, now we have localhost 3000 and then API click. Right, so let's try to click this once again. I will click this one, and it opened in a new tab because we added this target blank. I don't see any requests to ping, but let's check our database. Let's do refresh. Let's scroll here. No click events. Let's check here. No. All right, so it looks like it was my ad blocker that was not sending those ping requests, because if I copy this URL and I will open this in, for example, Safari. So here's my Safari, and if I click one of those, let's say this one, something was happening here, and we get even an error that it cannot create here this event create because we forgot to connect to our Mongoose database. So let's do Mongoose connect, and let's do a process.env.mongo URI. And now let's try to do this again. I'm going to click on this one, and now it looks like everything worked. Just to be sure, let's add a console log saying click. And now I'm going to open this again, click. And as you can see, we have this click here. And so I can close this thing now. And if I go here and I refresh my database, I should see the clicks here. Not here, here on the next page. Down here, yes, you can see we have clicks. Right, but the issue is here, small issue, that it can be blocked by trackers. Sorry, it can be blocked by ad blockers. So what we can do is we can add a separate redirect request, but I think it's not necessary for now. We can maybe do this later. For now, let's try to display some data here. So we have both views and clicks, and let's try to at least put some information here. Let's remove this console log. And before we will do this, let's do that this URI will not be empty. We are sending this, let's see, this URL here, as you can see. So maybe let's try to get it here. So let's do request. Let's grab the request. Let's do const URL equals new URL from request URL. And now let's try to do console log URL. And here we can do also query, search for query. No, we are not using any query selectors. Query, let's just console log for the whole URL. And I'm going to use my Safari. So let's do this in another browser. If I click, let's see, we get here some information console logged. And we have, for example, here URL param, and it's, let's see, where is it inside? It's inside search params. So let's do dot search params, and it's an object, so we can do get and URL. And now if I try to do this again, let's see, we get only this encoded URL. And now we can use, let's assign it to a variable or to a constant. So let's do const clicked link equals, and we need to decode it first. As you remember, we were encoding with, let's see, we were encoding this with this function btoa, and we can decode it with atob. So now let's try to do console log of the clicked link. And if I open here, let's click once again, and we get clicked link, and it looks fine. Right, so let's add this clicked link here to the URI, clicked link, and now this should work fine. So if I click once again, and let's close this thing now. If I go to database and I do refresh and I go to the last page, let's see, we have a click with the URL here. Maybe it should be called URL and not URI. I don't know. You can rename it if you want. And now let's try to display something here. Something. So let's see. Let's open sidebar. And we have app, and then let's go to the app, so our admin panel, and then let's go to analytics, and here we have analytics page goes here. Let's put our white box, sorry, we had this box component, section box. Let's put test here. Let's see if I refresh. Yes, we have test. And now I would like to put some numbers here. So first, let's maybe grab views count equals, and let's do await, and let's grab our event. I want to import this thing, so let's do event. No, I need to import it manually. So let's do import event from, and let's do /models/event. And now here, let's do event, and let's do count documents. And I want to count where, I think it was type. Let's see. Yeah, type is view. So where type is view, and URI is, let's see, /David, or just David. So my page name. So let's say it will be David. For now, it will be hard coded. We will fix it in a minute. Let's do const click count, and let's do the same. URI doesn't really matter here. And we need to do async function. So let's do async, and we need to connect to the database. So let's do mongoose connect process.environment.mongodb. And now let's try to display view count. Maybe it should be called views count, and here we should have clicks count. Let's try with views count, and let's see, 43 views. Okay, it's because I refreshed the page a lot. All right, this thing works. Now I need to change that this URI will be dynamic. So first we want to grab our session, right? So let's do const session equals, and let's do await get server a session, and here auth options imported, yes. Now let's grab our, let's first check if we don't have a session, then let's do return no session, or we can just do redirect to homepage. Okay, if we have a session here, let's do const page, and we want to do await, and then let's do page. Let's do page find one, and we want to find the page where the owner is our user. So let's do session user email. Right, so we have page, so we can now replace this URI David to page URI. Right, now let's see, it should be still 43, now it's 45, maybe because I refreshed this page a little bit. Let's refresh once again, refresh here, 46, okay, it looks fine. Now we have those clicks here. For those clicks, I want to check where the type is click, and I want to check clicks only for my links. So let's do that where URI is inside page links. So let's do page links, and now let's try to print this clicks count. Let's see if I refresh. It doesn't seem to work because links is actually an array of objects, and I want only to have the URL. So let's do something like this, map, and for each link I want only link URL. Right, now we have only one click. I don't know if it's correct. Let's see, let's try to display all of those links here. Let's do here JSON stringify, and let's do page links map, and for each link I only want the link URL. And now let's see what we will get here. So we have an array of links, and as you can see we have like 2 or 3 links, so that's good. And I think we were clicking only this one, or no, we were clicking this one with the font awesome. And let's see how many times we can find it in the database. So URI, and let's try to find this one. So we find only one. Okay, I'm going to open my Safari once again, and I'm going to open my profile, and let's go to /David, and let's try to open this link once again. And now we should have 2. Yeah, now we have two clicks. So that is nice. So it works. I can remove this JSON, and let's put clicks is this, and the views is views count. And let's put break line here, and we have now some basic analytics. Maybe it would be nice to put some graphs here, or something like this. And I also want to display clicks for every specific link. So for example, for this font awesome link, you have so many clicks and so on. So this is what we are going to also add here. All right, so now I would like to start by showing those views in a chart. So I think I will use for this recharts. So recharts, and it's a library to do charts, and yeah, as you can see. But before we will do this, I want to do this horizontal line with days, and this line up will say how many views we have for a specific day. And to achieve this, we need to get rid of this count. Let me open inside up. We have our analytics here page, and as you can see, we have only views count. And instead of this views count for all of days, I would like to have count for each specific day. So let me go, for example, to events, and we have a view on this URI, and what I want to do is I want to group by day numbers here. So to do this, we are going to do aggregation, and I'm going to first show how to do it here with this aggregation tool, and later we are going to do the same thing but inside the code. So with aggregation we have like stages. So the first stage is we will choose what we want to match, and we want to match the query where, let's see, here we have some examples of the documents. We want to have only type of view. So let's add that type is view. And what else do you want to check? Well, I think that will be it. And the URI is David. So let's add URI is David. Later we will add this to, we will change this to be dynamic variable inside our code. But for now it will be just a fixed. So now we have only views here, event type view for URI David. Inside those examples, we have sample of 10 documents, so you see what this stage does. Let's add another stage, and this time we'll do group. And now, first we have ID here. As you can see, that should be expression. And here, what we need to do is we need to define how we want to group this. And we want to group this by date, right? So we want to take created ad, for example, this date, and we want to get only date from this date time. So we don't need this second part, we only want the date. So we can do something like this. We can do date to string, and here we need to put some params, and our params first is date, and our date is created at like this, and now format, and our format will go like this. We do percentage y, so it will be year, then let's do percentage month, and then percentage day. All right, and then we have here the rest is accumulator. So what we want to have inside our grouped data. So I want to have only count, and my count will be here we just need to put count, and it has no extra params. So now let's see. Here, as you can see, we have ID of this date, 4th of December, count 1. Then we have this, 2nd of December, we have count 2. And let's see. And here for this date, we have 52. So that seems to be okay, seems to be correct. But let's see, today's date is 4th of December. So I did only one, I trigger only one view event. I'm going to trigger another one. Yes, so now if I refresh, I should get 56. Yes, and now let's see here. Here, I should have 2 here, but I need to refresh. So let me just do something like this. And let's put this back. And now I have 2 here, so it works fine. So we want to do this kind of aggregation, but inside our code, so we can have this data, here for every specific day. We know how many views we had. So let's go to our analytics page, and let's see. We have views count. Let's remove those views count and clicks count from here. And I can remove this clicks count and views count. And basically now we want to do the same thing that we did here. So let's go to the first stage. First we have match, and it's on events table. So events collection. So let's do something like this. Let's do await because it's a database query. And let's do event. And now let's search for aggregate. And now here, as you can see, we have params, and the first param is our document. Sorry, not document, it's actually pipeline. But the thing is that this is an array. So we just put an array here. Let's see what's the second param. It's options. Maybe we can skip it for now. So now we put here an array, and let's try to do this as we have here. So first match and then group. Right, so first match. Let's try to do this. $match. And let's put params like this. And maybe I can just copy and paste this here. Let's try. I'm going to paste this object. And looks like something is wrong. Okay, it's wrong because I cannot put this like this because this is an array. So let's start by doing this as an object, and let's put match. And now let's paste this. And now it looks better. And let's see, I'm going to put this here, so it will be formatted properly. Right, and now let's try to add the second one, the second stage. So then we have group. Let's open object and $group, another object with all of those params that we will have here. And I'm going just to copy this, and let's paste this thing here. All right, so now let's see what result we will get here. So let's do const. I'm going to put ABC for now, and let's just display it here. So let's do this JSON stringify ABC, and let's see what we will get here. So as you can see, we get exactly what we wanted. So we have ID of a date, and then we have count. That's perfect. So let's replace this ABC to and grouped, sorry, with 1p, grouped, and this is views, grouped views, and we have this, and that's correct. And now we can maybe print this better. So we have an array of objects where ID is this, is the date, and then we have count. So maybe we can do something like this. Let's loop through this. Let's do views, sorry, grouped views. Let's map through this, and for each data object, let's call it this way, we are going to put a div with data. Oh, sorry, maybe not. Let's not name it data object. Instead, let's just grab the ID from here and the count. And here I'm going to put ID, which is actually the date. We can rename it here to date. So I'm going to put date here, date, and then we will have our count. So now if I save, we have this many views, this date, this many views, and so on. It's a little bit easier with SQL, but I really like those stages that you can do with aggregate on Mongo database. All right, but now this works, and now with this data we can do something like this. So let me install this. Let's go to Yarn and let's search for recharts and for React. So let's do React recharts. I think recharts is only for React. Yeah. So let's just install recharts. So let me copy this, and here let's do yarn add and let's do recharts. And now let me go back to the documentation of recharts. Let's go to API, and we have here bar chart, line chart. Yeah, I'm going to use line chart. So let's just copy this, and we will see if this will just work out of the box. I can remove this. Let's put this. We don't have any data, so let's put here show data format. And for now, I'm just going to copy this, and I'm going to put this somewhere here outside of my component. Now let's see if this will work. Line chart is not defined. Right, so I need to import this. Let's do your line chart imported. I'm doing this because then it will be automatically imported here, as you can see in my IDE. So if it doesn't do it for you, you need to manually just write the imports on the top. Here we have Cartesian grid, Cartesian grid, yes. Then we have x-axis, axis, and we have y-axis. Let's import this one. Tooltip, yeah, let's import this one. This one too. Tooltip, legend. No, I don't need legend. And now for the lines, let's do line, and let's import this one. And now this should work. So if I save, this should refresh, and let's see. Super expression must be either be a null or a function. Right, let's see. Here on the top we have some data, and let's see, here we have line chart. I don't see any super expression. Let's refresh, nothing happened. Something about the legend content. Maybe let's put this legend back here, legend, yes, and now let's see, still nothing. Right, I'm going to remove some stuff, and let's see if this will fix anything. So I'm going to remove all of it, and still we have a problem. Cannot read properties of null, reading use context. Right, so something with use context here. Let me check. I think this can be a problem because this is a server component, and with those charts we need to have clients components. This can be the issue. So I'm going to create a new component for this. Let me go to components, and I'm going to create a chart. Just chart.js, and let's do on the top use client, and let's do export default function. Let's do chart, and let's do return here, and I'm going to put the div, and in here I'm going to just grab all of this line chart stuff. Let's cut this from here, let's put this here, and let's also grab the data that we have here. I'm going to cut the data from here, and let's put this to chart. So I'm going to put this here, data, yes. And now let's see, we have analytics page, and it works now. Let's try to display this chart component that we created. Chart from components. Yes, so if I save, we have a chart. Yeah, so the issue was that it needs to be a client component, then it works. All right, so we have 2 lines of data and we need only one. So let's go inside chart, and we have 2 data points, UFO and PFO. We can have only one, so I will go with, or we have maybe even 3. Let's see. Now we have 2. So I'm going to remove this PV and AMT, sorry. So let's do this. I'm going to select all of those, and I'm going to remove, or sorry, not like this. I'm going to remove it manually. So, but let's see if we have page A. Okay, this looks fine. So I'm going to remove those two last lines from each, because this page A, page B, and so on will be dates for me. And for this UV, we will have number of views. So I can remove the rest. Yes. And yes. So now let's save. And we have only one line for UV. And so let's remove this PV because it's not needed. Yeah. And now it looks fine. Now I will try to put this data inside our component function here. So let's put this here. And now let's see. We have an array where name is like page A and so on. So here we want to have actually dates. Let's change this name columns to dates. So let's put date. Let's see here. Do we need to change something? Yes, x-axis needs to be data key date. So it still works. Let's try to change one of those to just a random date. And let's see if it works. Yes, it works. So now let's see. Let's say that I will get here our data. So let's put data here. And for me, data will be actually an let's put it the same way we have it here. So we'll have date, and then we will have other numbers here. So for now we have UV, but we will have let's say clicks instead. So instead of this UV, let's change the name of it to clicks. And now we also need to, let's remove this param from here for now. We have clicks, and we need to pass that here. The data key is clicks, and that looks better. So we have a number of clicks here. But now let's see. We will need to change and get everything from a property here. So let's do here. We will have data, yeah, and let's put this inside where we use this component. So we will not have any data here. We will go to analytics page, and here we are going to put our data. That will be a super long array. Just for now, we are going to fix it in a moment. And we have clicks here. Now inside chart, we are using clicks here as a data key, but this can be something else. So this can be views or something else. So I'm going to do something like this. I'm going to find it and I'm going to call it x label equals, or maybe let's call it x label key. Right, and to do this, I'm going to grab data first object of the array. And I want to grab, so for example, data first will be the first object here. And I want to get the second key. So to do this, I'm going to do something like this. I'm going to do object keys of this, and then we will have keys here. But I don't want to have both date and clicks. I want to have only clicks. So I can do something like this. I can find where the key is not date. Right, and now I can put this here, or maybe I can first print this here so we can see it's clicks. Yes, it's clicks, so this is correct. Now let's use it here. So it will be x label key, and it still works, so that's fine. Now let's go back to analytics page, and instead of those stuff, we want to use our let's see, grouped views, right? So, and this will be not clicks, this will be views. So how we can pass the data now? Let's remove all of this, but let's remember the structure. It needs to be an array of objects where we have date, and then the number will be views, and then will be number of views. So let's remove all of this. And if you remember, inside this we have an array. Inside this we will have an array where underscore ID is the date and count is actually our views. So now we want to use our grouped views, but we want to change some stuff. We want to change the key to be the underscore ID to be date, and the count to be views. So let's do a map, and for each object we want to return a new object. So let's do like this. Let's put new object here, and let's do something like this. We want to return for this object to be something like this. We want date to be object underscore ID, and we want to have views to be object dot count. All right, now let's see if this will work, and it actually works. So it's not the correct order, because as you can see, first we have 4th, then we have 2nd, and then we have 30th of November. So the order is not correct, and we are missing few dates. So we need to fix some stuff. So let me see. We are doing this aggregate, but as you remember, we have some options here. Maybe we can use those options to add something like order. So let's do order, and let's see if we can do order by minus, because we want to descending, and let's do underscore ID. Let's see if we can do something like this. And now it's the correct order. First we have November, then we have December 2nd, December 4th. All right, so that's much better. But now we, as you can see, we have some gaps between dates. Here we have 2nd, and here we have 4th of November. Here in the middle we should have 3rd. But because we didn't have any views, we don't have it inside our grouped views result. So how we can do this? Well, to have it, we need to just fill all of those gaps with zeros, right? But how can we know what are the dates between here? So for example, here can be 1 day or 2 days, and same here we have 1 day. We need to count it, right? We need to go through this. We need to go through this grouped views, and we need to fill all of the gaps. And the problem is we need to know how many days is between each date. So let's do this. First, we will do something like this. Let's change this grouped views to a let, so we can edit this. And or maybe let's put it back to const, but we will create another one. We will create something called const, and let's do maybe grouped views without gaps, and it will be an empty array. And now let's do something like this. We want to go with each date. We want to grab first the first date. So let's do something like this. I want to do grouped views, and I want to do for each. And for each I will get here, I can pass a function where I can use the value. And from the value it will be an object, so I want to grab the ID and the count. All right, and now I want to do something like this. We will have the value, which was the first param of this function, and we can also grab our key. I don't know if we are going to need this, and sorry, it's actually, maybe we should call it index, but we will see if this will be needed. All right, so we have first data here. So what we want to do, our date is actually underscore ID. And what we want to do is check if there are any dates between this date and the next. And the next date is actually grouped views of index plus 1. I'm going to add question mark and dot just in case it's not the last date. Now let's see. If we have date and we have next date, then we know we have a date that has also a next date in the array, and we want to check if there is something in the middle. We want to check if there's something in between the date and the next date. So let's do this. To do this, I'm going to use date functions. There's a nice library called date fns. Yes, date fns that I'm going to install. Let's do yarn add date fns. And now let's see. It has really big documentation, so I'm going to open it. And I think there's something like between, and we have many between functions. So we have difference in days. So let's see, difference in days. And as you can see here, we are passing two dates, date left and date right. And it returns how many days is between. So we can start with this. So let's do here. Let's do const days between equals. And now this function was called difference in days. Let's do difference in days. Let's import this one from date functions, and let's do date and next date. And now let's do if days between is bigger than 0, then we want to do something like this. And then we know we need to find some dates. And how can we do this? Well, we can, if this is for example 3, we can take the first date and we can add one day, and then we can add the second day, and then we can add the third day. So let's use for loop, and let's do something like this. Let e equals this, e is smaller than, I is smaller than days between, I plus plus, yes. And now we want to do, maybe before I will do this, let's do console log, and let's do something like this. I'm going to print date, next date, and days between, so we can see if it actually works. For now, let's do inspect here, console, and we have some warnings here. Let's see if I refresh. Sorry, it should be inside here because this is a server component. So let's see. I don't see this here, but maybe let's put this inside our client component chart. So I'm going to grab this and let's go inside here and let's put this here. So we need to just go through data instead, data like this. And now let's see if we will have anything here. So I'm going to refresh and I don't see anything. Okay, so we probably never get here. Let's see, console log here, our date and next date. Let's see if we will get anything here. Yes, we can see, as you can see, we have date that is always undefined and next date that is always an object. So something is wrong here. First, date is this. So this looks fine to me. And the next date is this. Okay, but we don't want the whole object. We want to just grab the underscore ID. So now let's see. Something is wrong. Let's see. Maybe I need to add a question mark here in case it's empty. Yes, that was the issue. So everything is undefined. So let's see once again. Let's also maybe try to print our index. So let's see here. As you can see, index seems to work. It's 0, 1, 2, and so on. And the only thing that is wrong is something with this ID and count. So let me print this first. Console log, and let's do ID and count, and I can remove this for now. So let's see, ID is always undefined. Okay, maybe instead of this, I'm going to put here a value like this, and let's put value here, and let's see if this will work. Now we have some undefined variables, so this will not work. So I'm going to comment out all of this, and now let's see. Now it renders, and we have, let's see, we have objects for those values. So this works. Yeah, I forgot that we have now date and views, and not those objects. Right, let's put everything back, and I just change some stuff here. So date is just inside date, so we can just change this to just value.date, and here for next date we can do just date here. And now let's see if something will change. And we have some renders here, and we have some console logs, so that is better. Let's remove this console log, and let's see if we have some gaps here. So as you can see here, we have some, let's see, I will refresh, and here we have views and so on. This is probably from here. Let's see if I refresh once again. Do we have any console logs? No, we don't. So let's try to put something back here. Console log. If we have date, let's put date and next date. All right. Now let's see. And we have date and we have next date. So let's see if we can get even days between. And now let's see. Days between is always not a number. So the problem is that those are strings and we want to change them to dates. So to do this, I'm going to do new date for this one and new date for this one. And this can be an issue because as you can see, it's always -2 because we want to create dates from this specific format. And to do this, we need to create dates in this format. But there's a function here. I think it's called parse the date. And let's see. It's an old function, or does it work? Let's try with parse ISO, and as you can see, we can do something like this. And this one is invalid because first we need to have the month and then we get number, the day number, I think. So let's see how this ISO looks like. And yeah, first it's the format that we want to have. So let's use this parse ISO. So here instead of new date, let's do parse ISO from, oops, not parse int. Let's do parse ISO from date FNS. And here with the second day, let's do the same thing. I'm going to put this in separate lines so it will be easier to read. Let's put parse ISO, yes. And now let's go back here and let's see. I'm going to clear and let's do refresh. And let's see, do we have any console logs? Yes, we have days between two. So that looks nice. So let's get rid of this. And now here, let's see if this works once again. And no, we don't have anything here. Let's see, I'm going to refresh once again. No, nothing here. So let's do console log here only for days in between. Days between, and let's do refresh and see. Days between 4, days between. Okay, so now it kind of works. So now if I maybe remove this, we should get here inside. If days between is bigger than 0. Let's do refresh. Nothing. Let's do once again refresh. Still nothing. So something is wrong. Let's see. I'm going to do days console log days between once again. And let's see. We have days between that is always -2. So I think that is actually correct. We can change it to be 2, +2, by changing the order of those dates here. So first we will get bigger date, and then we will have smaller date. So now if I refresh, it will be 2, 2, 2. Okay, so that is correct. Now we can get rid of this, and now we have this final console log that says the date, the next date, and days between. So now let's see, between the November 13 and the 2nd of December, there are 2 days. I think that this is correct, because then we have first and then we have second. And let's see here, between the 2nd of December and the 4th, it's 2 days. Yeah, it's 48 hours. So days between 2. Okay, so this is correct. And now for each gap that we have here, so we need to do for let I equals 0, smaller than days between, I++. And we want to, for each number here, we want to create a date. So let's do something like this, console log, and let's put missing date. And let's do, maybe here on the beginning, I'm going to do date start will be first date, and then console log date end, and the second date. So let's do next date, and here in between we want to, I'm going to put this here outside of the loop, and same with this. And after each gap, I'm going to do something like this so we can see the difference. All right, so now for each days between, I want to do something like this. I want to do, let's do const tmp, temporary value, or maybe let's do day date between. This will be a better name. And what we want to do is we want to grab this date. So let's do parse iso from the date, and we want to add a day. So there is a function called add days. Yes, add days, import from date fns. First, we are going to put the date because this is the first param, and the second is number of the dates. So we just put 1 here. And let's do console log here, and let's put our date between. All right, and now let's see. Let's clear everything. Let's refresh. And now let's see here. And the date start 30 of November, date and 2nd. And now date between is 1st December, and then we have also another 1st December. So that is a little weird. But here we have 2nd of December, and then we have date and 4th, and we have date between 3rd, but we have this 2 times. This is because we always add 1, but instead we should add I. So now let's see. I'm going to refresh, and let's see. Now we have something like this. Let's do with the second group. 2nd of December, 4th, and we have 1st, 2nd, and then we have 3rd. I think this is the same problem will be here. So first we have the same date, and then we have the date between. So basically what we need to do, we need to skip always the first day here. So let's do something like this. I'm going to start with always 1. Let's do refresh. And let's see, nothing has been displayed here. So let's do refresh once again. And now we have something. So date start 30 of November, date end 2nd, and the only date between is 1st of December. Now the second group, date start is 30 of 30. I think it's the same thing here. Yeah. Let's see. I'm going to clean everything and let's refresh once again and to see if something is actually wrong. Let's see. Date start. We have here 2nd of December. 4th is the end, and in the between we have 3rd of December. So that is correct. And here let's see, we have 1st December. That is between this and this. Okay, that is correct. So now we want to have used this array to put both the date and all the dates in between. And we will see if we will have all of the dates. We don't need those console logs, so I'm going to remove those console logs. And now let's see, on the beginning here, I'm going to add our main date inside the loop. So let's do grouped views without gaps. Let's add a push. So we want to push an object here, and the date will be date. And we want to put, for example, clicks or something. So let's put X label key, and it will be our value of X label key. Let's just add question mark and dot in case it's empty or something. And now here for every date in between, we want to do something like this. First, we want to, this is a date object and we want to format this. So let's go to date FNS and we want to go to documentation and we want to do format to ISO, format ISO. Let's try with this and let's see how this will look like. This one looks nice. And let's see this thing. This thing looks also nice. Let's use this one so we can crop using space and we can grab the first part. So let's see. We have date between. We are adding days, but let's also format ISO. Let's see how it's called. ISO 90 something. Let's do format ISO 9075. Yes, let's import this one. Oops. Let's open parentheses. Let's close parentheses here. And I think there are no params here. And it will give us this string. And we want only the first part. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to split by space and grab the first part. And now I want to put this the same way we did it here. So let's do grouped without gaps. Let's do push. And now let's do object. The date will be date between and the X label key will be 0 because it's empty. All right, so now we have some issues here. For example, this 0. Let's see, here we should have a comma. And now, let's see. Now I think it worked, but it's not used. So let's go to here. Let's see, here we have this data. Let's use, we call it grouped views without gaps. Let's rename it to data without gaps. I have renamed this in all 3 places at once. Now let's use it here. Data without gaps. Let's save. And now as you can see, we have here a gap that says 52. That is wrong. or something's wrong here, but here we have 0 and that is correct. And I want to see how this looks like. So let's do JSON stringify, and let's do data without gaps, and let's see how it looks like. So we have this one 52, then we have first of 0, then we have second of 2, then we have third of 0, and then we have fourth of 64. So everything seems to be correct. Maybe it was just a cache. Yes, and I think it was, because now as you can see we have one day that is here 0, second that is here 0, here we have 2, and here we have 4th of December, and it's actually today's date, so I think this can be correct. So we have this small chart now and working, and I think the next part will be to style it a little bit better, so we'll have better colors and better spacings and so on. All right, so now I would like to do this graph responsive and make it a little prettier, because as you can see it takes too much space and I don't like this blue line here. So let's jump to our components, and here we have chart. Let's open chart, and in here first I will get rid of this views here, and it's this legend, I think. All right, and yeah, now it's better. I just need to refresh, so it will. Let's go back to my page and analytics, so we have all of the data. And now let's see. Now I would like to change, for example, to get rid of those horizontal lines. So let's go to Cartesian grid, and here I'm going to put sorry, not vertical, horizontal to false. And I also want to, let's remove this, and instead let's do just stroke width to let's say 5, and stroke color to be, let's say I want light gray, so let's do like F5, F5, F5. And now let's see, let's refresh, let's go to my page and back to analytics. Yeah, this looks nice. And now let's see, now for those like y-axis and x-axis, I want to remove those lines here, those gray lines, and add some more margin and so on. So let's start with y-axis, and in here I want to do something like this. I want to remove this line, so let's do axis line to false, and I want to remove those tick lines, so let's do tick line to false, and let's make those ticks a little bit bigger, so let's do tick, let's do sorry, not bigger, but let's do some more margin here, so let's do tick margin to 10. And again, I need to go to my page and analytics. Yes, so as you can see, now we don't have this horizontal line here on x-axis. And now let's go to this vertical y-axis. So let's go here, and in here I want to do something similar. So let's do axis line to false, and tick line to false, and let's do tick margin to 10, and let's see, let's do refresh, and let's go back here. Yeah, that looks much better. And now I would like to add some different color. I don't want this dark gray, I want lighter gray for both of those. So let's do tick, and here we just put an object, and it will be fill, oops, not full, fill of let's say AAA. And let's do the same thing for y-axis here, and as you can see now it's a little lighter here, lighter color, and it looks better, I would say. And maybe we could do those lines here, those vertical lines, a little more narrow. So here we could do like grid stroke width to 2, and now we have something like this. I don't know, you can change it to your taste if you want. But now, let's see. Now I want to change this blue color to like this blue, this green to this blue. All right, so we have this line here, and here we have type, here we have stroke color. So I don't know, let's do maybe 09F, and it will be bluish. Yeah, that's much better. But maybe it would be nicer to make it more bold. So we have stroke here, but there's also something called stroke width, and here I will just put maybe 4, and now it's more, bold. So I think it looks better. Right, so this looks nice. Now I want to do this more responsive. So let's put here responsive container. Yes, let's import this one. The closing should go here after line chart. Let's indent here to make it like this. And here we need to pass width, and for us the width will be just 100%, so we can put it like this, 100%. And for height, let's maybe put 200. And now it looks like this, looks really nice. Let's see, we can make it more narrow if we want. So yeah, now it's responsive. Now it would be nice to put some header here on the top. So let's go back to our analytics page. Here we have our first chart. Let's do maybe an H2 here, saying views. Let's add some class name, and I want this text to be XL. Let's see. Yeah, we have views. Let's add some margin. So let's do margin bottom of at least 4. Let's maybe do 6. So we have some more spacing, and maybe let's make it centered. So let's do text center. So we have this here. Yeah, I think it looks nice. I'm going to add another one here underneath for clicks. So let's do clicks. And we want to have more margin from the top here. So let's do margin top of at least 8. Yeah, I think this will work. Maybe we can make it even bigger, like 12. Yeah, so we have views here, and here we will have clicks. So this looks nice. But now for the clicks, I want to have like list of all of those links here and how many clicks we have. So first we need to fetch our clicks, and maybe we can do some aggregate like here. Before we go in there, yeah, I see in this aggregate I forgot to change this David that is hard-coded. Let's take it from page and let's do URI. I think it's URI. Let's make sure. Yeah, it's URI here, as we can see. Right, so let's just make sure if I go to my page and analytics, yeah, it works fine. Now let's fetch our clicks. So if we go to events in our database, we should have some, let's see, type view. Let's go to next page, view. Here we have a click. Let's see, where was it? Here we have click, but no URL. Let's go to next, maybe somewhere here. Yeah, here we have a click. So that is nice. And we have URL. So that is really cool. We have URL or URI. But the problem is that for those events, let's go to event model. We have URI that can be either a page URI or a link, and type of event, click or view. But if we have, for example, a link, like for example this Font Awesome link, we know that that link has been clicked, but we don't know on what profile. So to fix it, I'm going to add another property here called page, and this will be, for example, David, so the name of the profile. and this will remain the same. So let's go back to our page. So to make sure that this will be filled, let's go to, let's see, app. We have website, but that's not here. We have page, URI page, and here we are printing our profiles. So let's see. Here we are sending click events. We are sending URL, but we are not sending profile. So maybe we can add it here. So let's do something like this. Let's do here plus, let's add end, and let's add page equals, and here let's add plus, and we can do page.uri like this, and that should work for the link clicks. Now let's go to the page view, and the page view should be somewhere here. Yes, here we create an event with this URI, and that's good. And now let's do the same. So we will add a page, and page will be actually our page URI. And we could also do just URI because this will be the same. I forgot about the comma. Okay, but now if I go here and I refresh and I go to the last page of events, I should see view event, but first I need to restart my environment, so we will have this new database properties. And now if I refresh this page and I will refresh here my database, we should get a new view event on the end of this collection. So somewhere here, let's go to the bottom, and we have this type view, page David, URI David. And now if I, for example, click on this link, let's see if I will get an event. Let's search for event where page is David. Let's apply. We have only view. Maybe that's because I have this blocker. So I'm going to disable it for now. So this was this disable hyperlink auditing. And now if I click on a link, I should get a click event. Let's see, view, no click events. I'm going to just use Safari where I don't have this enabled, and if I click just here, the click should be triggered. So let's hit apply, and we have view, no clicks. So that is weird. Let's see. Yeah, I forgot also to add it. So it actually worked. The problem is I added this as a here property, but it's not handled in the backend on API click. So let's go to, so it was working even in my Google Chrome. The problem here was that inside API click route, we were handling this URL, but not our new page property. So let's go here, and here let's also grab our page equals. We need to let's see if it was encoded. No, only URL is encoded. The URI of the page is not encoded, so we can just do URL search params get page, and this should work. And now let's put this here. We can just do page, and this should be saved. So now let's try again to click a link, sorry. And now let's go back here, apply, and let's go to the bottom, and we have a click here. So and with page David and URI of this. So now it works. We can go back to analytics page, and we can fetch all of the clicks where the page is my page. So to do this, I'm going to do something like this. I'm going to, well, first I want to grab all of my links, and all of my links are already inside a page. So I think it was called just links. So if I go to pages, I should have one page here. Yeah, and we have links. That's just an object. So let's start with this. Let's put a click. We have clicks here. Let's look through all of my page links. I want to map for each link. Let's do parentheses. Let's put a div. And I want to print, well, the name of the link. So let's do link title or no title. And maybe I'm going to put it inside like h3. And then I will have a paragraph with link subtitle or no description, something like this. And now let's see what how this will look like. So if I refresh, my favorite React library and so on. Yeah, so it looks good. Now I would like to do more like of a square, so something like this. So I will have some separation. Maybe I will just add lines between those. So here for this div for each link, I'm going to add a border top, and the border color will be of gray, let's say 200. So now we have lines here. Let's also add some padding on the top and the bottom of 4. And now let's see. Yeah, now it looks better. And yes, now let's fix maybe the links, and maybe we can put clicks in a separate box. So we have those section box. Let's add here another section box, and I'm going to move the clicks to this second box. So now we have something like this, maybe too much margin from the top. So let's do margin top of just, let's just remove margin top. And yeah, I think it looks fine. And now we have those links. Maybe we can put a link icon on the beginning of each. So let's see. First, we will have this div for each link. I'm going to put flex here. And then I'm going to do div for an icon, div for texts. So I'm going to put those texts here, and the last part, the last column will be for analytics, something like this. So we have something like this. Now let's put the icon here. So let's do font awesome icon, and the icon will be, I think it was FA link. Yes, let's do like this. So we have an icon here. Let's also change here to items center. Here for the icon, I want the text to be primary, text primary. I don't know if we have defined this as primary. Maybe we didn't. So let's do just blue 500. And now I want also to have some gap here. So let's do gap of 4. And this second column should grow as much as possible with the texts. So yeah, now we have something like this. Maybe let's do more of a gap. Let's do 6. So we have some spacing. Now we have those icons here, but I want to make them, well, bigger. So, and also let's add some padding left of 4 for the icons. Yeah, I think it looks better. So now we want to fill the information about the analytics. Maybe let's also change those descriptions. So for those descriptions, I'm going to add some class names like text gray. Let's do, I don't know, 500, and text should be smaller. Yeah, so we have something like this. And underneath, I also want to add the link. So here I'm going to put link, and I think it's just, let's see how we can print the link. It's link URL. So let's do link URL, and the same thing will go here. We just need to add also target and blank, so it will be open in a new tab. And now we have something like this. And this URL should be a smaller text. So let's add some class names here. text smaller. Let's make it blue. Text blue. Let's do I don't know, 400 or 500. Let's do 400. So we have something like this. Maybe let's make it even smaller. Let's do XS. So we have super small links, and this looks fine, I would say. Now maybe I can make those a little darker. So let's do maybe 700. Yeah, and now what I want to do is for analytics to show clicks today. Instead of showing graphs, you can also do graphs by doing those aggregations. I want to show analytics for clicks today. Or maybe let's do aggregation. So we have small graphs for analytics. Or maybe let's make it different so you guys can see different ways of showing stats. So what we want to have here is number of clicks for today and number of clicks in total. So to do this, I'm going to just fetch all of the clicks. So let's do const clicks, and then let's do here await, and let's do event. I want to find all. I want to find all where the page is my page URI, and well, the rest doesn't really matter. Actually, it does. The type of the event should be click, and that's it. Now let's see how clicks looks like. So I'm going to put here JSON stringify clicks, and now let's see what we'll get. So we have like 1 click, I think, something like this, or maybe 2 clicks, and it doesn't really matter. The data looks fine, so now we can just use the clicks here inside analytics. So let's say that we will have 2 divs for analytics. We will have today and all time. So let's put here, and we will have today and all time. And or maybe we can have it in 1 div. So I can remove this and I will make 1 div like this. Let's add break line, something like this. Yeah, this will work. So for today, how can I know how many clicks we have today? So I can check, maybe first let's do all time because it will be a little bit easier. All time clicks number for this specific link. So I go to clicks and I want to filter, and I want to know where the click URI, I think it was, is the same as link URL. And then I want the length of this array. So now let's see, something is wrong. We don't have L, it's instead it's link. And now let's see, something's wrong. Let's refresh. Yeah, so we have only this one has been clicked, and this is because we introduced this new page property inside events, so the older clicks don't make any difference. All right, so now let's see. We have this, all time seems to work. So now let's fix clicks for today. This will be same as for all time, except we want to also filter where the date is today. So I want to add here and I want to do that click created at is the same as the day is the same as today, right? So first I want to convert this date to from this weird timestamps that we have inside the database. I can show you, let's see, events. As you can see, we have a date and time with time zone. I want to convert it to just this ISO format. So first I'm going to put, maybe to make it easier to read, I'm going to put it like this. And now we had this function called format ISO 9075. So let's use this one. And here let's put our click created at. And now we want to make sure that it's the same as today's date. So we can just do format ISO and just new date. And this will be today's date. So now let's see if this will work. And it doesn't seem to work because we should have one here. So let's see why. So I'm going to create another div here, and I'm going to put all of the clicks clicks for those specific I'm going to grab all of the clicks for this specific URL, and I'm going to display each click created at to see the timestamps. So this will not work because we need to join them together because this was an array. I'm going to use comma. And now let's see, we have Wednesday, 6th of November. Yes, that's today for me. And looks fine. Now let's try to change this to, instead of doing, let's see, I'm going to put filter here, map here. Let's put join here and the closing here. Now let's put here date, format ISO 9075. So let's see now. Yeah, now, okay, so it doesn't give just the date, it gives also the time. So that is the problem. So let's see if we have a function that returns date only. Date only, no. Can we do only date? No, there's no such thing. So we need to make it manually. We will just split by using this space and we will take the first part. So we can do something like this, split by space and take the first part. So now we have only date, and this is the same thing we need to do with the one thing that didn't work here. So here we have this filter. We filter by checking two things. The first is the URL needs to be the same as the click URL. And here we check that the format of this created at, the date will be the same as today's date. But I think there is a simpler way of doing this. Maybe there's a function saying today. Yeah, there is a function called isToday. So let's get rid of this, and here let's add isToday, and let's import this one, and let's put click created at. Yeah, so there was a simple way of doing this. We can remove this. This is not needed anymore, and now we have today 1, all time 1. So yeah, now it works. So now we have a nice. Let's go to my page and back to analytics to refresh. Now we have a nice looking data and graph here, and we have clicks here, and everything seems to work nicely. Let me just refresh here, and it seems like we are getting in all the data here. We don't get any 6th of December, but we should. Let me just refresh once again here. So we'll get events. Yeah, now we get event for 6th of November. So that is nice. All right, so we get nice views here, and we get clicks, and maybe I will style it a little bit. So for today and all time, I will do like I will make it a little bit prettier. So let's make this like the labels should be more grayish. So let's cut this. Let's put the span with some class names. It will say today, and let's do text gray, maybe 500, and yeah, this looks fine. And now span with some, let's go back, span with some class names for the number, and the number is here. And here I'm going to do text large for the first number, Maybe I will replace those spans with divs, so we'll have different lines. Yes, and for the whole thing, let's make it center, text center. So we will have today and all time here. And today, and let's do the same thing with all time. So we don't need this break line. Let me just copy those things. So we will have here all time, and here we need closing div for the number, this one. All right, so this looks nicer. Maybe I want to add like clicks today and clicks, let's put total. And yeah, this looks nice. And let's change this large to 2XL. Let's see. Yeah, so those zeros are bigger. Now for those, let's see, clicks today and clicks in total, I want this to be smaller. Let's do maybe XS. And now let's see. Yes, and I want those to be also uppercase. So let's do uppercase and bold, font bold. And let's make it more grayish. So I'm going to do 300, maybe 400. Yeah. So now it looks like this. And now I'm going to put this into separate columns. So we have like one column here, but I'm going to add another div with text center. And I'm going to grab and put this here. So now let's see. Clicks today, clicks total. Yeah, that looks better. Now those should be under the numbers. So let's grab and let's put it under here. And I don't want to have those colons here. So now let's see. Yeah, and let's make the numbers even bigger. So let's see, we have 2XL, let's do like 3XL and 3XL here. Yes, that looks nice. Clicks today, clicks total. Now let's see, I want to put those, I would like maybe to put a line here or something like this, or put this inside boxes. I think boxes will look better, so I'm going to put another div here with some class names. So let's do border, and let's put radius, border, how is it? I think it's rounded. Yeah, it's rounded medium. And let's put clicks and the label here inside. So now we have something like this. And let's also add padding of 2, something like this. Yeah, this looks nice. And let's do the same thing for here, for the second, for this clicks total. So let's put the number and the label inside this new div. And this looks really nice. Maybe we can decrease the gap here. So let's do just gap of 4. Yeah, I think it looks fine. Yeah, I think it works really nicely. So let's go back to my page and analytics. Yeah, I think it works nice. One thing that I need to fix that I notice now, here we have 1st of November, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and here we have 2nd of November, and then we have 3rd, 4th, and 5th, and 6th. So it looks like we have some dupes. We have some duplicates here that we need to take care of. So let's go to chart component, and I'm going to print the data. So let's do data without gaps that we are using, but I'm going to do JSON stringify on this thing. So let's put this like this. And now let's see. We have 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and then we have 2nd of November, 3rd of November, 4th. Let's see here. Yeah, we get dupes, so something is wrong. Let's see. And to see what is wrong, I'm going to do console log on this. So I'm going to put console log here on data without gaps, and let's see how it looks like. Let's go inside here, console, and we have array of 9. And let's see, the order seems to be wrong. So let's see, data with without gaps. Let's also see how the data looks like. So let's do maybe not data because it can be, or let's do data as well. So let's do data, and now let's see on the bottom here. So well, it looks like, well, I'm going to put this as an object so we will know which one is which one. So let's see, for data we have 4, and we have 2nd, 6th and 30th and 4th of December. So the problem is that this is not in order. So we need to first sort the data. So to first sort the data here, maybe we can do something like this. We can do sort, and with this sort we can do like an arrow function with A and B, and we just check that A created not created that because we have date here. So we just check that date is bigger than B date, right? And now let's see, and I want to see if this will work. So we need to assign it back to data equals data and sort. So let's grab this, let's put data here. Now let's see what we will get inside data. So data 4th, 6th, and no, it still doesn't work. Yeah, I think we just need to do minus here because it should return a difference. Let's see. And now if I go to data 4th, 6th, no, it doesn't work with the dates. So I need to probably transform those dates to numbers or something like this, but there is maybe an easier way of doing this, and this is by going to where we are using this. So for this analytics page, and here we are fetching this, and we should be doing this order, but looks like it doesn't work. Just to be sure, I'm going to do console log on those grouped views, and let's see what we'll have. 4th, 6th, and then we have November, and here back to December. So this doesn't work. So I think we cannot put it this way as an param here. Instead, we need to put another step in this aggregation. So let's add a comma here, and here I'm going to put just sort, and well, here I will just put, we want to sort by ID -1, so I think it should be descending now. Let's see, we have a 6th, 4th, 2nd, yeah, and that's correct. Let's do this as a positive number, so it will be ascending. Yeah, so we have November, December, 2nd, 4th. Yeah, so now it seems to work. I can remove this console log. Now let's see how it looks for our views here. So we have some problems here, or do we? Let's see, November, 30 of November, then we have December 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and then we have 6th of November. So I think now it looks and works fine. So the problem was only that it wasn't sorting properly from the database. Now this seems to work fine, so I'm going to remove this console log from this chart component. Right, and if I refresh, it should still work fine. Yes, and every time I refresh, I get the same graph or line chart result. So this looks really nice. Now let's maybe change one click to older date, so we will be sure that this works. Let's change page to my page, and let's see for clicks. So let's see, we have view here. Let's add the type of click, and we should have only one. Yeah, let's duplicate by changing only one date to, or maybe both of those dates to yesterday. And now let's see. Now we should have 2 clicks here in total, but 1 click today. So that is correct. All right, so this worked. And if I click on here, we should have another clicked. Yeah, as you can see, we have click 1 here. So now everything seems to work, and we have completed my page and analytics. We have everything I wanted. One thing that I would like to add would be maybe to make it responsive. So for example, this sidebar should be hidden for mobiles, and this is what I'm going to do next. All right, so to make this sidebar hidden, let's go to our template, right? So we need to go to app, and we have account analytics. Let's go to template, and let's see, we have this aside here, and we have flex. So let's see, we have flex and aside inside. So let's do that. This flex will be only for medium and bigger screens. So now we have this aside, but if I make it like this, you can see that we have this aside on the top. So that's better. Now let's also do that. Well, let's see, we have this aside here. Let's change that. On default, by default, so for mobiles, it needs to be, let's say it will be display fixed. So it will be fixed, and it will be left of 0, and top of 0, and bottom of 0. So it will stretch from top to the bottom, and let's make Z index of 20. So it will be above, but this will be only for small screens. By default, it will be block, or maybe static. I should place here instead of fix. So for medium screens, static. So now it's above, but if I make it like this, then it's not above. Yeah. So now this works, but now I need to have some kind of state or something like this, so I can toggle this sidebar. And so to make a toggle, I'm going to put a button here, somewhere here maybe, to toggle this sidebar. So for example, in here, we will have a toggle, or maybe we can put this toggle here. So here I'm going to put, let's put the button with an icon. So let's put font awesome icon, and I want those lines, FA lines, I think it was, lines, grip lines. Let's search for this one. So let's search for lines. We have 2 lines here, and let's search for menu. We have bars. Okay, so let's use FA bars. FA bars, yes. And now let's see. So now we have those bars here. And this button should be visible only for small screens. So let's do inline block by default, but for medium screens it will be hidden. So now it's hidden, but if I make it this big, then it should be behind this aside. So let's make this aside hidden for a second, so we can see this button. Yeah, it's here. Let's put this button inside a separate div, so we can add some spacing. We have div. Let's put those class names on those div to make it hidden or visible. And let's add some padding left of at least 4, so we'll have some spacing. I think we need to do more, like 8. And same on the top and the bottom. Let's do like 8. Maybe 8 is too much, so let's do padding top of 4 and padding bottom of 4. So we have something like this. Maybe that's still too much for the padding bottom. Let's remove it. And for the button, let's make it more like a button. So let's add some class names. Let's put the border and let's put padding of 4 and let's make it a little bit rounded. Let's do medium. Now let's see how it looks like. Yeah, I think it looks fine. I want it to make to be white, so let's do background white. And I'm going to remove the border and instead I'm going to add a shadow. And I'm going to add a span here to do menu label. So we have menu. Now we want to have some spacing. So let's do flex, items center, and let's do gap of 2. And maybe instead of menu, it will have open navigation. Open navigation. Yes. And now what I want to do is that when we click on it, let's also add the cursor pointer just in case. And when we click on it, it should open this let's see, this aside, right? So to do this, I will do, we would need to have a state for this. Or we can try with doing this with checkboxes. So I can show you how this can work with checkboxes. So let's see. We have this button here. So let's do label instead of a button, and I'm going to put an input of type checkbox next to it. And for this input type checkbox, I'm going to do ID of I'm going to do nav checkbox, and for this label I'm going to add for nav checkbox. Right. Now this will toggle this checkbox. Cool, right? I'm going also to add events, pointer events none, so it will not select those. Sorry, not pointer events none. Let's remove it. Let's see. Yeah, it still works. Now I want to do that. As you can see, we can click and unclick this checkbox using this button. Now what I can do is I'm going to remove this div. Whoops. But before I will do this, I'm going to put those classes into the button. So let's put here, and instead of those paddings, I'm going to change them to margins. So we don't need this div. And what this will do is it will put the label and the input next to the aside as like those will be the same children to the same main element here. So that is nice. The problem is only with this label, it's super long, but we can change it. We have flex here that we need to change to inline flex, and we don't need this inline block because for medium screens it will be hidden. Yeah, now everything still works, and if it's a bigger screen, we should have an aside, but for now it's hidden. And right, but now let's focus on this input. I'm going to do something like this. I'm going to do my globals CSS, and I'm going to do something like this. We had this input of ID navigation checkbox, and what I want to do is when this is checked and there's an aside next to it, I'm going to change aside to display block, right? And now let's see if I toggle this. As you can see, it toggles this aside, so that is nice. Another thing that we can do is we can do like left 0, but by default I can do that aside will have like minus left of 100%. So let's do now. Let's see. No, this doesn't seems to work. Minus 100. Let's do minus 48. Let's see now. No. It should be fixed outside of the screen. Let's do just left 48 and let's see. No, maybe it's because it's hidden. Now let's see. Yeah, now we see this. It jumps back and forth. Let's do minus on this left. Let's refresh. If I toggle it, then it shows. We can add the transition to make it more smooth. So let's do transition all. And now let's see if I toggle. Yeah, you can see that it toggles nicely back and forth. And if the screen is bigger, well, then it looks like this. The checkbox should be hidden for the bigger screens. So let's put input, let's add class name. Let's do medium hidden. We don't need this. And yeah, now it looks better. Now let's see for mobiles. This input can be hidden for all of the screens. We don't need to see it. So we can toggle, but as you can see, the problem is that when it's open, when this is open, we cannot click this button. Well, we can fix it by doing that when this is open. We can also show some backdrop that we can click on. So let's do also a div with a backdrop, or maybe, yeah, let's do backdrop, and it will be fixed as well with inset 0, with background black of 90%, and it should take all the space. Yes, let's add that index of 10, so it will be above everything. Let's maybe do just 80%, so we will have more transparency. And now this should be hidden by default, but I want this to be visible when we toggle this checkbox. So let's go to globals, and here let's do the same. So like this, but instead I'm going to do backdrop, and let's do display of block. And now let's see if I toggle. Yeah, we can see that we have this backdrop. Now what I want to do is that this backdrop, let's go back to template. This backdrop will also be a label to this checkbox for navigation checkbox. And now let's see if I click on it, it will close this aside. So that is really nice. All right, so we have a navigation for mobiles. Let's see how it looks like. It looks fine. Maybe for those clicks, we could make it into separate lines. So, but let's first check this my page, how it looks like. And I think it looks, well, almost fine. There's only some small things to be fixed. So let's do this. First, let's go to clicks. So let's go to analytics page, and let's scroll here to the clicks. And we have this flex. Let's change the flex to be only on medium screens. And if it's not medium screens, it will look like this. So not perfect, but not that bad. It looks fine. I would like to change this those borders to add some spacing here. So let's go to, here we have clicks today. Here we have those border for the second one. I'm going to add margin top of 1. So now we have some spacing, but by for bigger screens, medium screens, let's do margin top of 0. So this will be only for small screens. And let's do the same thing for the one above. So here we have the second box. Let's add a little bit of margin. Yeah, and I think this looks much nicer. So now this is readable and it looks fine. Now let's go to my page. And here we need to fix some stuff as well. So let's go to, let's see, inside the app, we will go to account page, and now let's scroll. We have those three forms. So we have this for page settings. I think this one looks fine. Then we have buttons, and then we have links. We need to fix both buttons and links. So let's go to buttons, and now let's see. Well, what we need to fix is this part. So here we have this loop, and I want to get rid of this flex to be only for medium screens and up. So let's refresh to see. Well, almost. It didn't work as I wanted. It's not this flex, probably. Let's refresh here. And let's see, we have buttons. Yeah, then we have React sortable. And then we have flex here that I want to change only for medium screens. Let's refresh. And yeah, that looks better. Would be nicer to put those trash icons into the same part that we have input inside. So I'm going to put a div here, and let's put those inputs and the buttons inside. And now let's see, we have font awesome. Let's see how this looks like on bigger screens. Well, we need to fix that the second div should grow. So let's do class name and grow. Let's do grow. Let's see. No, this didn't do anything. Maybe we need to add grow here. Let's see. Yes, that's better. And now for this one, let's put flex here. So maybe the buttons will go next to those. Yes, and this looks fine. And now the grow maybe shouldn't be here, and instead it should go to here. So let's do grow here, and let's remove the grow from here. Let's refresh, and let's see. This looks fine for mobiles. Yes, it looks fine, and it looks fine for desktop too. So I think we are done here. Now let's go to links form, page links form. And we need to do something similar here. So let's see. We have this loop somewhere here. And let's see. Here we have a flex for each link. Let's change it that this will be only for medium screens. And I think now it looks better. We have a lot of stuff going on here, but this is because we have a lot of fields we have a lot of inputs for each link, but that is fine. What I want to fix is only this button to be the same width as the button above. So let's see, we have label, title, subtitle, let's search for remove this link, or it's actually here. Here we have the button, and let's add class of block, and I think this will, and let's also do width of full. So it will have a width of 100%, and let's do text center here. And this will not affect this thing because, and block doesn't do anything because we have this flex here. And we have item center, but we need to add justify center as well. So now it's centered. And here is centered as well. This looks fine for the links, and this looks fine for the links too. All right, so I think we are done here. This looks fine, and this looks fine as well. So yeah, everything seems to work on mobiles now. We can have mobile phones, and we can still use the service. Same thing for the pages, and the pages are responsive, so they look fine for both mobiles and desktops. All right, so now I would like to deploy this app. So before we will do this, I will go through it, and I will try to fix some bugs and warnings so we can get rid of them. And then we can deploy it to, let's say, to Vercel. Right, so now let's start with the homepage. Here, as you can see, this input is broken. It doesn't look good. So I will go to, let's see, let's go to app, and then we have website group, and then we have this page here. And here we have our hero form. Let's open this one. And let's see, here we have our form with input and so on. So the first problem is this button. It's the text is split into several lines. So let's do white space no wrap, and let's see if this will now be fixed. Yes, it is. Now this input should be white here. So let's go to this input and let's add some class names here. Let's do background white. Let's do margin bottom of 0 because I think we had some extra margin bottom here. Yes, we do. So let's fix this. Let me reload to see how it looks right now. And this looks like this white background didn't work. Let's see, background white. No, it didn't work. Let me put maybe this here and this here. And now let's try to inspect this thing. Let's see, here we have this input. And let's see, we are adding those class names here, background white. And as you can see, those are overwritten by this definition of default input type text that we have inside the globals. So to fix it, I'm going to put some definitions into style, and let's do something like this. Let's do background color of white, and let's see if this will help. Yes, it did. Now let's fix this margin bottom. So let's do margin bottom of 0, and now let's see, and it helped. Now it's a little bit of margin on the top and the bottom. So now maybe we can get rid of this background white, this, and probably this padding as well. It doesn't do anything. Yes, that's correct. Now we can maybe add background white to this form. So everything inside will be white. Yes, and it is, and it looks fine. Maybe we could get rid of this padding on the left side. So maybe let's try to do this. Padding left, and we can do just colon and 0. And this should work, and indeed it does. So now this looks fine. Now inside here, inside the console of our running app, we can see we have some warnings like next auth URL is missing. So let's add it. Let's go to our .env file. Let's see here. Let's put next auth URL, and this will be the same as this. So let's put it like this, and let's see. We will also need a, whoops, this should go here. We will also need to have a secret for our authentication. So let's just put some random characters. And now let's put this secret to our next authentication. So let's go to, let's see, app, and let's go to API, auth, next auth route, and here we need to pass secret. Actually, we have our secret here. So this was already added. All right, so this is fine. Now there are small errors. Let me show you. I will restart my environment. And for example, if we go to this page and I refresh this page, we should get a warning about that we have each child in a list should have a unique key property. And this means that, for example, let's go to that page. So it's inside the page, URI page. And here, for example, on every place where we use map, we need to add a key property to the child. So let's do here, for example, button key. And let's see, here we have another one. So let's add key will be, let's say, link URL. And so we need to have unique IDs or unique keys for each of the child. Probably here we will need some keys as well. So let's go here. And as you can see, everywhere where we loop through stuff, we need to add the key properties So for example, inside the radio togglers, let's go to radio togglers, and here let's add a key as well. It will be an option value, let's say. Right now on this page we have buttons form, and as you can see we are mapping through. So let's go to buttons form, and here we have a key here, so that's fine. Let's search if we are doing other maps. We are doing it here, but we have a key, so that's fine. Here we need to add the key, so let's do we do buttons, and let's do we have a key. Can we use a key? Let's see. Let's go to users. Sorry, not users. We should go to pages, and then we have buttons. No, it's actually available buttons that we are looping through. So let's see. Available buttons is actually all buttons that are filtered. So here we have all buttons, and as you can see, we have keys here. So let's use this key. So let's do just button key, and this should work. Now let's go to, let's refresh this thing, and let's go to links. So let's go to links form, and here we are mapping through, but we have a key here, so that's fine. And then I think that's all. Here we have key, so that's fine. Let's see if we have other errors. I'm going to restart my environment. Yes, and let's try to reload this page. And yeah, we have another one. Let's see. Invalid DOM property 4. Do you mean HTML4? Yeah, so we need to fix this. And let's search where it is. Let's search for, and we have it here. So let me see, 4. Let's change this to 4 HTML4. Let's do HTML4, and we put it like this. And here is another one. So let's do HTML4. Yes, that's better. And now let's see. Here we have some warning about only plain objects can be passed to client components from server components. And this is about a passing page. All right, so we need to go to, I think it's inside app. We have this, let's see, account page. And here we are passing pages, as you can see. And this is mongoose object, and it's not like simple object. It's it has some extra stuff in it, but I think there is something called toJSON that we can run on this. So this function will simplify the object, so it will only contain the properties for page and so on. Still we have some problems here. Let's try something else. For all of those, I'm going to create a new object of it, and I'm going just to spread all of the properties. Now let's see. Let's restart and the environment, and now let's reload here, and let's see if we will have any warnings. And looks like we don't have anything. Here error, only plain objects and few built-ins can be passed to client components from server components. So no, this will not work. Let's try something else. So here I'm going to change to page, and let's do to object. And now let's see, I'm going to save it, and now it works, the page works. Let's try to restart environment and see if we will have any errors here. So I'm going to refresh here, and let's see, it's still refreshing. We still get an error, but let's see. So let's put this as lean page, and let's do just page like this, a copy of it, page. Or let's do maybe page to object, so we'll have the same thing. And let's do console log, and let's do lean page, and let's see how it looks like. So if I refresh here, I should get a console log, And as you can see on the link page, we have IDs, version, and we have links here that are objects, right? I don't know what is wrong really here, but there should be a solution for this. And let's search for plain object copy. No, clone. Yeah, there's a lib for this, so let's try to use it. Let's go here, let's do yarn add plain object clone, and let's just use this functionality. Let's copy this, let's put this here on the top, and let's put that link page will be a clone of this page. And now let's try to use this lean page, not learn page, lean page. And let's see if this will work. So this didn't work. Let's try with another one, clone dip. One of those needs to work, right? So yarn add clone dip. And here is how we are going to use it. Let's do clone dip from, let's do import way, import clone dip from clone dip. And let's use here clone dip. Yes, and let's restart our environment and let's do refresh. No, we still have a problem. Let's see if I can just do delete lean page links, if this will help. And I need to restart the environment just to be sure. And let's hit refresh here. No, that was not the issue. I'm going to just delete everything, almost everything, and just to see what will actually help. So it looks like by deleting ID underscore ID, it's fixed now. So let's maybe do something like this. The ID will be our ID to string. So let's do lean page underscore ID to string, just to be sure that it will be string-ish. Let's restart environment. We don't need to delete the links, I think. So let's do, let's refresh here and let's see. It's compiling account and looks like it works. Yeah, we don't have any warnings. So now we should be able to deploy our app. To do this, I'm going to go to my GitHub and let's go to repositories and let's do a new. And now let's do public, yes. Let's do link list and let's create this repo. Now here inside my terminal, I'm going to do git init. And now we will need this SSH URL. And we just need to do, let's see, git remote add origin. So I can just copy this and paste this. Git status, let's see, we have some files that we need to push. I'm going to exclude this and this. I don't want to push my secrets. So let's go to git ignore and let's add maybe here .env and .idea. So .idea is just stuff from my editor. Let's do git status once again. And let's see, fine, this is fine. This is fine, package JSON, post CSS, public source. Yeah, everything is fine. Let's just add everything. Let's do commit with message initial commit and let's git push origin matter. And this should push all of the files here. Let's see. Yes, it worked. So we can see all of the files. Now let's go to Vercel. Whoops. And let's do new project. And I'm going to search to linked list. Yes, let's import this one. And we have some environment variables that we need to add. I can just go here and I'm going to just copy all of this. Yeah, let's copy all of this. And let's see, here I'm going just to paste all of this. Before I will hit deploy, I'm going to change those URLs. So I'm going to, those will be HTTPS and it will be like, let's say David link list.vercel.app. And let's use the same here. And I will just make sure that I will get this URL. So let's hit deploy. And we will also need to update our Google Client ID. So let's go to Google Console and link list project. Let's go to APIs and services, credentials. I think it's here. And we have this web client. And let's see, let's add a URL and let's add this URL. We need to add also this API of callback Google path here. So let's hit save. Now let's just make sure we can get this URL. So let's go to back to our project. Let's go to my profile and it's deploying this initial commit. And let's see, let's go to settings and let's go to domains. And I don't want this one. I want to change it. I want to have like David. I think I can just paste this one like this. I hope this will work. Let's hit save. And yes, it's deploying. So we can go to deployments here. Missing key property on analytics page. So let's go here. Let's open this analytics page and let's search for map. And here, as you can see, we have map. Here we have a map that doesn't have any key property. So let's add the key and let's put link. Let's put link title. All right, and now we need to push it again. So let's do git status, git add. Let's just add everything. Git commit, and let's name it maybe key prop in analytics page, and let's do git push origin master, and now it should automatically redeploy on our Vercel. Let's see, let's go to our app here, and as you can see, it's building once again, deploying outputs, but well, everything here worked. And now it's green and ready. So we can just go to this linked list project. Let's go to project here. And as you can see, we get this nice URL that we can use. And everything seems to be working. I can zoom in a little bit. Let's do sign in to see if it works. If I can log in with my Google account. Yeah, looks like it works just fine. Let's see. We get a timeout. Let's see, maybe it's because of the database access, network access. Let's see. Yeah, it's only my IP address. So I'm going to add access from everywhere. And this is a common problem here, but you just add all IPs and it should work as I did now. Let's try to sign in again. My Gmail account, and it worked. I'm logged in. Let's go to my profile. And yeah, I can see all stuff about my profile, and looks like it just works. I have my profile here and the app is published. So that's all for today. I hope you learned something useful, and if you did, please click the like button and subscribe if you want to see more videos like this one. Have a nice day and see you in the next video.